Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1, Unlucky Sporting Lisbon. The weather in Lisbon is always so mild. This is the benefit of being close to the ocean. The clean and warm sea breeze can blow on your body. You will never be afraid that the air in Lisbon is filled with too much heat, although the afternoon sun will still feel a little burning. The pace of life in this seaside city always seems a bit lazy. It is impossible for it to be as busy as New York or other big cities. The lush green in the city provides people with too much pure air and shade. It always makes people want to set up a lounge chair under the shade of the trees in such a sunny afternoon, then stretch their bodies hard and fall asleep. It can be said that Lisbon's natural and comfortable leisure environment exists for enjoying life. This is definitely a standard place to raise lazy people. As long as you don't have too many desires, this will be a place where you can live comfortably. Of course, the premise is that you must be able to get their social welfare, otherwise, you still have to work to earn living expenses. However, not everyone is used to living on only a few €100 a month. People still have desires in many cases. Jorge Mendes is very clear that he still has a strong desire for the world. He is the kind of person who knows what he should do in this world. So he will never waste every minute to enjoy the laziness of the afternoon. He knows that since the day he gave up a stable job, he has no right to be lazy. He must run for every business of his own. He has to live. Being busy is a different kind of enjoyment for people like him. However, Jorge Mendes likes the feeling of driving in the afternoon sun. The sea breeze blowing on his face always makes people feel very refreshed, and the business that is likely to be successfully concluded makes him feel very relaxed. Puma Training Academy in Alcaquete, on the outskirts of Lisbon, is Jorge Mendes' destination. As a football agent who has been working in the industry for 3 or 4 years, he is still just a novice in this industry. Not many people know his name in Portugal or even Lisbon, but he is very confident that his name will be resounding in the football circle of this country. The agent industry will take him as a benchmark, and he will definitely become the most influential football agent in this country. However, at this stage, he can only rely on helping some second-rate players transfer to earn remuneration, and there is still a gap between reality and ideal. As a football agent, everyone wants to have big names under his command, but in fact, the big names have already been taken. Those great stars of the golden generation of Portugal have long been divided up by the big agents in the football circle. Those latecomers who want to stand out from this circle can only rely on luck or their own eyes to discover the next Figo. And Jorge Mendes has now targeted a little guy. He believes that it is his own Luis Figo. Maybe in a few years, he will have the opportunity to stand in front of the executive chairman of those great clubs and sell the football superstars he signed. When those big agents are targeting those famous stars, Jorge Mendes now just wants to find the next piece of gold from the pile of young people. He who has played football knows that there are few geniuses like Maradona. But Portugal has never lacked young guys with outstanding skills. Those little guys who are eager to become famous will be the future of the football world. Superstar. In the history of football, there are too many forgotten superstars. When you are old, what can you leave in the world of football? Maybe only a shadow. Only later people are the eternal driving force to rule the world of football. What Jorge Mendes has to do now is to explore the future, where there are too many opportunities waiting for him. But the most important issue now is that Jorge Mendes must ask for permission from the stubborn old man in the Puma Training Academy, because he picked that little guy out of the crowd after careful selection, but now he obviously has to be managed by that old man. The godfather of the youth army of Sporting Lisbon, who once brought out Future and Figo, is not so easy to deal with. Jorge Mendes must find a good way to deal with this stubborn old man, otherwise, he will never sign that little guy. The only good news is that the old man and Jorge Mendes have a good personal relationship, so Jorge has the opportunity to get in touch with the group of little guys that the old man is training now. He will aim at the kid who can become his future bargaining chip earlier than others, hoping that his efforts in the previous stage will not be in vain, and that the kid's family can accept the signing conditions he offers. This is a gamble on the future. Jorge Mendes hopes that he can win, and he also hopes that the kid can be a winner. In the afternoon sun, Jorge Mendes is not the only one running for his future. There will never be a moment of enjoyment in the Puma Training Academy in Alcaquete, on the outskirts of Lisbon. It always seems so busy here. This is where the best group of kids in Portuguese football gather. In order to win the opportunity to play in a professional team, they must train hard here, otherwise they may only be eliminated from the team. This place has cultivated too many great stars who represent the highest honor of Portuguese football. Perhaps these little guys are fantasizing that they can become the symbol of honor of this country one day. They also hope to follow the footsteps of those great stars and create their own glory. However, they must first ensure that they can successfully enter the professional team, otherwise, all fantasies are empty talk. So now they have to train hard here under the scorching sun on their heads. Even if they want to stop and take a breath, it is now a luxury. They can only run around the field. Boring physical training is always the most hated, but it cannot be avoided. No team is willing to arrange boring physical training during the hottest period of the day, but Sporting Lisbon does not follow this rule. These little guys have been running here for a long time, but they can only persist in sweating because this is a punishment for them. Yes, these dozens of little guys running on the track are being punished, and the one standing next to them with a stopwatch and yelling is their coach Aurelio Pereira, an old man who has worked in the youth training camp of Sporting Lisbon for more than 30 years and is also the godfather of the youth army here. He is using this method equivalent to corporal punishment to teach these little guys in front of him, because he feels very unhappy now. Few things will make this devout Catholic in his 60s feel unhappy, and he himself rarely gets angry, but now Aurelio Pereira looks at these little guys running with sweat on their heads, and then looks at the scoreboard next to the venue that records yesterday's game. He doesn't want to put down the stopwatch in his hand, because the eye-catching score on the damn scoreboard not far away has made him feel that his blood vessels will burst at any time. Chris. Stop being lazy. You are almost at the end of the team. If you don't want to run 10 laps, hurry to the front of the team, otherwise, you will run here until dark today. Don't doubt that I am scaring you. Do you hear me? Aurelio Pereira shouted loudly to a guy in the team. He was the captain of the Sporting Lisbon youth team and the most talented kid among the players he is currently coaching. But this is the work he is most satisfied with now. Yesterday, he led the Sporting Lisbon youth team to a 5-5 tie with the opponent in a friendly match with other teams. Yes, that kid scored 5 goals by himself, but they failed to win the game. The defense line of the entire Lisbon youth team was like a pile of loose sand in the game. They were also scored 5 goals by others. You know, these little bastards represent the future of Sporting Lisbon. They almost lost the game on their own territory. Aurelio Pereira can only punish these little guys in such a simple and somewhat rough way now, because they played like a pile of shit in this game. Their opponent is not the equally powerful Benfica youth team, nor is it an adult team from the Portuguese Super League. The opponent is also a youth team, and it is also a small team with no reputation, the Setúbal youth team, a weak team whose adult team is at the bottom of the Portuguese Super League. But it was such a team that stabbed the Sporting Lisbon youth team 5 times in front of Aurelio Pereira. Aurelio Pereira didn't know how many years it had been since the team he taught had been scored 5 goals by the opponent. Even in the competition with the adult team, his youth team had never been so embarrassed, but yesterday, on this field that he was most familiar with, the old man witnessed everything that happened in the game with his own eyes. They led 3-1 in the first half, and in the second half, the unknown Setúbal youth team scored 4 goals in a row, and every goal made Aurelio Pereira speechless. He was even embarrassed to shake hands with the opponent's coach after the game. The 4 goals in the second half were like a big mouth, all slapped on the face of the godfather of the Lisbon youth army. For the first time, Aurelio Pereira felt embarrassed. The group of proud children he taught were pressed on the grass of the stadium and kicked hard by a group of guys who looked like country bumpkins. Even though more than 10 hours had passed since the end of the game, Aurelio Pereira still couldn't forget everything that happened during the game, especially the black-haired kid in the opponent's lineup, the kid who was substituted in more than 30 minutes in the second half. It was the black-haired kid who directed all the goals after he came on the court. He didn't shoot or score, but the very thin kid used 4 knife-like straight passes to completely penetrate the defense of Sporting Lisbon. Even at this moment, Aurelio Pereira could still feel the moment when the kid passed the ball. He saw with his own eyes that black and white ghost spirit passing through the back line of Sporting Lisbon youth team. That scene was a thrilling feeling, and he still remembers it vividly. What did that pass look like? It was like a thin sharp knife that could cut open a cow's bone, exuding a terrifying sharpness. When Aurelio Pereira saw the black-haired kid's first fatal pass, the old man seemed to see a guy who once made Sporting Lisbon supporters heartbroken, once again appearing on the grass of the stadium. The guy who led the midfield in the mortal enemy Benfica a few years ago seemed to be back again. The black-haired kid, like him, tore through the back line of Sporting Lisbon with ghostly passes, which were deadly, accurate and just right. But the black-haired kid looked younger and more aggressive. After he came on the court, he overshadowed everyone else, including Chris. The defenders of Sporting Lisbon had almost regarded him as a devil. Aurelio Pereira didn't know if God was causing trouble for Sporting Lisbon again. He hoped not, but who knew? Although this was just a youth team match, winning or losing did not actually involve the interests of any team, and Sporting Lisbon could not blame their meritorious coach for such a draw. This was just a simple friendly match in the eyes of everyone, but the result was not satisfactory, especially for the old man Aurelio Pereira. He could not forgive the mistakes made by these little guys on the field, including his own mistakes. They all underestimated the visiting opponent. This is football. It will punish those arrogant people directly. Aurelio Pereira tasted the bitter fruit. His whole mouth feels bitter until now, but he feels that the depressing things may be behind. Because he saw Carlos, the general manager of Sporting Lisbon, walking towards him with a frown. As long as that guy appears here, there will definitely be nothing good. Aurelio Pereira looked at the guy's face and understood that he did not bring any surprises. God knows what bad news he brought this time. This slightly hot afternoon, for Sporting Lisbon, everyone is suffering. All this is because of a black-haired kid. This is an unlucky day, and the youth team of Sporting Lisbon has become a victim. New book seeking votes, recommendations, clicks, and collections. Chapter 2: An Unexpected Gain. As Aurelio Pereira expected, the news brought by the team's general manager Carlos was certainly not satisfactory to him, and this time was no exception. The businessman who always dealt with numbers never cared. Regarding specific matters in sports, he is an out-and-out and very cold vampire in the eyes of many people, but Aurelio Pereira knows that this guy is a responsible general manager of the team, although he often makes mistakes in his own affairs. Group after group of young soldiers were taken away from their hands. Maybe Aurelio Pereira's evaluation was a bit too harsh, but his understanding of Carlos was not biased in any way. None of the news brought by the fat guy with a sad face could make Aurelio Pereira. Layla was so satisfied that he even started to get furious. What? Are you going to promote Chris to the senior team now? Am I crazy or are you crazy? He was promoted from the U16 team just this year, and now in less than a year, you have already promoted him from the U16 team consecutively. He was promoted to the U18 team, then the second team, and now he is being promoted to the first team. Do you want him to be promoted to 5 levels in 1 year? Do you know that this is nothing for a 17-year-old kid? Benefit. He has just celebrated his 17th birthday. Yes, he is a good prospect and may be as good as Lewis, but he is still a little guy now. No one knows whether he can withstand the confrontations in the Super League. I don't know, if you do this, you might destroy him. Aurelio Pereira shouted at Carlos. He threw the whistle aside and angrily left the sidelines, leaving only Carlos scratching his head and a group of confused players who continued to accept punishment. There is no way. Although this old man is over 60 years old, his temper can be so fiery sometimes. When he is angry, he can point his finger at the club chairman's nose and curse. For such an old minister, no one can change him. Method. Carlos could only signal the team members to disperse, and then he had to follow the old man's footsteps to try to explain why all this was happening. The only ones who can take a breath now are the players who were still being punished just now. They finally don't have to waste time on the track. When Aurelio Pereira gets angry, only Carlos, who has worked with him for more than 10 years, can find a way to communicate with him peacefully. Every damn task must be given to him. Carlos was almost fed up with this kind of work, and he didn't want his old buddy to be angry all the time. After all, the guy was already in his 60s. Okay, old man, you know how bad the club situation is now. We just lost the championship to Boa Vista last year. And the team is no longer able to expand the first team on a large scale due to financial reasons. Ever since Portugal joined the damn Eurozone, we have been struggling to support the club. Now we can only operate with debt. We have no other way except selling good players. You know I work hard every day. I have to worry about the funds for the club's operation, and I am now busy looking for sponsorship funds every day. Selling people on a large scale will make us unable to afford the consequences. The fans will not listen to too many explanations from us. If we want to bring them back to the stadium to watch the game, we can only come up with something that excites them. We know how bad the first team is now. If we want to win the championship, we must have enough blood. Your Chris may be the best choice now. You know very well what he can do on the court. Maybe you can bring him in. Sharper, but we can't wait anymore. Porto and Benfica put too much pressure on us. Old man, think about our team. Chris can probably do a good job because he is your coach. Come out and he'll be a great guy in Lisbon. Carlos' words made Aurelio Pereira sigh helplessly. He understood what kind of pressure the team was under now, and he could only get angry because he couldn't let those young guys change in his hands. To get better, let them enter the adult team in advance. No one knows whether it is a blessing or a curse. There have been too many kids who looked like geniuses and died early on the field, but what he can stop now is too limited. The world of football is no longer simple and oppressed by the supremacy of money and performance. Maybe Aurelio Pereira himself feels that he is old. Forget it, I will never be able to explain to you. You represent the team, and I am just a bad old man hanging out among the children. I will not express any more opinions on what you have already decided. Wait a moment. You can talk to Chris about this. This little guy has been waiting for this day for a long time. He will definitely jump with joy. I just hope he can have good luck. Aurelio Pereira. La understands that all he can do is accept the team's arrangements. Although he is not satisfied, he is a Lisbon through and through. Old man, I know you won't watch the team in trouble and remain indifferent. Your most precious youth army will definitely win many championships for us in the Super League, just like before. Carlos knew that he was finally back once I convinced this old stubborn. They were all members of the athletic team, and they would dedicate themselves to this club. The green and white jersey was their belief. Okay, you damn businessmen, you took away the best guys from the team, and now you have to find me a replacement. You know who I'm talking about. The black-haired kid was on the court yesterday. You have also seen his performance. I need him. Lisbon has not had a qualified midfield commander for too long. I think I can train him into an excellent midfield organizer. It is not possible, but it should be certain. That kid's sense of smell for catching loopholes is too sensitive. Aurelio Pereira can immediately get excited whenever he thinks of that little guy. He once thought about Chris and the black-haired kid cooperating on the court. Seen together. A good player on the wing and a midfielder who can send fatal direct passes at any time, then Sporting Lisbon will have the most perfect frontcourt combination. Porto, Benfica. These teams will not be a problem, they will all fall at the feet of Sporting Lisbon, and the green and white uniforms will once again become the flag of Portugal. This is the scene that Aurelio Pereira is most looking forward to. Although he may have to lose the little guy Chris now, if he can get the opportunity to coach the black-haired boy, maybe he will soon forget what he has lost. So Aurelio Pereira is very unhappy. Politely asked Carlos. My dear friend, since you told me about this matter yesterday, I know what your intention is, but unfortunately, I have to tell you that the attempt I made failed. The one in Setúbal, the football kid, will not come to Lisbon. If we want to get him, we must pay the Setúbal youth team €50,000, otherwise they will not agree to let him go. I tried to negotiate with them on other terms. Including player exchange, they refused. There was no room for maneuver, they said that was the player's personal opinion, Carlos said helplessly. And you know that guy Betancourt, there is no way he would pay so much cash for a little guy who is only 15 years old. You must know that when you signed Chris from the Nationals, you only spent $1,500. Although we also waived their arrears of $10,000, but compared with now, it is impossible for us to pay so much money immediately for a little guy you like. The club will not allow the youth team to squander like this. This is for the club. It's not a place where we can make that investment, so I'm sorry. Carlos understands that such an explanation may not be accepted by Aurelio Pereira, but he must remain honest with his old friend, even if it will provoke an angry response from him. He must tell the true situation. He, who let this damn situation be like this. €50,000. Can't Sporting Lisbon even get €50,000? Believe me, old man. That kid will definitely bring qualitative changes to the athletic team. I have never been so sure of the value of others, but this time I hope you can be on my side. He is really a kid worth cultivating. He will bring huge benefits to the club, just like Lewis before. I dare to swear to you, believe me. Old man, I believe in your vision. No one in Portugal has ever doubted your ability to cultivate young people. But now is no longer the golden period when our Sporting Lisbon team dominated everything. If we want to survive, we must rely on sell people to support the club's operations. The economic conditions of the Portuguese Super League are not optimistic, and neither are we. Although we are still one of the top 3 in Portugal, we are not even qualified to enter the G14 threshold. Porto and Benfica have spent money. It has left us too far behind. 50,000 euros is not much, but use it to invest in the future. No one on the team's board of directors will agree to give you this cash. Absolutely not. What I am saying is real. The result of one game cannot convince the members of the board of directors, even if you and I understand the value of that kid on the court. No one wants to risk tens of thousands of euros. This is no longer the age of sailing. They can choose the safest way, and Chris is recognized by them, so they can spend money to train him, but the little guy with black hair does not have this luck. Carlos sighed. Although as the general manager of Sporting Lisbon, he always has to show that his team is still strong when speaking to the outside world, but he is very clear that the current economic situation of Sporting Lisbon has changed. Too weak, they don't even dare to reach out to those famous players. They can only hope that miracles can happen in Aurelio Pere's youth army. They have fallen behind the competition among Portugal's top 3, and they have strong financial support. Porto had begun to overtake them and Sporting Lisbon was no longer one of the symbols of Portugal. Regardless of whether he, the general manager of the athletic team, is willing to admit this fact, this is true. 50,000 euros may be just the monthly salary of a second-rate player in the Portuguese Super League, but now the club is stingy enough to invest this money. With a star of hope, Sporting Lisbon has turned into a weak giant, and they are constantly overdrawing their future. Faced with this terrible reality, Aurelio Pereira and Carlos could only sit helplessly in the office and sigh, as if they were using such sighs to commemorate the decline of a great team, and it also seemed that they are lamenting the team they have loved their entire lives. The black-haired kid seemed to have missed out on the team after giving Sporting Lisbon 4 blows. Aurelio Pereira was unwilling to accept this, but the damn tens of thousands of euros became the biggest hindrance. A youth army godfather who had no right to use transfer funds was sometimes so helpless. He could only watch such a good seedling slip away from him, but he was powerless. Carlos, maybe giving up that kid is like the Portuguese king giving up Columbus. We may have lost the opportunity to make Sporting Lisbon more glorious. Aurelio Pereira didn't want to see this scene, but he couldn't save anything. This was the damn reality. No one knew what happened in the office, including the players of Sporting Lisbon's youth team and Jorge Mendes who had just driven here. They didn't know how uncertain the future of Sporting Lisbon was, but Mendes learned everything that happened yesterday afternoon from Chris. As an agent who discovered young people, he seemed to have caught a potential possibility. A kid who made Sporting Lisbon feel frustrated. Mendes' shark-like nose seemed to have smelled the scent of new prey. Half an hour later, Aurelio Pereira and Carlos came out of the office. There was no smile on their faces. They just briefly explained the future personnel adjustments of the team. The young man they called Chris, after hearing the news that he was promoted to the first team, just like the old man said, he jumped up happily. Not only was he excited, but Mendes was also grateful for his vision. In 2002, a World Cup year, the popularity of the Korea-Japan World Cup occupied everything in the football world, but the embarrassment of the Portuguese team being eliminated in the group stage made the country's football seem a bit depressed. Not many people paid too much attention to some unfamiliar names this summer. A little guy from Sporting Lisbon entered the first-team list of the Portuguese giant Sporting Lisbon at the age of 17. His name is Cristiano Ronaldo, a boy that Aurelio Pereira used to call Chris. It seemed that a magical kid was about to succeed here, just like Fuder and Luis Figo in the past, but few people knew that a day ago, the Sporting Lisbon team led by Cristiano had just been taught a lesson by a black-haired kid on the field. They were beaten very badly by that country team, and the protagonist of that game, the black-haired kid, passed by Sporting Lisbon. Except for Mendes, who was full of interest in all this, few people knew what happened here. Aurelio Pereira reluctantly gave up his pursuit, but there was one person who would not miss it. His sensitivity to football told him that maybe the black-haired kid would be another good luck. 3 days after Cristiano was promoted to Sporting Lisbon, Aurelio Pereira, the meritorious coach in the Lisbon youth training system, chose to retire. Only Carlos knew that the old guy left here with a trace of regret. This old man who trained batch after batch of excellent wingers, finally failed to bring the boy he liked to his team. The world of football is always full of regrets. Maybe the old man was also sighing for this regret when he left. New book, please vote, recommend, click, and collect. Chapter 3: A Stunning Encounter. Jorge Mendes didn't know if his decision was a bit risky, but his curiosity about the little guy still made him decide to go to Cebeira, a seaside city that looked more like a countryside. Compared with the prosperity of Lisbon, this is really a countryside, although the distance between them is less than 40 kilometers. From making this decision to hitting the road, Jorge Mendes didn't hesitate at all. The little guy he had never met gave him too many temptations. Aurelio Pereira once called Mendes after he retired. He specifically mentioned the little guy. Although the old man had left the youth training camp in Lisbon, he still hoped that the little guy would don't waste your talent on a team like Cebeira. Maybe Mendes, an agent who likes to deal with young people, can provide him with some help. Maybe Aurelio Pereira didn't know why he did this. Maybe the black-haired kid left too many impressions on him on the court, and the blade-like pass was always in front of his eyes. It happened over and over again. The old man didn't want a little guy who might become a genius to be wasted by a team that was at the bottom of the league. What's more, it was just a youth team and there would be no development there. This is one of the reasons why Mendes drove to Cebeira, but the most important thing is that he does not want to leave this possible opportunity to others. If the little guy is a treasure, Jorge Mendes hopes he is the first to open the door to the treasure. Mendes held the address in his hand and carefully looked at the building in front of him. For a moment, he wondered whether the Setúbal youth team coach who gave him the address was kidding him, because the building in front of him was not a residence. It's a church that looks a bit old. Hell, is that kid a servant of God? He wants to live in a church. Is this a hobby? Mendes now discovered that there are really many unknown things about the little guy he has never met. Unfortunately, Mendes did not find the little guy he expected to see, but the good news was that the church priest told him that the little guy with black hair and who loved to play football lived in the church. Because he was an orphan, the church took him in 5 years ago. Some philanthropists who had sponsored the church all year round funded a welfare institution for these orphans to live here. There are more than 20 orphans living here. And the little guy with black hair is also a member here. This is the first good news Mendes heard today, at least for him. A mixed-race boy who started living in a church welfare institution when he was less than 10 years old. He entered the Setúbal youth team half a year ago and initialed an apprenticeship contract. He has no record of debuting in the Portuguese youth league. Lini? One who looks a bit strange Oriental name, his mother is an Oriental, his father is unknown, the only thing that is certain is that his parents are no longer alive, characteristics on the court, unknown. Mendes looked at some of the information he had collected and scratched his head. He really didn't know the difference between these things and scrap paper. The only thing that might be of some use was a photo of the black-haired boy. This one looked a bit like the little guy from the east is quite energetic. Well, I should say he is pretty decent in appearance. This may be the advantage of a mixed-race child. He has completely absorbed the advantages of the east and the west. No one in Portugal really knows how to be a qualified football agent. How important is intelligence work? Can such a piece of waste paper be considered an investigation? God, it seems that we have been eliminated from the World Cup. Really, it's not a matter of luck. Mendes really doesn't know how to judge this piece of nonsense. The above evaluation makes it impossible to have an intuitive feeling. However, this may also be his luck. Mendes may be celebrating his good luck. Such a little guy who is favored by Aurelio Pereira is not well known. The lack of information may mean that he is a forgotten person. Maybe this is because he is under 15 years old, the black-haired boy has not been targeted by too many scouts in Portugal. It may also be that this seaside city is too unattractive to anyone, so he has been buried. Although Mendes has not seen the little guy's ability on the field with his own eyes, Aurelio Pereira never deliberately praises someone, but he at least talked to Mendes on the phone. The black-haired boy praised him several times. From this detail, we can see how much the youth army godfather valued this boy. And Chris also has a deep memory of the opponent who competed with him on the same field. He couldn't find a suitable word to describe that guy. He could only tell Mendez that when he saw that kid come on the court, the whole team was filled with emotion. The Batter youth team has been kneaded into a knife, and the black-haired boy is the one holding the handle of the knife. Every time he touches the ball, it is like a knife stabbing out, making people nervous and scared. If it weren't for the forward of Sabater's youth team who wasted several opportunities in a row, perhaps Sporting Lisbon would have suffered a disastrous defeat that afternoon. A person who can attract Aurelio Pereira is at least not a mediocre person. Maybe this trip will be very rewarding. Mendez sat in his car and made his own calculations. He had successfully obtained the agency rights of Cristiano, and now his appetite became a little bigger. He hoped that he could dig out one or two more talented potential stocks. The only thing that made Mendez feel depressed now was that no one he had asked knew where the little guy had gone. He could only wander around aimlessly in this seaside city, but he never dared to let the car go too far away from the church. He didn't want to be a person who missed the opportunity. God knows if there are other people who are also thinking about this little guy at this time. After all, being able to draw 5:5 with Lisbon is an opportunity for him to become a well-known figure, although it was just a competition between youth teams. It was a very painful thing not to know when the goal would appear. Mendez began to give up wandering around and decided to park the car on the roadside not far from the church. When he was bored, he found a not-so-big football field there. There seemed to be people playing there. At least in such a boring time, watching a street football game was much better than sitting in the car like this. I don't know how many years later, Jorge Mendez will definitely be grateful for his original decision, because this seemingly casual decision made him touch a piece of good luck. This is a football field belonging to the community. Maybe because of the long age, everything looks a bit shabby, and the two goals also look a bit rusty. However, there are too many such stadiums in Portugal. Many superstars came out of such stadiums and became idols that people worship. So Mendez did not feel uncomfortable because of the dilapidated stadium. He once spent his youth in such a stadium. A game was being played in full swing on the field, and there were more than a dozen people in the low stands cheering for those running people. Mendez found a shady place closest to the sidelines and sat down to watch the game. This might be a good habit of his. He would always appreciate football games with a serious attitude, even if there was basically no technical content in such street football. But when he sat down to watch the game, he found out what was written on the simple scoreboard on the sidelines. 11 o'clock. Jorge Mendez really wanted to find someone to ask, is this a football game or a volleyball game? No matter how big the gap between the teams is, the score is a bit exaggerated. At least in such a game, there is a person who looks like a referee running. Even if it is street football, it is really difficult to score 11 goals in such a large field. Is this an adult team playing against elementary school students? Rubbing his eyes hard, Mendez was sure that he was not wrong. Now he has completely focused on the field. He wants to see clearly what the two teams are like. The two teams on the field were very easy to identify. One team was dressed neatly, from jerseys to protective gear. Not far from the field, there were several players who looked like substitutes, wearing the same jerseys. They even had several nice cars parked on the side of the field. Mendez could see that they were a group of children from wealthy families, who preferred to use such neat outfits to show off their professionalism. However, looking at their dusty appearance, Mendez knew that they were definitely the side that was behind in the score. These people formed a sharp contrast with the other side. The other team was much worse than these children from wealthy families in terms of clothing and height and physique. The messy jerseys were like an exhibition, with various colors intertwined. And they looked a few years younger than the other side, but Mendez could see that these children should play football together often. The cooperation and passing between them seemed very tacit. They could always peek into the opponent's loopholes in the passing and running, and the cooperation between 2 or 3 people could easily avoid the opponent's interception. The tacit cooperation between the ragtag army made those well-dressed rich kids look very embarrassed. They could only desperately chase their opponents, but they couldn't stop any attack. What attracted Mendez's attention the most was a little guy with black hair on the field. Not only because of his hair color and his agile dribbling movements on the field, but more because Mendez found that the boy was running on the field in a restaurant waiter's clothes, and the back of the clothes clearly wrote the takeaway phone number and special meals. This is also okay. Has the jersey advertisement begun to invade street football? Mendes looked at the black-haired boy speechlessly. Since he started watching the game on the sidelines, this boy has firmly attracted Mendes' attention. He is completely an engine in that ragtag army, and everyone is passing the ball around him. Look, that kid dribbled past another defender on the field, and then, in a very concealed manner, he used his heel to deftly knock the ball into the penalty area. Until the forward shot the ball into the net with a powerful kick, no one on the lagging team could react to what was happening. They could only watch their opponent run away from them. The score had been rewritten to 12 o'clock. When the black-haired kid turned and ran towards his teammates, Mendes suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the kid there before. My God! Mendes suddenly slapped his forehead. He finally understood where he had seen the kid before, the photo in the file in his hand. The black-haired kid was the one he was looking for. When he realized it, the kid who had just completed an assist began to control the football on the field and quickly advanced to the opponent's hinterland. The two midfielders of the opponent used fierce tackles to intercept and slide directly towards the black-haired kid in restaurant clothes. It can be seen that they have been teased by this kid and they have to stop this guy even if it is a foul or injury. These two people did not even consider that the bumpy field would rub their thighs. This defensive action with obvious revengeful tendencies made Mendes' heart rise all of a sudden. He didn't want the potential stock he just found to be wasted on the street football field. But soon his worry became unnecessary. At the moment when two people crossed the tackle, the black-haired kid knocked the ball with his left and right feet and shook directly from the middle of the two people, leaving only two idiots who tackled each other. Before the next defender rushed over, the black-haired kid had completed his pass. His mid-court pass once again penetrated the opponent's back line, leaving the opponent with only the score to 13-0. At this time, I'm afraid that despair can no longer describe their mood. The goal was not the end. The black-haired kid shook his fingers at the two idiots still lying on the ground, as if to tell them that they would be the ones who would be hurt in such a tackle. This kid was not a quiet figure on the court. There is a kind of person who seems to be like this, always becoming the target of others' attention. It seems that this kid is such a guy. Mendes swore that if he was a member of the lagging team, he would definitely apply to leave the field immediately, even if he was shot, he would do so. This is not like a game at all, more like a massacre, and the guy who directed all this seems to have gotten used to playing this way. Listening to the cheers of the dozen people on the sidelines, Mendes knew very well that this huge score difference was definitely created by the black-haired kid. It can be seen that this may not be the first time he has done this in this stadium. The old man Aurelio Pereira was really right. Even if this was a worthless street football game, Mendes knew what kind of person he was approaching. The little guy was definitely a diamond worth discovering. With his clever passing moves and penetrating passes, Mendes could even imagine how the little guy had played tricks on the defenders of Sporting Lisbon. This time was not in vain. At least when the black-haired kid used a beautiful escape to get rid of the two dangerous tacklers, Mendes felt that he was more attractive than any young player he had ever met. Maybe the light and clever movements had already made him a little intoxicated. It's just that the clothes are a bit weird. Is this a stunning encounter? Mendes was also patting his forehead and asking himself. New book, please vote, recommend, click, collect. The first chapter of 3 updates. New book, I hope everyone will find more faults, thank you for your support. The second and third updates will be sent at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. Chapter for the cunning little guy. 15:0, this is the final result of the game. Although Mendes only watched from the sidelines for less than half an hour, the black-haired kid has left a deep impression on him. Every time he got the ball, he seemed so calm. Even though the uneven field often made the football bounce irregularly, it failed to stop him from dribbling forward. He could always get rid of the defenders entangled around him with very clever technical moves. The little guy was not strong, but those who were much stronger than him could not easily knock him down. When the black-haired kid wanted to squeeze past you, it was difficult for anyone to stop him with their body. What surprised Mendes the most was probably the vision of the little guy on the court. Several timely mid-court passes accurately hit the opponent's weakest defensive area. If it weren't for the poor scoring ability of the miscellaneous forwards, the score might really become the score of a basketball game. It is not difficult to find a player with good skills in Portugal, but it is rare to meet an organizer with both skills and good vision. Although this was just a game on the street, Mendez could already feel that this little guy had an enviable talent. Children of this age are too focused on their own dribbling and do not have a good sense of teamwork, including Mendez's evaluation of Cristiano. They all focus too much on individual performances instead of making the team more like a whole. But this black-haired kid can grasp the opportunity to pass the ball well on the court. He knows how to use his skills to open the gap in the opponent's defense, but he does this not for performance, but to win the opponent. Although his passing is still a bit immature or sluggish at times, his keenness in finding loopholes in the opponent's defense has left an indelible impression on Mendez. The old man from Sporting Lisbon was right. When this kid was on the court, he was like a knife, so sharp that it made people feel a little cold. Under his leadership, the miscellaneous army was like a precision instrument, operating exactly as it was in the previous game. They crushed the opponent with great force, and the fatal pass appeared again and again from the feet of the black-haired kid. It can be seen that he is the absolute core of this ragtag army. Those little guys will run around him and support him. This black-haired kid is like a commander on the court, but he is a little short. According to Mendez, he is only about 1.7 meters tall. However, the potential he showed on the court made Mendez understand that he should never miss such a good opportunity. Maybe this little guy is still a little far from the requirements of a professional player, but this football talent has already moved Mendez. So after the game, he hurried up and stopped the black-haired little guy. He needs to have a good talk with this little guy. This may be a good opportunity to sign him. Jorge Mendez. Football agent. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his weird restaurant clothes, while looking at the business card handed to him by the man in a suit. He really didn't know where this guy came from. As soon as the game just ended, he couldn't wait to stand in front of him and handed over his business card. And he started to talk non-stop in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi really wanted to say to him, "Sir, we don't seem to know each other." Especially Mendez's rapid-fire Portuguese made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable. This uncle was really a bit nagging. And now Lin Yi really wanted to go back to the church to take a shower. The sticky feeling of sweat on his body was really uncomfortable. But the man in front of him seemed to have a lot to say. This made Lin Yi very helpless, but the guy's excessive enthusiasm could only make him listen patiently. All this was just for a basic courtesy, just like his mother had taught him. Yes, I am a professional football agent. My job is to help those who choose to play professional football to seek a guaranteed contract, or a bright future. Mendez tried his best to make himself look less excited, but the past 20 minutes of the game gave him too much sensory stimulation. He really wanted to sign an agency contract with the little guy in front of him. Mendez now looked at the little guy with the same look as if he were looking at a treasure. There was no way, this kid really looked like a natural diamond of excellent quality and uncut. Are you sent by Sporting Lisbon? Lin Yi really didn't know which serious football agent would come to this place to watch the game, and the guy in front of him looked like a bad guy with evil thoughts with his eyes shining. The only thing Lin Yi could think of now was that the training match in Lisbon would bring him such trouble. Including the phone call from Lisbon a few days ago, several groups of people had already found this place. The noses of professionals in the football circle are so sensitive. Lin Yi has seen that scouts and agents are sometimes basically equivalent to hounds. If Mendez knew what the little guy in front of him was thinking, he would definitely find a piece of tofu and hit himself to death. After all, he was considered a relatively decent-looking person in Portugal, but now he has become a dangerous person in the eyes of this little guy. But now Mendez doesn't have time to think about so many other things. He doesn't know what's going on between this little guy and Sporting Lisbon, but he can hear an unfriendly voice from this little guy's mouth. In addition, Aurelio Pereira had told him before that he regretted missing out on this little guy and Sporting Lisbon. Mendez felt very keenly that this little guy named Lin Yi didn't like Sporting Lisbon very much. So he quickly denied it. He didn't want this potential contract partner to have any misunderstandings. No, I do not represent any team. My task is to negotiate between the players and the team and strive for the best interests of each player. It can be said that I am the kind of person who is not welcomed by the team. Managers and presidents of those clubs hate meeting agents. While Mendez was explaining, he tried his best to lighten the atmosphere with a smile. He didn't know why, but he always felt like he was under pressure when facing this little guy. It was a bit crazy. He was even worse now than the first time. I was still nervous when doing player transactions. There are hundreds of thousands of people of my age playing football in Portugal. Sir, why did you choose me? Don't tell me it was a coincidence. I would rather believe that lightning struck me from the sky than this kind of fairy tale. This film there are almost no outsiders in the stadium, and you are a stranger to this small town. Lin Yi pursed his lips and looked at the man in front of him, hoping to get an answer. Mendes could clearly feel that the little guy in front of him was mature beyond his years. If it were another child, he might have begun to long for the beauty of the professional league, but he was asking himself why. I would also like to solemnly state that I am not from Sporting Lisbon, but I heard about you playing against them. There happened to be one of my contracted clients in that team, and he told me about you playing in Lisbon. In the game at the Puma Training Academy, I came here just to try and find a guy that their defenders thought was a devil. Mendes didn't hide anything, he wanted to use this. Communicate with the other party in a frank manner, even though the other party is just a child under the age of 15. I just watched your performance on the court. It was very exciting. You have a talent that makes others jealous. You have every chance to become an enviable professional player, and you will be a very famous one. My purpose here is very purely, I just want to bring you to a bigger stage. Mendes tried his best to restrain his words. He didn't want the conversation between the two people to turn into a compliment, which would make people look very insincere, although he really wanted to praise the little guy's performance on the court. The technology comes out. Lin Yi did not answer Mendes' words, but took out a handful of things from the pocket of his weird restaurant clothes and handed them to Mendes. What you just said has been said to me by many people. These are the business cards they left for me in the past 2 days. Everyone who comes here to see me tells me how wonderful the future is. Sir, I don't know if you have played professional football, but I just want to ask, are there really only flowers waiting for me? Are money and beauties already beckoning to me? Will I not suffer failure? Lin Yi's answer surprised Mendes, but the pile of business cards in his hand were not fake. Some of the names were even familiar to Mendes. It seems that he was not the only one who noticed the game this little guy played in Lisbon. Those guys with a keen sense of smell have their own news channels. He is no longer a pioneer. The actions of competitors made Mendes feel the pressure. The names of famous agents on those business cards irritated his eyes. As if to mock this novice's overestimation of his capabilities, the fortress that none of them had conquered would not collapse with his arrival. However, Mendes has a very good habit, that is, he will not give up on anything easily, and this time is no different. Mendes was able to start his own career in this industry not only because of his professionalism, but also because Mendes was very sincere in many cases. Holding these business cards, Mendes knew that he no longer needed to describe a bright future, because these people must have said too many such words and made too many promises for the future. At this moment, he could only tell the truth. Tell the truth. Yes, no one can guarantee that they will succeed. The competition in professional football is very cruel. It will always face failure. There are too many so-called geniuses who have been eliminated here. The football you play on the court will make me feel I'm excited, but I can't promise you a future because of this excitement. There will be too many surprises in football. I can't guarantee that you will succeed, or you may be a loser. No one can tell the future. Things. Now I can only provide you with some professional help, and I can't promise anything else. Mendes finally understood that he found him not because of luck, but because this dark-haired boy had rejected many people. All he can do now is to speak his mind. As for the outcome, he can only leave it to fate. Listening to what Mendes said, an unnoticed smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. He could even feel that the middle-aged man in front of him was a little discouraged. Maybe it was the names on the business cards that put a lot of pressure on him, but Lin Yi seemed satisfied to hear such words. You are the first guy who is so frank. You didn't brag about the future in front of me like they did. But aren't you afraid that this frankness will make you lose the chance to sign me? I really don't know whether you are too confident in yourself or too honest. In the past few days, too many people have called or come to me directly. They all described the beautiful future of professional football to me, but no one told me the result after failure. You are the first person to tell all this honestly. The business cards in your hand can be thrown away. I will keep yours. As for the future, I need to think about it. After thinking it over, I will call you. After Lin Yi finished speaking these words, he turned and left. He didn't even give Mendez a chance to respond. He held the business card between two fingers and shook it in the air with his back to Mendez. However, the most eye-catching thing in Mendez's eyes might be Lin Yi's restaurant waiter's clothes. It was not until the kid walked away from Mendez that the middle-aged uncle suddenly realized that from the beginning of their conversation, the initiative was not in his hands. He was completely passively following the kid's thinking. Is this kid really only 15 years old? It seems that this kid not only plays tricks on his opponents on the court, but he also often uses this seemingly cunning way to deal with his own affairs on the court. He is really a headache. Maybe now Mendez will find that his opponent is no longer those potential competitors, but this kid named Lin Yi. Mendez is not sure whether he will receive that call. At least the business card that was taken away left him with a hope. I hope God can make everything go smoothly. Looking at the church not far away, Mendez prayed in his heart, but he didn't know if it would work. Maybe this seemingly pious prayer can move God and help Mendez fulfill his wish. God bless, as for who to bless, ghosts know. That old guy has never done anything serious. I hope he can open his eyes this time. Please vote for my new book, please recommend it, please click on it, please collect it. Chapter 5 The Same Choice. After Lin Yi walked away from the court, all he wanted to do was to go back to the bathroom behind the church and take a hot bath. As for the considerations for the future that he had mentioned to Mendez, he had no time to think about it yet. In recent days, too many people have come to ask this question. Lin Yi did not expect that a match between youth teams could bring such a big change. It seems that the match really hurt Sporting Lisbon and reminded many people that there is a little guy in Setúbal that they have not discovered yet. Perhaps no one will miss such an opportunity. This was the first official game that Lin Yi played since he entered the Setúbal youth team, but it was such a game that made him the target of many scouts. Including the agent who was nagging on the sidelines just now, this is already the 10th person who came to the door. While letting the water wash over his body, Lin Yi thought about what that guy said. Do you really want to be a professional player? I don't know if that's a good idea, but I have to think about the future. I'm about to turn 15, and I can't stay in this church forever. Although the people here are very kind, I'm growing up day by day, and I'll have to leave here sooner or later. There are not many people older than me in the whole welfare house. Those families who often come here to adopt children have already excluded children of Lin Yi's age. Those children who can only cry are their favorites. Maybe the future waiting for Lin Yi now is that he must face this turbulent society alone after the age of 18, and whether he survives or dies depends entirely on his own luck. From the moment Lin Yi entered this welfare institution, he knew that the future path must be completely up to him, and no one can lend a hand to help him. From the day his mother passed away, he could no longer be treated like other children to be supported and moved forward. The road is under his feet. If he wants to live, he must bite the bullet and go on. It's easy to be born, it's easy to survive, but life is really not easy. So when Lin Yi found his first job in this small city, he started to support himself. Maybe this welfare institution can provide him with enough food, and a house that looks warm and can shelter him from the wind and rain, but there is no future here. It is not difficult to survive in Portugal, but if you want to live well, those children who struggle at the bottom of society generally have only two ways to go. Either choose to go to school, you just need to ensure that your grades are always excellent, and then get into a well-known university, maybe after graduation you can become a respected lawyer or an excellent doctor. Or those boys will choose another way, that is, to fight once on the football field. If they can stand out from hundreds of thousands of people, then a well-paid professional contract will be placed in front of them. That is a temptation that is difficult for anyone to resist. Lin Yi is no exception. The high cost of going to college makes him clearly feel that it will be very difficult for him to make money by working alone. The apprenticeship contract from the Setúbal youth team has become another choice for him. An apprenticeship contract cannot bring Lin Yi too much salary, not to mention that Setúbal, a team that often ranks at the bottom of the Portuguese Super League, can give even less. However, there is a relatively relaxed training time here, at least it can be regarded as a professional training level, which allows Lin Yi to play football here with peace of mind. A kid like Lin Yi, who is less than 15 years old, does not have to show up on the training ground on time every day, which gives Lin Yi too much freedom. After all, he still has to work to support himself. The coach of the Setúbal youth team even saw this kid play a complete training match in his team for the first time 3 months after Lin Yi joined. It was such a training match that made him feel like he had discovered a gold mine. It took only 3 months to be promoted directly to Serbital's U17. Lin Yi completed his triple jump from U15 to U17 at an extraordinary speed. It's just that because of the World Cup, the postponement of the Portuguese Youth League has not allowed him to bloom on the field, but the game with Sporting Lisbon has made his brilliance no longer covered up. The agents and scouts who have flocked in these 2 days have made Serbital very vigilant and ready to offer Lin Yi a new contract. They were also afraid that their precious players would be snatched away overnight. The coach of the youth team even regretted letting Lin Yi play against Sporting Lisbon. Compared with those Portuguese giants, their competitiveness was simply too small. But even after Lin Yi finished that exciting game, he never set his future goal on being a professional player. For him, football is just a job that can make money to support himself for the time being, not the whole of life. Maybe even Lin Yi himself didn't know that the old man who watched him play in the Puma Training Academy had left Sporting Lisbon. Only when he recalled that game could he remember the old man's surprised look on the sidelines at that time. That expression was really funny. 50,000 euros, in fact, this was not the condition offered by Spatial to Sporting Lisbon. This was Lin Yi's own choice. Only he knew the reason best. For the call from Sporting Lisbon, Lin Yi chose to give up. Maybe many people would think he is crazy. You know how many football players in Portugal dream of entering the Puma Training Academy, which is a paradise for realizing football dreams. Some people would openly give up such an opportunity. Maybe no one can understand such behavior. Too many people who are called great in the Portuguese football world have come out of here, but this kid who was favored by Sporting Lisbon has set up an obstacle for himself with money. I am afraid that only a madman can do such a thing. Only Lin Yi himself understands why, because Sporting Lisbon owes him. He is just using this way to remind those guys that he will use other ways to get back what should have belonged to him. It's a pity that those guys have long forgotten that there was such an orphan who was abandoned by them. Maybe even the old man can't remember that he once taught this child in the youth training camp. Lin Yi can hardly remember his life before the age of 10. The man who once gave him life has long become blurred in his mind. The guy who has only dealt with wine bottles since Lin Yi can remember, he came out of the Puma Training Academy in Lisbon. That man was once the football pride of the city of Lisbon. Even in the peak of his career, he and Futer were cheered by those crazy people. He won the league championship there, won the cup championship, and even entered the European Champions Cup. He was once admired by too many people. However, a serious injury completely ruined him. No team would take in a useless person. He was ruthlessly abandoned. The world of football is sometimes so cruel. He will not kindly accommodate any passerby. From the pride of the football world to a sloppy truck driver, I am afraid that no one can accept this blow, and that man is the same. That guy began to learn to drink and gamble, and Lin Yi was just a side product when he was drunk, because that man could not be responsible at all. He didn't even have the money to let his girlfriend go to the hospital to give birth. Durex bankruptcy is not a tragedy, but Durex breaking is a tragedy. Lin Yi once cursed God, why his birth was linked to a broken condom, but the fact is that he came to this world at the most inappropriate time. Don't expect a drunkard to take care of others. Except for this guy who was still sober, he would find a little happiness with Lin Yi on the football field. Lin Yi's memory may only be his drunken appearance. Mother may be the only person Lin Yi can rely on in this world. She is a gentle and beautiful Oriental woman. Maybe if she hadn't fallen in love with that man, she would have a warm home here. But the love that was once envied by others has changed. Since the man was injured, all the good things in the past have changed. If it weren't for Lin Yi, the little guy who came unexpectedly, maybe this beautiful woman would have chosen to leave, but the birth of this little guy disrupted everything. Mother's love may surpass everything in many cases. The unique tenacious character of Orientals made her raise Lin Yi alone. Everything about this little guy has nothing to do with that man. Lin Yi can have an Oriental name that looks very rare, and it is also because of her that Lin took her surname. That man rarely appeared in front of the mother and son after Lin Yi was 7 years old. He had completely immersed himself in bars and prostitutes' beds until Lin Yi and his mother heard one day that the man had lost the ability to take care of himself due to alcohol poisoning. Lin Yi didn't know why his mother chose to pick him up. Maybe she still loved the man in her heart. If it weren't for taking care of the man, maybe Lin Yi would still be living with his mother. But on the way to pick up the man and return to their residence, an accident made Lin Yi an orphan. A heavy fog and a car accident changed everything. Lin Yi never resented God, the old bastard. That guy just liked to play tricks on others like this, just like that very weird broken Durex. The old bastard seemed to have gotten used to making life full of variables, and then watching those poor people struggle in front of him. This is why although Lin Yi lives in the church, he never prays to the man on the cross. He knows that it's useless. Since that foggy day, Lin Yi has understood how to live. The guy nailed to the shelf can never really stand by your side to help you. You can only rely on yourself for everything. After the death of the guy who should be regarded as Lin Yi's father, Sporting Lisbon defaulted on the insurance money that could have been paid to Lin Yi. In fact, it was not much, only €10,000 in total, but they chose to ignore it so stingily. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, they even suspended Lin Yi's membership registration in Sporting Lisbon and the right to participate in the youth football training camp that he should have enjoyed. Lin Yi can no longer remember who made the decision, but he knows that the damn club owes him a lot. God is sometimes fair. 5 years later, when Sporting Lisbon needed help the most, Lin Yi slapped them in the face with 4 sharp assists on their territory. If you come out to mix, you will always have to pay back some things. Lin Yi learned to fight back with his own feet, and even made the godfather of the youth army of Sporting Lisbon leave this great club with a little regret. This loss may make Lisbon people suffer for a lifetime, all because of the damn €10,000. Some debts must be repaid, but the price is not something that everyone can bear. If he knew that the old man left the Puma training academy because of him, Lin Yi might feel a little guilty, but for Sporting Lisbon, he only felt happy after revenge, even if this revenge looked a little ridiculous in the eyes of others. Lying on his own bed, Lin Yi recalled these past events. He didn't know if his mother could see his current appearance and whether she would approve of the choice he was going to make now. "Mom, I don't know how you and that guy are doing in another world. If he still bullies you, remember to tell him to be careful. I will go up and beat him up in a few decades." Lin Yi looked at the necklace pendant hanging on his chest, which contained the only family photo. The photo looked a little old, and the 3 people on it also had their own expressions, but Lin Yi's eyes were always on his mother's smile. There was also the 5-year-old self, including a brand new football at his feet, which was the only gift that man had given him in his life. "You once said that I was too much like him. I don't know if it was because of this that I might have to follow his old path again. Being a professional player might be the only time I make the same choice as him. But don't worry, at least I won't indulge myself like him. I know what I should do. Wish me good luck, Mom." Lin Yi didn't know if this was a reincarnation. At least at the moment he made the decision, he remembered the joy of playing football with that man on the lawn one afternoon. The same choice does not necessarily have the same ending. Lin Yi knew that he would strangle the throat of those bad luck. Go to sleep, maybe this is not a bad decision. A professional agent? That might be someone who seems trustworthy. At least he seems very sincere at times. With uncertainty about the future, Lin Yi fell asleep. New book, please vote, recommend, click, and collect. Chapter 6: An Invitation from Benfica. After not receiving a call for more than 10 hours, although most of that time was at night, Mendes had begun to become a little desperate. Maybe the little guy had forgotten the business card he handed over. But the black-haired boy came just when he was about to give up. The boy appeared in front of him early in the morning. Lin Yi stood in front of Mendes with only a simple backpack. Looking at him, it was only at this moment that Mendes was finally relieved. "From today on, you are responsible for my future. I hope there will be no problem with our cooperation." Lin Yi's conversation was simple, straightforward, and even decisive beyond Mendes' expectations. He did not expect this little guy to be so quick. Answered himself, and he seemed to be ready for everything. "I will tell you with actions that you have not chosen the wrong partner. From today on, I will be responsible for your future. I will not let any customer down. This is a guarantee. I will do what I say, believe me." Mendes was a little surprised by the conclusion of the deal, which made him a little hesitant when speaking, as if he was afraid that the guy in front of him would suddenly run away, so he directly grabbed Lin Yi's hands and gave a serious assurance. "Uncle, can we talk if we have something to talk about? I am only a performer, not a prostitute. Hey, can you stop holding my hand like this? Don't you see that someone is already looking at us? Uncle, this is in a hotel at the door, I don't want to be watched. Hey, let go, don't hold my hands. Hey, what are you doing in broad daylight? Lin Yi looked at the guy in front of him grabbing his own hands. If you don't let go, he seems to feel a little dangerous. Isn't this guy gay? Help. The agency contract between Mendez and Lin Yi may have gone too fast. This was the easiest time Mendez has ever signed a player. The guy just signed his name directly after briefly looking at the contract. Mendez was not even asked about the details of the contract. Don't you think about going to a lawyer to consult about the contract? After all, this is a contract related to your future career. Isn't this too hasty? Mendez feels that everything is developing too fast. So fast that he was a little uncomfortable. You said that you are a professional agent. I think there should be no problem with the details. My interests are also your interests. You won't harm yourself, right? Besides, I don't have that much money to hire someone now. A lawyer helped me. What you said to me was honest enough. I choose to trust an honest person. If you really have a problem, it will only be my bad luck. Lin Yi's answer is simple. In fact, any kind of contract will have loopholes, especially contracts involving agents. There have been too many disputes. If you look into the problems here, you are looking for trouble. Instead of pursuing these issues, it is better to find someone you can trust. The uncle in front of me seems to be a fairly trustworthy person. Although he is also a businessman, at least he is sincere sometimes. Mendez may feel for the first time that the burden on his shoulders is a bit heavy, because there is a kind of trust involved. Signing Lin Yi is not the end of Mendez's mission, on the contrary, it is the beginning of his busy schedule. Now the players Mendez has on hand have their own homes, including the latest signing Chris, who has been successfully promoted to the Sporting Lisbon first team, but the little guy in front of him still doesn't have a good destination. Although Lin Yi had told Mendez that the Sabater team was ready to offer him a new apprenticeship contract, Mendez immediately rejected this possibility, which was completely impossible. Mendez knows very well what the Portuguese league is like. If you want to get ahead in this league, unless you are in a giant team like Porto, Sporting Lisbon, or Benfica, those international scouts will never notice you. The little guy in front of him is almost 15 years old. What he needs now is to show his strength on a higher platform. Yes, he still needs to be polished, but Mendez hopes that the place where he polishes him will not be the plug. A team like Batter. You'd better not expect to win any honors from such a low-level team. The Sabater team is indeed too weak. Even in the Portuguese Super League, it can only be the kind of person who avoids relegation every year. Team. A low-level team like Sabater will only linger at the bottom of the league. It even needs to worry about the funds for the team's operation. This is definitely not a good choice. Mendez knows very well that without a big stage to provide you with opportunities, even if you have talent, it is still a piece of shit. Even in youth leagues, if you work hard in teams like Benfica and Porto, you will have more opportunities to go out. If you don't want to stay in Portugal for the rest of your life, you have to show yourself on a better stage. Mendez believes that this little guy will definitely succeed, just like his beautiful passing on the court. This is probably Mendez's first trust your gut so much for once. Therefore, Mendez will not let Lin Yi sign Sabater's new contract. As this little guy's agent, Mendez needs to think about the future of this kid. Sabater is only in his career. And now they need to drive to their next destination. It is not difficult to solve the apprenticeship contract that is full of loopholes. Mendez is too familiar with such contracts. In his opinion, it is no different from a piece of waste paper and has no legal binding ability. Sabater's youth team coach may now be resenting why he let Lin Yi play in the game against Sporting Lisbon. That damn game cost him a possible chance to succeed. He understands what he missed. The contract was successfully resolved, but now Mendez is facing a big problem. He must find another club for Lin Yi to settle in within a short period of time. There is not much time left for him. Portugal's the youth league starts in less than a month. It is not an easy thing to bring a player who has never participated in an official game to the market in such a short period of time. Although Sporting Lisbon has already seen what this little guy is capable of, it was just an unrelated game. It was an important friendly match, and they even fell apart. Even if the teams that heard the news have smelled the potential value of this kid, no team will immediately rush to accept him. After all, not many people like to take such uncertain risks, and more people still choose to take him. Wait and see. Taking advantage of the fact that the league has not yet started to look for trial training opportunities, this may be the only good way Mendes can think of for Lin Yi now. He believes that this little guy's ability can impress anyone on the court, and he can use both feet in football. Persuading others on the field is always more effective than boasting. The pile of business cards left by the little guy yesterday actually played a big role at this time. The scouts who came to visit were not agents. Their job is to recruit young guys who can be developed into the team. As for who is lucky enough to sign him, there is no conflict of interest with them. Mendes' call aroused the interest of many people. The day after Mendes signed Lin Yi, there were already 3 or 4 invitation calls coming in, all looking for this little guy to try out. Mendes' estimate was not wrong. Everyone who knew this little guy and everyone who was involved in the performance of the competitive team wanted to personally verify the authenticity of the news. Maybe we are going to visit many teams. Are you ready? Mendes put down the phone and looked at the little guy in front of him and said. After all, this kid is only 15 years old now. This kind of experiment, the life of training, is sometimes a bit cruel because it is full of fierce competition. All my belongings are here. As for where to go next, it's up to you. If I hadn't thought about this, I wouldn't be here. Lin Yi pointed to the bag and said, in fact, he knew it very well. If he wants to break out in the professional player industry, he must face challenges again and again. He has understood this since he decided to leave the church. It doesn't matter, when he steps onto the football field, he will not be afraid of any opponent. It doesn't matter when the challenge will come. Using nimble feet to defeat opponents is Lin Yi's way of survival to win on the football field. Sporting Lisbon has probably been excluded by you, so our next stop will be Benfica. There is also a coach I know there. I hope God gives us good luck. The most important thing is the game where you defeated Lisbon. They must have heard about the competition in the same city. I hope they can be interested in you, and their invitation was also the first to be sent. Mendes opened the car door and signaled to Lin Yi that it was time for them to set off. Maybe this journey would be the starting point of this little guy's career as a professional player. He hoped that the God who heard his prayers could bring him and this little guy good luck. It's a good idea. I'm already looking forward to future local derbies. Lin Yi smiled and pursed his lips. You little guy have never considered the issue of failing the trial training. Mendes said to this confident little guy. If you don't consider winning, then why go to the competition? Right? Lin Yi's answer was simple. Very good self-confidence, I need you to maintain this state all the time. Mendes didn't say anything more, just gave this little guy a thumbs up. This is a confident boy, which is very important to Mendes. Say, it's a good thing. Benfica. It was indeed a good idea. Maybe it would be more exciting to kill Sporting Lisbon again in an official match. Lin Yi picked up the backpack in his hand and got into the car. At this moment, there was no anxiety in his heart, only a kind of expectation. This is Lin Yi's football journey, which will start from here. Please vote for the new book, recommend it, click on it, collect it. Chapter 7 Don't use your data to measure my football. Perhaps when Jorge Mendes decided to go to Benfica's training base, he did not consider things too simply. After all, it is one of the giant teams in Portugal. There are countless players who want to step through the door every day. There are too many talents gathered there. Moreover, the youth training systems of Benfica and Sporting Lisbon may be ranked among the best in Europe. Not only Portugal's own football talents will gather here, but also a large number of outstanding foreign talents. So Mendes has given Lin Yi a vaccination in advance. He has told Lin Yi that Benfica's threshold is not that easy. Even if there are friends he knows well here, it is impossible to give Lin Yi any care because of this personal relationship. Everything must be determined according to the results of the trial training. Mendes is actually not afraid of any accidents during the trial training. Even if Lin Yi fails here, he can accept it. He just didn't want this little guy to be burdened with heavy psychological pressure prematurely like those professional players. He believes that Lin Yi will be able to succeed, even if he is not in Benfica, he will be somewhere else. But first, he must learn how to adjust his psychology. Only by facing everything with ease can he perform at his best. But it's obvious that Mendez's worries are unnecessary. The little guy doesn't seem to take the trial training too seriously at all. As he said himself, he is not afraid of challenges. Even if this is Benfica, it doesn't matter. He will prove himself on the football field. Mendez now understands one thing. This kid has never been afraid of anyone. Otherwise, he would not have kicked the butts of those proud people at the home court in Lisbon. This is definitely a naturally brave person. A big guy probably doesn't have the word fear in his dictionary. The person who received Mendez was his old friend, and it was because of this personal relationship that he got in touch with Mendez in the first place. If Lin Yi wants to step into the threshold of Benfica, he must look at the guy in front of him for his future judgment. This is no different from gambling. Victory or failure depends on one move. Some people succeed and some people fail. Maybe there will be some personal connections between Mendez involved, but if you want to fully establish yourself here, you have to make the person in front of you understand that you are indeed qualified to stay here. A series of tedious tests are inevitable. Now these damn data have become the basis for too many people to judge whether a player has potential. Regardless of whether the person who operates all this understands football or not, he will tell you a lot. Pile of reasons to prove whether you can or cannot do it. When the selection of professional players begins to rely on instruments to determine the success or failure of many people, I really don't know if history is moving forward or backward. People are no longer the main factor that determines everything. Jorge, if you hadn't sent this little guy here in person, maybe I could have thought that this kid was a fake. Dozens of minutes later, the man came to Mend with a piece of paper filled with test results. In front of C, it can be seen from this guy's expression that he seems not satisfied with what is on paper, and is even a little disappointed. Edward, just tell me the result. You know who I am, and I will not easily fight an unprepared battle. The fact that I can call you proves that I have confidence in him. As for your share of things, I just want to know the results now. Mendez did not respond to this old friend's question, but just wanted to know the results of Lin Yi's test on the court as soon as possible. The speed of 100 meters is only 12.6 seconds. This speed is not outstanding among players. His lung capacity is slightly lower than that of a child of his age, but his endurance test is pretty good and he can fully support heavy exercise training. But this little guy didn't show the good ball feel you mentioned when dribbling the ball over the pole. He didn't do this routine better than others, and he even lagged behind. In these regular tests, the little genius you mentioned didn't seem to show anything special, or in other words, he seemed a bit mediocre. In addition, I felt a sense of jerkiness when he was doing many project tests, and he didn't seem to be interested in anything familiar. He doesn't seem to have received much formal training. The man whom Mendez called Edward said what was on the paper very straightforwardly. Although he did not say much, Mendez had already felt it from his attitude. It was obvious that this old friend of his I'm not very optimistic about Lin Yi's performance in basic tests. Jorge, if you and I are not friends, maybe it's time for me to say goodbye to you now. The little guy you brought, whether it is physical fitness or performance in completing basic test subjects, is in my data file. It's not even great, it's even a little bit bad. I heard 2 days ago that a black-haired boy gave Sporting Lisbon a hard lesson on their territory. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it was done by such a little guy. Perhaps the Lisbon people were too proud in that game, or the little guy was too lucky. At least from the data point of view, he may not be an outstanding professional player. Jorge, please forgive me for being direct, I just don't want you to waste too much time on him. Maybe he's a qualified player in a team like Sabater, but there's never a shortage of talent here. Jorge, look at the stadium not far away. There are at least dozens of little guys from all over Portugal. They have all been called geniuses, but they may not be able to stay here in the end. This is Benfica, this is heaven and hell. Listen to me, give up on that little guy. Maybe the game against Lisbon is just a legendary fairy tale. He's not like the Cristiano you signed at Sporting Lisbon. That kid was great, and even though he was at Sporting, I have to say that kid has the potential to be a great guy. But the black guy you're looking at right now, hair boy, it might just be a beautiful misunderstanding. What modern football needs most is these basic qualities. All techniques and tactics are based on this, so I think the trial training should end here. Jorge, I'm sorry, Benfica will not accept this little guy. Edward understood that his old friend had been looking for a new star of his own since the day he resigned and became a football agent. But as a friend, he hopes Mendez understands that not every choice he makes is the right one. At least the black-haired boy didn't show any special abilities that impressed him during the test. Edward believed in the judgment given by these data. Mendez did not respond to what Edward said. He would not doubt the data on that piece of paper. After all, this is Benfica's youth training base, and it is the only place in Portugal comparable to the Puma Sports Academy. The equipment here is professional enough, and Edward is a very experienced guy and a friend. So there will be no problems with those tests, the data is real, and there is no need to doubt it. Only at this moment did Mendez discover a serious problem. Lin Yi had only received formal training at Sabata for less than half a year. It was not as professional as Benfica. Most of the facilities and testing methods provided here were not available to Lin Yi. Contacted. Maybe the strangeness was the reason why his test results were so bad, but this reason would not play any role in front of Edward. Mendez valued Lin Yi more for the talent and potential he showed on the football field, but ignored his most basic things. Mendez knew that now he needed to communicate with Lin Yi. The little guy was still waiting for the final result, although the news was bad. Lin, maybe we should try our luck at the next club. After Mendez walked out of Edward's office, he said to Lin Yi in the calmest tone. He hoped that this little guy could understand what was going on here. The results are terrible. Then can you tell me where the difference is? From the beginning of the test, Lin Yi could feel that the man named Edward was not satisfied with the results. Until Mendez said these words, he already understood that he had not passed the test. He was rejected by Benfica, and he lost the chance to stay here in those tens of minutes of testing. This is a really bad result. It's hard for me to explain at the moment. It's a bit complicated. Lin, I believe in your ability, but their test data shows that you may not be a professional player suitable for here. But I won't be like that, I think you can find a team that suits you and maybe we can try somewhere else. It's not just Lisbon that has good clubs in Portugal, believe me. Mendez tried to downplay the matter as much as possible. It was impossible for him to relay Edward's original words to Lin Yi. He was afraid that this blow would destroy the little guy's confidence. After all, the results of that report were really bad. Although he fully believed that it was only because Lin Yi was not familiar with these tests, and what Lin Yi showed on the court was definitely not a beautiful illusion, Mendez still believed in his own vision. However, Lin Yi's next reaction was beyond Mendez's imagination. He didn't look very frustrated, and he didn't say much to Mendez. Instead, he bypassed him and pushed open the door of Edward's office. When Mendez reacted, the boy had already walked in and started a very direct conversation with Edward. Sir, I don't know what kind of advice the test report on your desk gave you, or whether based on your experience, you can tell that I shouldn't stay here any longer. I don't know if my performance is very bad, so bad that I didn't even have to participate in a training match. But it's best not to use a piece of paper to verify things on the football field. If possible, there is a lawn 100 meters away. I want to test whether I should be standing here, where I should be, not behind the desk. You don't just rely on a piece of paper to judge whether someone is qualified to play football. I will prove to you there that the piece of paper on your desk is useless. Lin Yi's words were crisp and clear, and he pointed to the training ground not far away. He can accept failure on the football field, but he cannot accept losing to a piece of paper when he has not played, so he is now challenging the data in Edward's hand. He can accept the fact that he will not play for Benfica, and he may not even ask to win a place here, but he does not want the guy in front of him who has never seen him play to easily decide his future with just a piece of paper. Little guy, there will be a practice match for the players on trial in the field outside. If you think it's a piece of waste paper, then I'll give you 20 minutes to prove yourself on the field. I'm a very fair person. If you think you can do it, then let your feet prove it. Edward looked at the little guy who challenged him with a little surprise. He admired the courage of this kid. He could give this kid a chance, which was also an explanation to Mendez, although he didn't think that the little guy would do any miracle on the field. 20 minutes. It's enough. I will prove to you that the thing is just a piece of waste paper. Its only function is to throw it into the shredder. Lin Yi needed such an opportunity. As long as he could stand on the field, he was fearless. Go get ready. Let me see your performance on the field later. Edward didn't care about what the little guy said just now. On the contrary, he was a little looking forward to it. After all, what the little guy did in the Puma Training Academy had spread throughout Lisbon. When Lin Yi turned around to change his shoes and clothes, Edward looked at Mendez and said with a smile, "The little guy you found is really stubborn. He doesn't seem to know what fear is." "Edward, thank you for giving him a chance to prove himself." Mendez knew that this old friend had made an exception. Those who did not pass the physical test would hardly have the opportunity to appear here. "Nothing, I hope your judgment is correct. If he has the potential you said, it's not bad news. At least I can have a player that Aurelio Pereira is thinking about. This is actually good, isn't it?" Edward looked at the little guy who changed his clothes outside the window and walked towards the court. If this little guy fails, it proves that there is nothing wrong with his vision. If he succeeds, then Benfica will also add an excellent backup. There is nothing wrong with this. In fact, the little guy's fierce look when he spoke just now is quite funny. Only 20 minutes, Lin Yi's future will rely entirely on his feet to win. Lin Yi bent down and tightened his shoelaces again. 20 minutes. Enough. Lin Yi believes he can do it. Seeking votes, recommendations, clicks, and collections for the new book. Chapter 8 Seeing is Believing. Benfica's youth training base may stage several such group confrontations every day. This is a good opportunity for those who are trying out to show themselves on the court. Especially for those who want to stay here, the result of each group confrontation may determine their future. The elimination on the football field is so cruel. Lin Yi also faced such a knockout match. In the temporary team he joined, almost all of them were outsiders. Everyone had to work hard to stay, because this was one of the few opportunities for them to get rid of their current living conditions. In this type of assessment, the general confrontation method is also very simple. The team that scores first in 20 minutes will be eligible to wait for the next challenger. The defeated person can only wait for the next opportunity or be eliminated directly. Whoever can win until the end will be the winner today. As for whether you can stay in Benfica, it depends on the coach's intention, but the winner will always win more opportunities, so this kind of game is basically a life-and-death war, and no one will hold back in the game. In order to stay in Benfica, these people must rely on their desperate performance in the game to win the attention of the coach. So at this time, few people will pay attention to the damn teamwork, let alone expect someone to pass the ball to you and create opportunities. Almost every striker is using the only opportunity to show how perfect his personal skills are. When they can pass two people, they will definitely not pass only one. In Portugal, only those with good personal skills can have a chance to stand out. Not to mention how paranoid these strikers are in their individualism, even the defenders will not stay in their positions. The fullbacks will almost seize every opportunity and launch crazy attacks from the wing, as if everyone is a copy of Roberto Carlos. Those central defenders who have to stay in place are also seizing every opportunity to show themselves. They use fierce shovels to create danger for those strikers in order to defend their own defensive area. Midfielders may be the most embarrassed at this time. Except for the goalkeeper who will leave the midfielders with a chance to touch the ball when the goal kick is opened, the rest of the time they can only make futile runs between the two penalty areas, and they don't even have a chance to touch the ball. Lin Yi ran in vain in the first 5 minutes of the game, without any chance to connect with the ball. The football always went beyond the midfield and hit the penalty area directly. Many midfielders began to press forward in a big way, wanting to try their luck in the penalty area, but Lin Yi was the only one who hadn't moved. Mendez, who was standing on the sidelines, was probably more anxious than anyone else at this moment. After all, Edward only gave Lin Yi 20 minutes. This might be Lin Yi's last chance at Benfica. If he failed, they could only walk away from here in disgrace, and there would be absolutely no excuses at that time. But the situation on the field now seemed not optimistic for Lin Yi. Mendez didn't even feel that Lin Yi was involved in the game. The little guy seemed to have been out of the game all the time, and had nothing to do with the fierce confrontation on the field. "Old friend, your little guy seems to have encountered some troubles," Edward said to Mendez. He had seen too many such scenes, so he really wanted to see how the little guy who had just slammed the table and glared at him in the office would deal with it. In such a stadium, no one will take care of you as a protagonist, even in the professional league. Opportunities are fought for by yourself. If you want to prove that you can do it, then go and prove it on the field. Edward hopes that he can see what this little guy does. Mendes is anxious, but Lin Yi himself does not feel this way. He has been playing football on the street for several years, and he has long been accustomed to such scenes. In street games, no one will pass the ball to a stranger casually. All opportunities must be grabbed. Lin Yi did not move. He was not wasting time on the field. He was just waiting for opportunities. He also observed in this waiting, observing the position of each teammate. Although these people are now only thinking about how to show themselves, Lin Yi knows what he should do. The fewer people in the midfield, the greater the chance for Lin Yi to receive the ball. He does not need too many, just one time is enough. Lin Yi is not the kind of person who has to take the ball to handle everything by himself. What he needs is a space where he can calmly control the football and a chance to kick. When Edward started to look at the watch to calculate the time for this game, the black-haired boy who was almost ignored by him moved. When the defender of Lin Yi's team intercepted the opponent's forward's breakthrough, he directly poked the ball out. Lin Yi, who was wandering in the midfield, immediately controlled the ball that rolled to his feet. Facing a sufficiently open midfield, he immediately broke forward. Before the opponent's midfield had time to intercept him, Lin Yi had already quickly passed the defense of two people. At the moment when Lin Yi started with the ball, Edward, who was standing on the sidelines, realized that he had made a big mistake. He only paid attention to Lin Yi's performance in the 100-meter test, but did not test how fast this little guy could run with the ball. Others running without the ball is far faster than running with the ball, but the black-haired boy seems to be unaffected by the ball on his feet. His straight-line breakthrough speed just now is as if he is testing the 100-meter, and it is not slowed down at all because of the ball under his feet. This kid. Edward could only use this method to cover up the embarrassment of his misjudgment, but there was no chance for the game on the field to stop. While Lin Yi was embarrassingly covering up his mistake, he had already dribbled the ball through the midfield. The empty midfield gave Lin Yi the opportunity to calmly press forward. When the opponent's back midfielder rushed over, Lin Yi used his foot to pull the ball directly past, without giving the opponent a chance to pull him. The continuous passing action made Edward open his mouth wide on the sidelines. However, the next scene made Edward understand why Mendes cared so much about this kid, because he finally saw the knife-like pass. After Lin Yi shook off the back midfielder who rushed over, he faced two central defenders directly. The two fierce and very strong guys wanted to stop Lin Yi directly outside the penalty area. The defensive actions of the two guys could no longer be described as fierce, but simply murder. However, Lin Yi had already made his own response the moment the two guys rushed over. While his whole body was still rushing forward and accelerating, his toes had already poked the ball out. He found a narrow gap between the two central defenders, and the football slid out tightly along the grass. The force was just enough to penetrate the opponent's defense, but the opponent's goalkeeper couldn't run out to catch the ball. The striker of Lin Yi's team would not waste such an opportunity. He volleyed the ball directly into the opponent's goal. Fortunately, the boy did not forget who passed the ball to him. This was the first time that Lin Yi enjoyed a hug full of goodwill in this game. Edward saw it all clearly on the sidelines. The striker's shot was no longer within his consideration. Anyone could easily score that kind of ball. But now he understands that the young team of Sporting Lisbon was penetrated by such a pass 4 times. Always pay attention to the running position of teammates on the field, choose the angle and strength of the pass just right, and the most important thing is his vision and calmness on the field. From the moment the boy took the ball and pressed forward, he knew what he should do. This organizational ability on the field has made Edward realize that his judgment has been wrong more than once. Lin Yi's pass was like a slap directly on Edward's face, crisp, loud, and without leaving face. However, Lin Yi didn't seem to let Edward go. He deliberately ran to the position closest to the sidelines and kept pointing his fingers at his eyes. Eduardo didn't need to think about the meaning. The boy was telling Edward to use his eyes to see clearly whether I was the waste written on the torn paper. There is a saying in the East that seeing is believing. He seems to be reminding you of this. Mendes squeezed his old friend at the right time. Mendes likes Lin Yi to express his emotions in this way, simple, direct, and effective. Except for being a little arrogant, there is nothing wrong with it. Edward could only smile awkwardly to cover up, and he could only mutter in his heart. Sooner or later, you kid will fall into my hands. New book request votes, recommendations, clicks, collections. Chapter 9 The First Contract. With 2 assists in 20 minutes, Lin Yi's team won the game 2 o'clock. Lin Yi passed the ball a total of 14 times in the game, with a success rate of nearly 80%. Edward found that this little guy had a convincing strength. In such a confrontation, he could also win the trust of his teammates. There were only 20 minutes, and at the last moment, almost everyone would choose to pass the ball to Lin Yi at the first opportunity and let him organize and distribute the ball. And Lin Yi grasps the movement of his teammates very accurately on the field. He is not the kind of blind dribbling forward. He will look for loopholes in his opponents during the movement. Every pass he makes has a strong purpose. As long as the ball passes from his feet, it will put pressure on the opponent. This kind of field data is the most convincing. As for those ordinary tests, let it go to hell. Those who won the game with Lin Yi cheered for the victory, while Mendez was shaking his fist for this kid's success. This is probably not only Lin Yi's victory over his own future, but also a victory for Mendez, who firmly believes in his intuition. That kid is a diamond. Little guy, you won the game and also earned yourself the opportunity to stay. As for the piece of waste paper on the table, its final destination will be as you wish, in the shredder. I'm sorry for my mistake. Apologize for your judgment. You proved yourself with your outstanding performance on the court. Although Edward is not a guy who is used to bowing his head and admitting his mistakes to others, this time he did not be stingy with his compliments, nor did he avoid his mistakes. Compared with leaving behind a little guy with great talent, these are nothing. When Lin Yi walked off the field, he took the initiative to extend his hand to show respect for the little guy, and Lin Yi also chose to respond to Edward in the same way. The unpleasantness in the office no longer mattered. Lin Yi didn't say anything about this result. He had already responded with practical actions on the court. There is no need to argue with this uncle now. Speaking with facts is more effective than all your guarantees. The game has proven everything. The score of 2 o'clock already showed that he had won. Lin Yi no longer needed to say anything. He just shook hands with Edward and shrugged at Mendez, saying that everything was over and he didn't care. Mendez just smiled and gave the little guy a thumbs up. In his eyes, this was a beautiful game, at least for Lin Yi. What others have said may irritate Lin Yi's self-esteem, but he has always adhered to a principle. Since you said I can't do it on the sidelines, then fine, no problem, I will prove everything directly on the court with actions. Then he will use facts to demonstrate to the guy who questions him, and even provoke him. This is the way of survival that Lin Yi learned in the orphanage, where life was very simple. Either you use your fists to resolve disputes, or you bend over and let others take advantage of you. It's the same as playing against someone else on the football field. Either you win or you become a loser. Lin Yi was not used to groveling to anyone, so he wanted to prove the other person wrong in this way. He has his own stubbornness and persistence. Even if he is beaten to the ground, he will fight for his life and give his opponent a few hard blows. He will not be disrespectful in return. This is an old Chinese saying taught by his mother. Your trial training is over. Your performance on the field is already good enough. The following trial training is exempted. I have seen everything I need to see. I can immediately give you a short-term contract with the Benfica youth team. As for what will happen in the future, it depends on your luck. One training match still can't represent everything. If you want to become a professional player, this is just the beginning. You still need more training and games. Your foundation is still a bit weak, and you may have to put in a lot of effort. Hope you stick with it and good luck, little guy. Finally, I would like to welcome you to Benfica and become a member of this great club. I hope you can succeed from here. Thank you, I think I can do it, just like today. Lin Yi's answer is always so simple and straightforward. He believes that he has the ability to stand here. He will never give up halfway on what Lin Yi has decided. Edward is very satisfied with Lin Yi's attitude. A qualified midfield commander must have strong self-confidence, and this little guy has this temperament. This may be the first time that Edward has made a decision to sign someone so quickly, because he knows very well what kind of potential the little guy in front of him contains, and Edward does not want to miss an opportunity that can make him successful. Benfica's youth training base will never let go of such a little guy easily. The Lisbon duo, who are famous for cultivating their own stars, are so eager for young talents, because they not only represent hope, but also represent the future of the team. Wealth. And as the main person in charge of Benfica's youth training, Edward also knows very well the value of the potential Lin Yi is showing now. For a person who can be cultivated, Edward will never be stingy in devoting his efforts. Signing Lin Yi is just his first step. After only half a year of training at Sabater, this little guy has already performed so well on the court. Then Lin Yi, who has been forged by Benfica's youth training system, may become a headache for all opponents. Midfield commander. Jorge, I'm glad I was the first person to invite you. From now on, I won't doubt your eyes on people. This kid is a perfect diamond, and I hope he can be polished to shine more here. Edward said to Mendes in a tone of almost assurance. It's not that my vision is so unique. First of all, this kid must have this ability. The rest of the work may have to be entrusted to you as a coach. My task as an agent has come to an end. If he can become a qualified professional player, I will reflect my value. So, I'll leave this kid to you, and I hope he can embark on the road of a professional player from here. After successfully settling Lin Yi's future, Mendes may need to quietly wait for these little guys to prove themselves in their respective teams. Cristiano has become a semi-professional player, so now it depends on how Lin Yi, this kid, will go in the future. Success or not depends on this kid himself. Lin Yi, this little guy has talent, but only after going through the best polishing factory can he shine. I hope everything goes well for this little guy here. The future of this little guy will start from Benfica. The apprenticeship contract of Benfica is written by Lin Yi, who is still a little immature. Mendes and he both hope that this is a good start. New book, please vote, recommend, click, and collect. Chapter 10. A weird guy. Mendes can't be with these players every day. After he handles Lin Yi's affairs at Benfica, he must leave. At least for now, this little guy can't bring him any economic benefits. He still has to rely on transfers. Test the waters in the market to support yourself. However, Lin Yi and Cristiano are two important signings for young people. Mendes hopes that this is a good start. He has a premonition that these two little guys will definitely make waves in the Portuguese football circle. What awaits Lin Yi is a brand new environment, which is much more professional than Sabater's. Various physical examinations have been carried out several times before he signed the contract. And when he settled in the youth team's dormitory, he was faced with a bunch of training plans. There are a lot of things you need to strengthen. I don't deny your inspiration on the court, but it's not enough. If you want to be a professional player, you have to do a lot of things. These plans are based on your physical condition. It will help you compete better. Edward pointed at the pile of training plans in Lin Yi's hand and explained to the black-haired little guy seriously that he was ready to forge this uncut diamond himself until it started to shine. Looking at the dense training plan, Lin Yi wondered for a moment whether the guy in front of him was retaliating against him. 5,000 meters, return run, endurance training, aerobic training, ball training. The various projects have exceeded Lin Yi's knowledge of football. These trainings are not all every day, because they must be completed independently after regular training time. Are you sure I can crawl back to the dormitory alive after doing this? Lin Yi asked Edward, shaking the forms in his hand. Yes, your endurance test data is very good. It has shown that you can withstand training within this intensity range. At least you will crawl back to bed alive. I assure you, there should be no problem with this. Edward answered with certainty. There should be no problem. Lin Yi found that there seemed to be a lot of room for maneuver in this statement, so it should be. Does that mean that he might die from exhaustion on the training ground? Don't worry, we have a dedicated doctor. It won't happen if you die on the field from exhaustion. Don't worry. Edward seemed to know what Lin Yi was thinking, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry. Is this a concentration camp or a training camp? Lin Yi felt a twitching desire at the corner of his mouth. Oh, by the way, this is just your initial training plan, and you will gradually increase the amount in the future. Edward's words had already made Lin Yi ready to die on the bed. He now firmly believed that this guy was seeking revenge for his personal revenge. But lamenting couldn't help Lin Yi. He had to get up early in the morning every day for brutal training, when more people were still asleep. When he completed these numerous trainings, the stars were already hanging in the sky. According to the dormitory administrator, this little guy ran out like a living donkey every morning and crawled back like a dead dog at night. Lin Yi was not training alone there. He had to start running desperately amidst Edward's loud roar. Otherwise, he would have to accept that stormy roar. Lin Yi had mentally cursed Edward more than once. That grandson was really nothing. Edward knew the value of this boy, but this little guy was now 15 years old, and his time for formal training was too short. Without intensive basic training, perhaps this little guy's football talent will be wasted here. The only good news is that this little guy has very good endurance, and he can withstand such an intense training. However, Edward is not a slave owner. He takes health reports about Lin Yi's physical condition from the team doctor almost every day. He does not want to ruin a possible genius one day because of his training plan, nor does he want to Mendes came to settle a score with him. If such intense training was done at Sabater, Lin Yi might have to lie on a stretcher for rescue. You have to admire Benfica's youth training system. It has a complete system, with dedicated personnel for daily nutritional meals and post-training recovery. Take responsibility, Lin Yi doesn't need to worry about anything. In addition to the boring basic training that made Lin Yi feel like dying, Lin Yi's performance in regular training, especially in group confrontations, convinced Edward that he had made the right choice. That kid can quickly find his position on the court no matter what kind of game environment he is in. Lin Yi's accurate timing of passing the ball allows many teammates to trust him with the ball. This little guy has a natural leadership ability. Very few people at his age can be so stable on the court. Edward felt this way every time he watched Lin Yi play on the court. That kid didn't know how to do it at all. Like a boy who is only 15 years old. Especially with his commanding temperament on the court, he always creates fatal scoring opportunities for forwards with passing passes again and again. This little guy wins respect in the team in this way. A commander who selflessly serves others on the court will always win the trust of others. In just 2 months, Lin Yi created a record of his own in Benfica. It only took him 2 months to advance directly from U16 to the U18 reserve team, and every promotion was convincing. This black-haired kid has become a topic of discussion at the Benfica youth training base. Everyone is talking about the magic of this mixed-race kid. All those who have seen Lin Yi play on the field say that this guy who just celebrated his 15th birthday is just too much like the former symbol of the Benfica midfield. Yes, that guy named Rui Costa. Their passing methods on the field are so sharp, and they use the pass to penetrate everything without others noticing. Then they watch the final shooting performance on the side. The whole situation is always under their control. The calmness on the field is their common symbol. Even their postures of dribbling on the field are so similar, always looking up and observing the situation on the field. Their heads seem to be running fast all the time, calculating the possible loopholes in the opponent's defensive position, and then using their own deadly kick to penetrate it. The only difference may be that the black-haired kid is more exposed. Every time he penetrates the opponent's defense, he will wave his fist vigorously. Rui Costa may be more restrained on the field. Even a beautiful goal and a perfect assist will not make him celebrate too wildly. But Edward likes this little guy. What's wrong with a young man being a little arrogant? Do you have to make a child lifeless? As long as you can be a great guy on the field, it doesn't matter what you have done. The winner always has the right to speak on the field. What is the most abundant in Portugal's football field? This answer has been determined since Feuder's era. Whether it is Sporting Lisbon or Benfica, even those unknown teams, the most abundant are only wingers. In Europe, Portugal is the birthplace of excellent wingers. The last guy who could stand in the midfield and command was Rui Costa in the golden generation. When this master of art began to move towards the end of his career, no one could stand on the field and say that he was the most qualified commander of the Portuguese team. Yes, Figo is the World Footballer of the Year, he is a great guy. But he has never been a qualified dispatcher. He is more like a Terminator, even if he has played the position of front midfielder. What Edward, a native Portuguese, cannot tolerate most is that Portugal is now almost degenerated to the point where it needs to find foreign players to serve as the core of the midfield. The Brazilian from Porto recently asked to join the Portuguese nationality. The bigwigs of the Football Association seem to be really considering this issue. Damn it! Does Portugal no longer have a commander who can stand in the midfield? The Portuguese who once swept the world with the golden generation have now fallen to the point of hiring foreign players. The guy who couldn't even enter the substitute lineup in the Brazilian team now has to occupy the position that should belong to the Portuguese. This damn mercenary. At least people like Edward who have been rooted in the youth training camp for a long time will not have such an idea. They are more recognized for the players they bring out. They think they can cultivate qualified commanders, just like the golden generation in the past. They are always looking for those little guys who can become talents. But who knows if the damn winger tradition has caused the soil of Portuguese football to deteriorate. They can always dig out one crazy winger after another, but they can't find a flag bearer who belongs to the core position of the midfield. But now Edward can say that he has found that the little guy who is tearing the opponent's defense with his feet on the field is a qualified blank. If possible, Edward wants all Portuguese people to know the name of this kid. Benfica will produce another Rui Costa. But now Aurelio Pereira, the old man who discovered Lin Yi's value, what kind of expression would he have if he heard that the little guy joined Benfica, the mortal enemy of the athletic team? Maybe he would scold the management of the athletic team at home. Just because of €50,000, they lost a talented midfielder and lost more future. Every time Edward watched Lin Yi's game on the sidelines, he would put on a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. The progress of the little guy was astonishing. Now Edward is also glad that he gave the kid a 20-minute opportunity, otherwise, he would miss a talent. But his smile is not a good thing in Lin Yi's eyes. Every time he sees Edward's lustful smile, Lin Yi will worry about the training content the next morning. Because in the past 2 months, every time Edward put on a smile, Lin Yi would be trained harder. That guy seemed to be addicted to watching Lin Yi train every day, although Edward didn't know that Lin Yi had scolded him tens of thousands of times in his mind. However, Lin Yi's progress in the past 2 months of training was obvious. Edward knew what this little guy lacked the most, and his training plan was almost all aimed at Lin Yi's weak links. This kid is very good, but Lin Yi, who has not received systematic training, always reveals some habits developed from playing football on the street at certain times. For example, those small movements that often appear when fighting, and some subconscious movements when intercepting, these problems have not changed much under Edward's correction, as if they have become the habit of this kid. After all, Lin Yi is still not like the kind of player who has been trained since childhood. Lin Yi relies more on a natural sensitivity when playing football, which is a spiritual performance on the football field. He can always capture small changes that others can't notice on the field and make good use of them. This ability cannot be mastered by training. Edward can only say that this kid was born for football. In the end, Edward was too lazy to remind this kid. As long as he doesn't make big mistakes, those minor problems should be ignored as much as possible. Even guys like Maradona have a lot of bad habits, let alone this little guy. There are no perfect angels on the football field. Every day, the Benfica youth training base is filled with fierce confrontations. In order to be promoted to the first team, everyone is working hard, and Lin Yi is no exception. The Portuguese Super League has kicked off when they were sweating profusely, but Benfica's luck in the league is not good. They encountered a black start at the beginning of the league. The 2 consecutive defeats made them have to be a chaser at the beginning of the league. Such results not only failed to satisfy the fans of Benfica, but even the president of the team, Azevedo, began to publicly express his dissatisfaction with the team's performance. Such public criticism undoubtedly put pressure on the head coach of the first team. The German Hinks has begun to understand that his situation is no longer as relaxed as when he signed the contract. If the team's performance has not improved, the only outcome waiting for him is to leave. To explain, Hinks was fired in August and September 2000. The book pushed the real time back by 2 years, mainly for the convenience of the story. It's not that I'm confused. I hope I don't catch this mistake. The time in the book will be slightly adjusted according to the needs of the story, and there will be a little difference with the real time, but it is limited to this short time in Portugal. Thank you for your understanding. In the Portuguese league, Benfica cannot accept the 2nd or 3rd place. When there are only 3 strong teams in the league, Benfica, Porto and Sporting Lisbon, the championship is the only benchmark to prove their strength. Benfica can only accept the title of champion. It's not that Benfica lacks patience, nor is it that Azevedo is taking advantage of the situation. It's just that Hinks lost the game that he shouldn't have lost. What Benfica supporters can't tolerate the most is that Hinks lost the derby in the same city. Benfica was beaten 3 o'clock by the opponent in the Alvalade Stadium, the home of Sporting Lisbon. This is regarded as a great shame by all Benfica supporters. In this kind of confrontation between city rivals, as long as you lose, you will always be used as a handle by the opponent to humiliate you. Maybe Hank's luck is too bad. The team's main offensive players are resting due to various injuries, especially Semedo's absence due to injury, which directly affects the team's tactical changes in offense. The Germans have too few people to use, but he still needs to take responsibility for this unfortunate thing. But no one will pity his experience at this time. Things like everyone pushing down the wall will happen in any corner of the earth. When the Portuguese league entered the 7th round, after Benfica also suffered a disastrous defeat against Porto, German Hinks finally exhausted Azevedo's patience. Benfica could no longer accept continued failure. The top figure of Benfica finally announced to the public that Hinks' coaching was completely terminated. The two sides had reached an agreement on the issues after the termination of the contract. The German's career in Benfica was finally over, and no one even missed the poor German old man. However, Benfica's next head coach was a bit unexpected. He was not a well-known guy. He was an assistant coach who had just returned from Spain. It was said that this guy was directly appointed by Azevedo despite all objections, although his contract was only for a short season. That guy is crazy. Even the local newspapers in Lisbon have begun to describe Azevedo's approach in this way. No one thought that an assistant coach who rolled back from Spain could lead Benfica out of the trough. Even Azevedo himself said privately that this was a gamble. The media who were cursing Hinks just now have now turned their guns on Azevedo. They think that the club is looking for a scapegoat to help them face the failure they may face. The assistant coach is just a scapegoat. And that guy stood up everyone on the first day he took over the team. He didn't even show up at the first team's training ground. No one knows where he went, and even the club officials don't know what he did. This is really an impolite guy. I'm afraid that at this moment, everyone will think so in their hearts. At least in their eyes, the new head coach is a reckless guy who doesn't even know basic gentlemanly etiquette. Lin Yi was also muttering this sentence in his heart at this time. He was doing his daily routine extra training at the Benfica U18 training ground. Today, Edwards seemed to be going to the first team to participate in some kind of hellish event, so there was finally one less loud roar on the sidelines. But Lin Yi didn't feel relieved, because an hour ago, there was a guy like an uncle standing on the sidelines watching him train. Are there really such boring people in this world? Lin Yi muttered to himself as he continued his training. And the uncle-like guy still stood there motionless, watching Lin Yi running on the field, and seemed to have no intention of leaving. Lin Yi didn't know how long that guy would watch here. Although it was really awkward to be stared at by an old man with a perspective-like gaze for an hour, he could only choose to ignore it as much as possible. At this time, all the reporters who came to Benfica for an interview might have remembered the name of the person who stood them up. José Mario dos Santos Marinho Felix. An impolite guy. Benfica was undergoing such a drastic change, but Lin Yi was at a loss for all this. No one knew whether he would be involved. Maybe only God, that old bastard, knew. Finally, I would like to explain that Marinho coached Benfica from September to December 2000. I changed it for the sake of the story. I hope that the author doesn't mind this time. Thank you. The performance of the new book is not ideal. Please support me. Please vote. Please click Please collect it. Chapter 11 First Team. José Mourinho, a name that many Benfica fans are unfamiliar with. No one knows where this guy came from. Even those who are familiar with Portuguese history can only vaguely remember that this guy's family was once very famous in Portugal. But that was only because this family had a good personal relationship with the great Portuguese dictator Salazar. However, that was half a century ago. How many people still remember this now, not to mention that it has nothing to do with football. The only connection between this guy named José Mourinho and football is that his father was once the national goalkeeper of Portugal, and he was quite famous. In addition, he was once a well-known coach in the Portuguese Super League and led many teams, but this has nothing to do with Mourinho. Those reporters once investigated this strange guy. He used to play professional football, but almost no one knew what he had done on the football field. It is impossible for anyone to remember a guy who couldn't even get into the first team. As for José Mourinho's coaching experience, it was only a few years in Spain. He didn't even coach a game in Portugal, so everything here was completely unfamiliar to him and others. And José Mourinho spent more time as a football translator in Barcelona, Spain. His task was to help the head coach communicate with the players. What people praised him for was probably his language talent. Even if he had been an assistant coach in Barcelona, he had only worked there for a short time. A month ago, he had resigned there, or he was abandoned by Barcelona because he didn't get along well with the head coach of Barcelona, so he was unemployed. Such a guy is now going to come to Benfica to be the head coach, and it is at the most difficult time for Benfica. Now everyone is wondering whether this guy has some kind of ulterior motive with Azevedo, so he has this opportunity. However, no matter what, the fans who support Benfica now have to accept the fact that Benfica's current head coach has been replaced by this unknown guy, who has never been the head coach for even a day. Whether these fans are willing to accept this fact or not, it cannot be changed. This assistant coach who came back from Spain has become the only savior that Benfica can count on now. Savior? This can only be the self-consolation of those optimists, at least those media reporters will not think so. Some people still remember that when a Portuguese reporter went to Barcelona for an interview a few months ago, he heard this ignorant guy criticizing the current Portuguese football league there. Now these media reporters obviously will not let this guy go, who made him publicly release dozens of people on the first day of his appointment. In the history of Benfica, no guy dared to treat those uncrowned kings like this. Not only the fans are not optimistic about this novice, including those reporters and some officials of the club, they are not optimistic about this guy who is only in his 30s. In the coaching business, on-the-spot command experience and good football connections are sometimes very important. But this guy who has only been an assistant coach in Barcelona obviously does not have these conditions. He is so green and pitiful in the position of coach, and you can even call him a novice. Now the only thing Mourinho can be proud of is his age, because he is destined to be the youngest local coach in Portugal, but Benfica fans are not willing to see this at all. They even want the German who was driven away to come back. At least the old guy is much more famous in the football circle than this guy named Mourinho. It is no wonder that those angry fans pointed at Azevedo's nose and scolded him in public when Benfica was handed over to a novice. They believe that this deal is pushing Benfica to the road of destruction, so they want to vent their dissatisfaction. That guy will definitely ruin Benfica. He and Azevedo will both be murderers. I don't know how many people are roaring like this, although they don't know what kind of abyss José Mourinho can lead Benfica to. Doubt, strong distrust, this is everyone's attitude towards Benfica's coaching change this time. They don't believe that guy can lead Benfica out of the quagmire at all. He may only make Benfica worse and worse. And this guy's first game as coach has proved this. José Mourinho's first game came 3 days after he took office. Boavista scored the only goal of the game in just 60 seconds. This rookie's first performance can be said to be a complete failure. Boavista only had one threatening shot in the whole game, but this shot went in 1 minute after the start, and then the whole Benfica began to charge aimlessly, committing fouls with an unbalanced mentality. By the end of the game, they had been sent off and received 5 yellow cards. This was a complete failure for Benfica. Although Boavista was the Portuguese league champion, the team's main players were almost sold out. Even so, Benfica still lost, and the loss was shameful enough. After the game, all the reporters pointed the microphone at this guy named Mourinho. They were all waiting to hear what this guy would say. Everyone was guessing what kind of high-sounding excuse he would find to cover up such a failure. However, this guy's opening remarks made everyone dumbfounded. Mourinho did not make any comments on the process of the game at all. The failure to win the game was the responsibility of the head coach. He seemed to have no intention of making excuses and put all the responsibility on himself. The press conference after the game was very simple, because Mourinho only said 2 sentences. The first sentence was that he was responsible for losing the game because he did not arrange the position for the free kick defense. The second sentence was that he would adjust the current Benfica team lineup and would draw players from the youth training base and the second team to supplement. Then this guy just patted his butt and left, not even leaving reporters a chance to ask questions. What happened here just now? I'm afraid no one at this crowded press conference could answer, because from the beginning to the end of the press conference, they didn't even have the opportunity to interrupt. They could only watch the guy walk in, then say 2 words, and then walk out again. I don't know if this is the shortest press conference in Benfica's history. At least those reporters don't know how to report back. What can these 2 dry sentences mean? I'm afraid it can only mean that this guy has really been to this room. This uneducated rookie. It is estimated that this sentence has been repeated countless times in the hearts of every reporter, but they can't do anything to that guy. After all, this is Benfica's territory. No matter how dissatisfied the reporters are, they can only vent in their own small piece of land. A failure, 2 speeches, this is Mourinho's opening show, which has nothing to do with excitement, but makes people speechless. If a game and a press conference have made this guy very unpopular, then his next move will not anger those uncrowned kings, but the Benfica team. Because on the second day of the game, Mourinho announced his decision to all the players directly on the training ground. 6 main players of the first team were directly thrown into the second team training by him, and Mourinho will draw 6 people from the second team and the youth training system to fill this vacancy. Those guys who were adjusted down almost expressed their dissatisfaction in front of Mourinho. They didn't know why they were demoted. Did they have to take the blame for losing the game? You only participated in one of the 3-day training and quit halfway, but your figures appeared on the entertainment page the next day. Don't think that I don't know the relationship between you and the team doctor. It's not what a professional player should do to fake an injury. This team is now under my charge. If you are dissatisfied with me, you can go directly to the chairman. Now you just need to follow orders. There is no difference between the team and the army. Either obey or get out. Mourinho's silence in the first 3 days gave these people too much courage, but when this guy broke out, everyone already understood that everything they did was seen by this guy. Now either obey or get out. A thunderous oppression, Mourinho did not leave any face for those lazy people. Since Benfica has fallen to this point, he doesn't intend to continue to indulge anyone here. You can't do it. Okay, get out immediately, someone can take over your position. When Mourinho began to clean up Benfica on a large scale, Lin and Edward were staring at a fax in the office. You, report to the first team. This is the club's decision. I, will also go with you and continue to be responsible for your training. Edward looked at the fax from the first team and didn't know what to say. It's not that he didn't know what happened in Benfica recently, but he never thought that this little guy he trained in the youth training base would enter the eyes of the new head coach of the first team. It's really a ghost. Lin might be more confused at this time. First team. Are you sure? I'm still an apprentice now. Is this illegal employment of child labor? The two of them stared at the fax on the table at the same time, like a pair of idiots. The performance of the new book is not ideal, please support, votes, click collection. Chapter 12 A Pair of Newbies. Mourinho's purge of the Benfica team has alarmed a lot of media. Even Sporting Lisbon's royal reporters have begun to pay attention to this matter, but their purpose is just to see how well their neighbor can get along. How miserable. For Sporting Lisbon, it is definitely, your pain is my greatest joy, they hope that Benfica will never recover from this. These old enemies have been fighting in the city of Lisbon for too long. The hatred between them has bottomed out. Whether it is the historical confrontation or the poaching war between each other, it has been going on for too long. No one wants to see the other person feel better. When Sporting Lisbon is in financial difficulties, they certainly hope that this old rival will also be in trouble. But whether this method of taking 50 steps and laughing 100 steps can alleviate the psychological pressure on the top management of the sporting team, one can only ask themselves. Just found out. Those supporters of Benfica are more concerned about the follow-up of this matter. They suddenly transferred 6 main players in their team to the second team. This is not a simple injury. Look at the Benfica team. With a list of injuries, Mourinho is almost useless now. Although reporters and fans who are not very proud of him hope that this guy will get out of Benfica as soon as possible, they do not want to see the team they support being torn apart by this guy, and they do not want Benfica to be buried with this unknown person. But Mourinho doesn't care what others think. His current thinking is very simple. Since Benfica has fallen to such a miserable situation in the league, why not take this opportunity to rectify the team? 3 days of observation has allowed him to see a lot of things. Those players who are ready to just hang around after becoming famous cannot be a boost to the team's progress. If you want them to work hard on the court, you can only put them in competition. Don't think you are Benfica's savior. In fact, these people are not bullshit. The earth will continue to turn without anyone, and the same goes for Benfica. Mourinho believes he can handle these things. It can be said that this is the first time that Azevedo has delegated power to a newbie in this way. He trusts Mourinho, but he is more choosing to take a gamble. It's not like he didn't try to contact some big-name coaches, but faced with such a mess, no one was willing to risk taking over. Without the support of big-name coaches in the team, it is difficult to deal with the thorns in the team. It is impossible to expect those mediocre guys to make a bold move here. It is better to choose a newbie who is not afraid of anything. As long as he has the courage to make moves, Azevedo believes that Benfica will not slide all the way. At least Benfica's foundation is there, and even the downturn will only be temporary. However, Mourinho's vigorous and resolute actions really shocked Azevedo. He took down 6 main players at once. It is estimated that everyone would be surprised by this change. But now that he, the chairman of the club, has been put in this position, he has no way to say anything about Mourinho. If he publicly says that Mourinho did something wrong, it is no different from slapping himself in the face in public. Azevedo can only wait and see how Mourinho will handle this matter. After all, the vacancies left by directly demoting 6 main players need to be filled. Don't expect that Benfica will still search for players for him in the transfer market now. For a newbie, it is impossible for the club to provide him with special transfer funds. Since that guy can do this, he must recover all the consequences by himself. Fortunately, the guy didn't ask for a purchase. He just hoped to have the right to allocate personnel from the youth training base and the second team to make a supplement. Azevedo had no objection. Since they were all Benfica people, it didn't matter. Nodding in agreement with Mourinho's request. Mourinho didn't let Azevedo wait too long. Almost as soon as he took down those 6 people, he had already sent the fax for manpower deployment to the second team and youth team. After a few days of observation, he had a good impression of Benfica. Now we have a rough estimate of the players available. Especially during the few days he spent in the second-tier team and the youth training base, he saw several guys who he could immediately put on the field to play in the game, including a black-headed boy who played for the U18 team. It's just that Mourinho discovered a problem after sending the fax. The little guy he appointed to be in the U18 seemed to have just celebrated his 15th birthday, and he entered the U18 at the age of 15. That kid is really a monster. It is estimated that more than one person will be grinning from ear to ear when they see Benfica's roster adjustment, because the 6 names that have entered the new home are completely unfamiliar, just like the guy named Mourinho, they are all novices. This is not the craziest thing, but there is a person on it from the U18 selection team of the youth training base. The guy named Mourinho no longer seems crazy, but absolutely crazy. He actually led a youth team. The little guy joins the first team. Moreover, those reporters and fans discovered that the newly added little guy was only 15 years old. Let a kid who is only 15 years old enter the first team of Benfica. Oh shit. Is that man named Mourinho already crazy? Some people say that the child is already 15 years old. You can treat him as 16 years old, but there is no essential difference. He is still too young. Those who were angry were not because of the child's age, but because of Mourinho's haste. They didn't know why he didn't choose someone else instead of poaching such a young guy from the youth team. That guy wouldn't be naive enough to think that a half-year-old kid would save Benfica, right? Are there no outstanding players in Benfica's reserve team? Do you have to rely on a kid to play the game? Damn, did that guy get the situation wrong? This is the Portuguese Super League, not a kindergarten. It's not a place a 15-year-old should come to. Only during this time of strife did anyone notice Lin E, a kid with a strange oriental name. This was the first impression those Benfica fans had of Lin E. Except for his black hair, no one paid too much attention to him. Because no one believes that Mourinho will bet on this little guy unless he wants to be fired by Benfica club. Jose, can you explain to me what's going on? Even Azevedo couldn't sit still at this time. After all, Mourinho's selection caused too much controversy. The whole city of Lisbon is discussing whether this guy is a madman. Mr. Chairman, I said I won't buy anyone, but I need some guys who can play the game immediately. So when I asked you to recruit people from the second-line team and the youth team, you nodded and agreed. Now I don't know what's wrong with these 6 people. Mourinho doesn't know why his selection of a few people to add to the team caused such a big disturbance. Is this the new sensitivity of the Portuguese giants? Will every little disturbance here make those reporters restless? It's really a ridiculous thing. The head coach of a football team doesn't even have the right to select players, so why does the head coach need to be there? It's better to just find a few famous reporters to sit on the sidelines and direct the game. Look, Jose, I don't mean anything else, but there are a lot of good players in Benfica's reserve team. Why do you have to pick a little guy like this from the youth team? As far as I know, he has just joined the Benfica youth team. The team has been in the training period for more than 2 months. He has not even played in a youth league game. I don't know how he can help. You know, we are in a bad situation now. Azevedo now only hopes to know what the guy in front of him is thinking, 15 years old. Even if Maradona regains his youth, I'm afraid he won't make any amazing moves at this age, let alone a little guy who just joined the youth team. Mr. Chairman, what the team lacks most now is not defensive players, but attackers. After Sameo was injured, it was difficult for us to find the right person for even a basic breakthrough. I had seen the first 7 players of this season before taking over the team. The lack of offense is our biggest problem now. Not only do we lack people who can break through on the wing, but we also lack an organizer who can send the ball into the penalty area in the center. I have selected the candidates for the wing from the second team, but the organizational talent in the center is not available for the second team. I didn't find anything particularly outstanding. This may be a shortcoming unique to Portugal, but I think that little guy is a good choice for the midfield organizer position. I have specially observed his game on the sidelines and his reading ability in the game. He is very strong and can pass the ball with very strong penetration. Even though he is only 15 years old, I still think he can bring beneficial changes to Benfica, which is why I chose him. Mourinho knows one thing very well. He can ignore other people's opinions, but he must explain everything to the team's top leaders. But an explanation is an explanation, and the people he has selected cannot make any changes, even if there is a storm in the outside media. It's already very big, and he doesn't plan to change anything. Well, you are the head coach of the team, and I will not interfere in any way. I just hope that Benfica will not have any more problems before the election of the team president. I support your choice, but I also hope that you can use your actual performance to prove those who criticize you wrong. Azevedo understands the temper of the man in front of him, so he has given up trying to persuade him. Since he said that the little guy is fine, let everyone wait and see. Even if something goes wrong, it will not be affected. His position is chairman. Okay, I will use the results of the game to explain everything. Mourinho ended the conversation with these words. Now he just wants to return to the training ground as soon as possible, where there are several newcomers waiting for him. He didn't have much time to waste. When Lin Yi saw the new head coach who had promoted him on the first-team training ground, he opened his mouth wide and pointed at Mourinho with a stuttering voice. You are that wretched uncle. Mourinho's prepared opening remarks were all nullified, leaving only a black line on his face. Will Benfica turn a corner with a pair of complete novices? No one knows, but what Mourinho needs to be most concerned about now is why in that boy's mouth, he became a wretched uncle. NND, I am only less than 40 years old, okay? The results of the new book are not satisfactory, please support. I need votes. I need to click, I need to collect. Chapter 13 The World of Adult Teams. Lin Yi was no stranger to the first-team head coach standing in front of him. That guy was the uncle who had been standing on the sidelines for 2 or 3 days in a row watching his games and training. Now Lin Yi was very careful to remove the modifier, obscene, although that guy always looked at people with this kind of perspective, which was really vulgar. But looking at the guy's face, Lin Yi wisely chose to remain silent. Now Lin Yi doesn't want to provoke him. He doesn't want to be kicked back to the youth team by this unfriendly guy. But he doesn't feel nervous now. Instead, he feels the freshness of the first team, those who are sought after by his teammates in the youth team. The guys are standing next to me now, well, it feels pretty good, at least they are all alive, and it is much clearer than watching them play on TV. But after seeing this new coach, Lin Yi finally understood why he was on the first team. But even Lin Yi himself clearly felt that this was a child's play, because the guy had only seen him participate in 2 or 3 days of training and group competition, and he had already decided to transfer himself directly from U18 to the first team, even if even an idiot can understand how risky this is. Well, Lin Yi looked at the people around him. It seemed that no one was smaller than him. These guys were all too strong. Lin Yi, who was only 1.73 meters tall, now felt that his height was a bit too short. The other wretched guy, the uncle's actions this time seemed to be a bit too hasty. But Mourinho didn't think so. First of all, the black-haired boy in front of him publicly called him a dirty uncle in front of so many people, which made the excitement he had been brewing for a long time ineffective. He could only keep his face straight now to keep his seriousness. The moment just now was indeed a bit embarrassing. Even he himself didn't know how to answer the conversation. That unfortunate kid was really rude. However, Mourinho has become more interested in this kid. He has also seen many people in Spain who were directly promoted from the youth team to the first team, but those little guys are more or less nervous. But the little guy in front of him didn't seem to feel this way at all. When Lin Yi stepped into the first team training ground, he was more out of curiosity. Anyway, such an experience was not stressful at all for him. Since you dare to choose me to join the first team in the U18, what do I have to be afraid of? If you dare to use it, I dare to kick it. As for what Edward said about the turbulent news outside, does it have anything to do with him? What does it matter what others say to me now? They are not me. They are not players, they are only qualified to watch the game, so please shut up. If those boring people think they can stand on this lawn, let them try. If they think they are more qualified to play for Benfica, then don't just stand on the sidelines and howl like crazy. As long as those people can pass Benfica's youth training, then they will have the opportunity to stand on the court and work hard for Benfica. If you can't even compete for the most basic quota, then what qualifications do you have to stand there and scream like an idiot? Aren't you embarrassed? Still want to be shameless? Edward didn't even know how that boy Lin Yi had so much confidence. Didn't he know where he was going? This is Benfica's first team. Benfica. That is one of the most wealthy families in Portugal. Everyone who can make it to the first team is a good enough guy. Doesn't this guy know how to be nervous? Doesn't he know what pressure is? What a damn kid. Even Edward felt a little uneasy when he learned that he was going to report to the first team with Lin Yi. After all, this was his first time to work in the first team, and it was with a new head coach. But now it seems that Lin Yi has no feeling at all about what happened. He even dared to look around before Mourinho was about to give a lecture, as if he wanted to see this luxurious training ground clearly. God, doesn't this kid know fear? You know that the guy in front of him just destroyed 6 absolute main forces, and now that little guy dares to have such a relaxed attitude in front of him. I really don't know what's going on. What are the boy's nerves made of? Edward may have discovered for the first time that the boy he taught was extremely courageous. Now there may not be anyone in Benfica who is not afraid of the lunatic who is lecturing him. But Lin Yi didn't care about the expression of the guy in front of him. Edward was really worried that this kid's performance would anger the new head coach and ask him to pack up and go back to the youth team. Edward, who was worried, didn't want the little guy he had worked so hard to train to be kicked out just like that, but Lin Yi didn't have any telepathic abilities. He didn't know how nervous Edward was at this moment. He just looked at the new teammates around him, but it was obvious that everyone here was older than him, even those on the second team were already 19 years old. His height and physique are far greater than Lin Yi. But Mourinho is not as cruel as these guys think. There is no good in being a tyrant in the team. He knows this very well. After all, football matches still rely on this group of players to play. It would be wrong to make the relationship too rigid. I don't have much help, just killing the power stick once is enough. But Mourinho knows that he must maintain the minimum dignity as a head coach, even though that kid just destroyed it all. But the defeat in the first game has made Mourinho feel the pressure, and his team's renewal needs to see results immediately, otherwise he will be purged like the unlucky German. Mourinho knows very well what the outcome will be if he fails here. At that time, no one will stand up to speak for him, including Azevedo, the club president. So he must reverse the current unfavorable situation of Benfica as soon as possible within a few games, and the people in front of him are the chips for him to make changes. Mourinho believes in his vision and the ability of these newcomers. There is a saying in the British football world that the better the older, in the eyes of many people, only those old guys with rich experience are the best, and only these guys are the guarantee of your victory. Qualifications also have their own market in the football circle. Because young people often represent the instability and uncertainty of their performance, but Mourinho does not think so, although having some old guys with mature skills and rich experience will bring stable results. But when your team is full of old lazy people, you might as well replace them with a group of reckless young people, because they all have strong desires and will be more competitive. Especially those guys who have just been promoted from the second team or youth team to the first team, they are eager to stand out on the football field and they are eager to succeed. What they need most now is that others create this opportunity for them. When Mourinho provides them with a space, these people will fight desperately. Because they understand that this may be a rare opportunity in their football career, especially in such a wealthy club. If they want to stand out, they must seize such a fleeting opportunity, otherwise everything may be rewritten. Mourinho needs a strong competitive atmosphere in the first team. He has found too many problems in 3 days of observation, especially in training. Almost no one will fight hard in training. More often, training is like playing games, and many people don't even bring protective gear. In fact, it is not only these guys from Benfica who have such problems. Many Portuguese teams have the same training attitude problem as Benfica. They believe more in their own skills and ignore the lack of confrontation in training because they hate physical confrontation. These guys use their skilled skills to exercise their bodies in training, rather than making the training look like a simulated game. In Mourinho's opinion, there is no difference between having or not having such a level of training. What he needs now is to let these newcomers bring in a competitive atmosphere in training. If those old guys don't want to be replaced, they must fight hard, not only in the game, but also in training. They must do their best, otherwise, they will have to accompany those 6 guys. From this moment on, Mourinho transformed Benfica's training ground into a battlefield. No one should dream of being lazy here, because Mourinho will remember every guy's performance on the field. If you don't do enough in training, then he will not give you any face. Lin Yi also came into contact with the training method of the adult team for the first time. There is no basic training that Edward often assigns to him. Most of the time, it is to cultivate the familiarity between the players. What is taught here is not how to dribble or how to run. Instead, it tells you how to obey the team's discipline and how to implement every tactical arrangement. All of this is new to Lin Yi. Maybe many first-team players are a little uncomfortable looking at Lin Yi, because this little guy's face, which absorbs the advantages of the East and the West, is matched with his not-so-great height. He looks like a standard little boy, and has nothing to do with a strong football player. But when they played on the field at the same time, they knew that this guy's face was too deceptive. This little guy's foot is very ruthless. When he steals and intercepts in the midfield, he doesn't care who the guy in front of him is, and he can use any means. Anyway, Lin Yi relies on his physical flexibility. When interfering with the opponent's dribbling, he always inadvertently breaks the opponent's ball directly. That's not all. The counterattack launched by this kid after stealing the ball on the spot is too fast. Every time he doesn't deliberately look for a target before passing the ball. But he rarely makes mistakes in passing. Even if he is not physically dominant in confrontation, he will try to keep the ball under his feet. What we need is the football awareness shown by this little guy on the field. He knows when and where to pass the ball. He is a smart organizer. Mourinho is very satisfied with Lin Yi's confrontation in the game. What he needs is for this kid to play like this on the field. Even in training, he must play like this. The little guy taught these people a lesson. Maybe it was Lin Yi's crazy pressure that made the old players feel embarrassed. The fight on the entire training ground began to become fierce. This may be the most fierce training in recent months. It has already had a taste of actual combat. Mourinho stood on the sidelines and watched this change with great satisfaction. However, the little guy Lin Yi did not seem so relaxed in the training. He suffered a lot from his unfamiliarity with his teammates and physical disadvantages. This was not the training ground of the youth team, where he could play so calmly and freely. Those professional players also let him experience the cruel confrontation of the professional team level in advance. Lin Yi found that his thin body was really a bit overwhelmed by such a confrontation. This also made Mourinho understand that there was still a certain physical gap between the little guy and him. At least for now, it was still difficult for him to withstand the impact of others, but Mourinho believed that his vision was right. This kid was a good material that could be created, but his body was still a bit thin. The coach who was transferred with him from the youth team had to continue to increase the training of this kid. Maybe this little guy would become a surprise weapon in his hands, but Mourinho would not have such an expression on his face. He stood on the sidelines with a serious face from beginning to end. Maybe such training can really bring a sense of actual combat. At least after 3 days of such hard work, Benfica won the game in the new round of the league. Although their opponent is only ranked 10th in the league, it is not a strong team worth mentioning. But the score of 3-1 at least gave Benfica, which was wandering in the trough, a shot of heart. This is the beginning of recovery. Benfica does not want to be kicked and beaten like a dead dog. Mourinho also successfully relieved his own pressure, especially those who criticized him for making personnel adjustments. The two second-tier wingers he sent to the field completed the breakthrough task excellently. At least 2 of the 3 goals were related to the newly promoted teammates. Mourinho proved his vision in this way, but Benfica's organization in the frontcourt is still a little scattered. Lin just sat in the stadium as a member of the team and watched the whole game. When Mourinho saw the situation on the field, he inadvertently glanced at the stands. If the little guy is strong enough, maybe he will be the most suitable candidate for the organizer position. It seems that God will not give all the good luck to one person. I hope that little guy can grow up quickly. I will make Benfica the strongest in Portugal again. Mourinho's clenched fist behind his back was not seen by anyone. Only he knew that this victory was just his starting point. However, Lin did not notice this scene. He just watched his new teammates, making the whole stadium sensation again and again. When they scored, they would wave their fists and let the whole stadium cheer for them. If I step on this stadium one day, will there be so many cheers? Lin looked, thinking. He didn't know when that day would come, but he knew that if that moment came, he would definitely do it very beautifully. This was a new beginning for Lin in the first team. Fortunately, he had good luck. Except that the uncle often asked Edward to increase his training, Lin could not find anything unsatisfactory. However, Lin dared to bet that these 2 uncles were guys with a strong sense of revenge, because the amount of training they arranged for him on the first day would make him tired like a dead dog. NND, 2 old guys who took revenge for personal gain. The new book's performance is not ideal. Please support, please vote, please click, please collect. Chapter 14. Do you dare to go up? A victory in a game can only temporarily shut up those critics, but the discussion about Mourinho, the unpleasant guy, and the black-haired boy has never stopped, and those questioning voices still surround the Benfica team. Don't think that those people who talk nonsense will stop their chattering because of a victory in a game. As long as they don't like you, even if you can win at 10 o'clock, it will be in vain. They will always find fault with you in various places. Don't care whether these people are professionals or not. They dare to stand in front of the TV screen and open their mouths and spray everywhere. Anyway, in their eyes, there are no coaches who can coach, and no players who can play football. Of course, the premise must be that you make them unhappy. Some people even make fun of Lin's age. They have to use private detectives to check whether this kid is Mourinho's illegitimate child. A 15-year-old professional player? When these people look at this question, they are full of mocking smiles. But it didn't affect Lin because he never cared about what others said about him. It wasn't that he was generous or repulsive. It was just that the daily training had made him so tired that he didn't want to move anymore. As for those bullshit news, it was better to get out of here. Sleeping was the truth. Now being able to sleep until waking up naturally every day has become Lin's biggest luxury. He suddenly realized that being a professional player was sometimes really painful. At least that's how he is now. He hasn't really thought about whether he can say goodbye to such a painful life in the future. Because he really doesn't have the energy to think about the future, he'd better go to bed quickly. Every morning is the beginning of purgatory. If you don't want to die, you'd better rest your spirit. The continuous increase in volume may be the most painful 10 days that Lin has had since he was born. His training volume is far more than when he was in the youth team. The most important thing is that the guy named Mourinho has opened a special course for him in strength confrontation training. There is also short-distance continuous sprint training, which may be the most headache training subject for Lin every day. He must do sprinting continuously. Most of his muscle soreness comes from this frustrating training method, because after receiving Lin's physical examination report, Mourinho believed that the little guy's muscle tissue was fully capable of bursting out stronger power. So he specially arranged this kind of training to stimulate Lin's ability to start instantly, and there was no room for maneuver at all. A good organizer, but you have to learn to pass the ball, and you have to understand when you should become a sharp knife. Only by piercing a point on the opponent can you find a bigger loophole, which is what you need to do. Being able to quickly get rid of the entanglement is a good way. When hearing this, Lin Yi could mentally raise his middle finger to the uncle in front of him. Your uncle, you want to tire your grandfather to death, right? Mourinho increased the intensity of Lin Yi's training, but all this was monitored by the team doctor and various data reports. What he wants is to train this kid well, not to ruin this kid. Mourinho knows how to maximize the potential of others. However, Mourinho could not put all his energy on a little guy. He had just won a victory and had no extra breathing space. The troubles in the domestic league came to an end for the time being, but the UEFA Cup started again. The opening of the UEFA Cup caused trouble for the short-staffed Benfica team. Mourinho could only send the other 5 people he picked from the second team to the field, but the result was not ideal. The unfamiliarity with the European war made these newcomers look very cramped. Without even a good mentality, don't expect them to play at a normal level on the field. This UEFA Cup game taught Mourinho a good lesson. Not all occasions are suitable for using the momentum of young people to solve problems. Benfica, who had just won a victory, fell again this time. They lost to an unknown team on the Swedish territory. The strong bodies of the Nordic pirates made it impossible for Benfica's technology to be fully utilized. They survived 70 minutes in the passivity of the whole game. But in the end, God did not give them too many miracles. A free kick in the 71st minute became a nightmare for Benfica. The Nordic pirates used 4 big men over 1.9 meters to smash the door of Benfica. The score of 1-0 was enough to kill this Portuguese giant. At this time, Mourinho could only stand on the sidelines with his expression tense. His stern look was infinitely magnified by the Portuguese media and thrown on the headlines of the sports edition. The title was very eye-catching: How long will it take for this man to drag Benfica into hell? No ideas, no passion, nothing, the only thing left for Benfica is the past. These fierce criticisms filled various newspapers, and losing to such an unknown team also put Azevedo under great pressure. He didn't want to lose the presidential election that was about to begin. But the premise is that Mourinho must bring Benfica to results in a short period of time. This is not a requirement, but a must. Otherwise, not only will this guy have to pack up and leave, but even he, the chairman, may be driven out of this position. So Azevedo has called Mourinho's office. He has only one request, which is to at least maintain the league results. Mourinho could hear something else from the chairman's phone call. If he couldn't get Benfica out of trouble quickly, then it wouldn't take too long, maybe within 3 or 4 games, he would suffer the same fate as the German. To put it nicely, it was a termination of contract; to put it bluntly, it was dismissal. Now there is not much time left for Mourinho. If the results don't improve, maybe he will have to prepare for how to get out of Lisbon. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of fans lining the streets to see him off, but there will be no flowers, only a pile of eggs and tomatoes. There is not much time left for Mourinho to redeem himself. There are at most 3 to 4 games left. He must ensure that he will not lose again in these games, and he must win 2 or 3 games if possible. This is extremely difficult. With the absence of several main offensive players such as Semedo, Mourinho does not have many people to use. The state of those new players is still a bit unstable, and now those guys who were thrown into the second team have begun to speak out while the team's performance is unstable. Without them, it would be difficult for Benfica to win. They want to play for the team, but not for Mourinho. This is an open provocation. Mourinho will never allow such a naked challenge to his authority to come back. If he bows his head, all his previous efforts will be in vain. He must win with the people he has now. This is a gamble for the future. Mourinho does not care about the poor conditions of Benfica's current personnel and low morale. He has mobilized all the players who can play. At least he wants to make a last-ditch effort. Several newcomers including Lin Yi will also sit on the bench. But God will never let people achieve their goals easily. Mourinho encountered big trouble in the game against Ferreira. Benfica was already 0-1 behind in the first half. And the worst case is that there is no possibility of Benfica turning the tables now. The team's sluggishness in attack allows the opponent to press forward boldly, which puts considerable pressure on the Benfica defenders. More importantly, Benfica seemed to have lost the confidence to control the ball. They were constantly compressed by their opponents, without any intention of resistance, or they had begun to give up the game because they could not see the dawn of victory. Until the halftime whistle sounded, the entire Guangming Stadium was filled with deafening boos and shouts, all of which were directed at Mourinho. Those crazy fans believed that this guy had brought Benfica into the abyss, and they vowed to tear this guy apart. Mourinho could not have not heard such opposition, but he never said a word, just tightened his expression, lowered his head and walked into the locker room with the players. Only the substitutes were still seizing the time to move their bodies as much as possible. Everyone could see that Benfica's lineup had to be adjusted, and everyone might appear on the field, so they had to warm up their bodies as soon as possible. They were the only ones in the team who were full of hope. There was no sound in the silent locker room, even the panting was reduced to the lowest volume, everyone was silent, but some were frustrated, and some were because they had given up. Mourinho didn't want to see such a dead silence, he cleared his throat and broke the damn silence. No one wants to see us fall behind in the game, and you all heard the boos outside. I don't care if I'm still coaching here when I wake up tomorrow morning, but I hope you understand that the tens of thousands of people outside are your God. Don't let God start to abandon you, how to play the game is up to you. I've already thought about the personnel adjustments, and if anyone else wants to give up the game, please tell me as soon as possible. I can lose the game, but I don't need a group of cowardly guys standing on the field. After saying these two sentences, Mourinho walked out of the locker room directly. He closed the door fiercely before leaving. The locker room door that made a dull sound was humming faintly, as if knocking on everyone's soul. After walking out of the locker room, Mourinho would no longer consider what would happen inside. He was only thinking about how to save the game. Even if he was leaving, he hoped that he could leave beautifully instead of being so embarrassed. Mourinho looked at the substitutes warming up on the field, thinking carefully about the second half of the game. The black-haired boy seemed to be particularly eye-catching at this moment, and people could easily distinguish his appearance. "Andre, go and call Lin Yi for me." Mourinho suddenly shouted loudly to his assistant coach. When Lin Yi walked in front of Mourinho in confusion, he didn't understand what happened, but Mourinho's next sentence made Lin Yi feel excited. "If I let you play, do you have the courage to try it?" Mourinho's words were very simple and direct, but this sentence made several assistant coaches around him feel that this guy was crazy. "If you dare, why don't I dare?" Lin Yi's answer was also very straightforward, even with a hint of excitement. "Be prepared for warm-up. I'll give you 30 minutes in the second half. This is your debut, don't mess it up." Mourinho said seriously. "It will be the opponents who mess up, not me." Lin Yi didn't want to say anything more to the old man in front of him. He had to familiarize himself with the grass as soon as possible. 30 minutes. It was enough. The performance of the new book is not ideal, please support, votes, clicks collections. Chapter 15 Two Madmen. Let a 15-year-old kid prepare to play in the game. Such a decision is probably no different from suicide in the eyes of those assistant coaches, because this decision seems too crazy, more like a gamble with no chance of winning, and it is the kind of gamble for the sake of gambling. Yes, the black-haired kid can indeed show amazing abilities during training, but this is not a training ground, this is the Portuguese Super League. The players standing on the field are all professional players, and the 22 people are a few years older than him and very strong. Who dares to guarantee that Lin Yi's seemingly thin body can support the fierce confrontation on the field? Even Edward dare not make this guarantee now, after all, this is a real professional arena, and no one dares to guarantee that Lin Yi can really play his training level. Now no one thinks that Lin Yi can really play a role in such a game. If Benfica is leading now, then no one will be so opposed to Lin Yi playing. You know, Benfica is still facing a 0-1 deficit at home. This behavior is undoubtedly a provocation to the fans. No one may know what Mourinho is thinking at this time when he sends a youth team player who is so new that he can't be any newer. Because no one would think that this is a normal person's idea. The only explanation is that the guy has gone crazy. The pressure of the game made him lose his correct judgment ability. This game may be an irreparable defeat. If he loses, no one can predict the consequences. Maybe it is a luxury for the members of the coaching staff to walk out of the Stadium of Light alive. The tens of thousands of fans in the entire Stadium of Light will definitely kill them. If they lose the game in a way that is almost like a game, I am afraid that no one can save Mourinho. Now some people may have considered whether to run away in advance or to make up a personal accident insurance at this time. Damn, this is really a crazy move. These assistant coaches can only pray that the guy will take back his decision just now. When Andre and his assistant coaches tried to make Mourinho sober, the guy had already raised his hand to all the members of the coaching staff. He used this gesture to tell these assistants that he had considered everything that had just happened very clearly and not to say anything at this time. Because he has decided to do so. He and Lin E have already said that he will definitely give the black-haired kid 30 minutes in the second half. It is unknown how much effect the words just said in the locker room will have. Mourinho is not sure whether it will make those guys sober up. But he has decided now that even if he loses this game, he will play all the cards he can play and leave no regrets. If this is his last game as coach of Benfica, then it is better to let all his ideas get a chance to practice in this game. The little guy is the last adjustment Mourinho has to make now. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. Lin E, the little guy, definitely has the ability to make fans crazy. Mourinho will never doubt this. He even firmly believes that the kid can succeed in the football circle in the future. Because from the moment he saw the kid playing on the field, he knew the value of the little guy. But no one can guarantee that others will evaluate the little guy in the same way. Look at the reporters around the stadium who are ready to see how he fails. As long as he leaves the position of coach, the little guy will definitely be regarded as the next target to be attacked by them. The best result is that the kid is thrown back to the youth team. As for when he will return to the adult team, it depends on his luck. The worst result is that he must leave Benfica forever like himself and become the scapegoat for this failure. If this is his last game in Benfica, it doesn't matter whether it is a bigger gamble. Instead of trusting those guys who have lost their courage, why not choose to trust a little guy with more fighting spirit? At least when he just told the kid to get ready to play, the little guy's eyes were full of excitement, not fear. That look contained more of an expectation, like a beast about to be released from the cage. The kid was already eager to try. Mourinho believed in his own vision. The kid was definitely not a soft egg. Since even the little guy was not afraid to go to the field to fight, what else should he worry about? Anyway, he has reached the most dangerous edge of his coaching career, so there is nothing to be afraid of. A head coach position or the opposition of the entire stadium. These things are hanging over his head like the sword of Damocles. The boos in the Stadium of Light were loud enough. Mourinho couldn't imagine how bad things would get. Since he was already so passive, what worse could happen? If God chooses to let him get out of here, then let the little guy go up and play a game of only 30 minutes, which will be his last madness in Benfica. When the scolding can't be more intense, all he can choose is to ignore all obstacles. This round, he's betting on it. 30 minutes, this is my promise to the little guy. I would rather believe my own eyes than put my hope on people without courage. Don't persuade me anymore. If I lose the game today, I will automatically choose to leave here, and I will take all the responsibility. Mourinho was not trying to convince his assistant coaches. He was telling them in this way that he had already decided that he was willing to lose this time. The price was just that he would be fired. He could still bear such a blow. Few people knew what happened outside the locker room. All the Benfica players were in this independent and quiet space, thinking about what their head coach had just said. The guy didn't curse loudly or accuse them, but every word pierced their hearts. No one really wanted to accept failure. In the past 45 minutes, they really didn't know what they were doing on the court. They lived in a daze for 45 minutes. Now may be the time to cheer up. At least, as that guy said, don't let your home fans start to give up Benfica. Redemption still depends on your own feet. Don't wait for the overwhelming scolding to drown yourself. No one likes to see the fans who support you turn against you. All this may not be for the guy to have a chance to stay here. Even if it is for their own future, they must win. If Benfica encounters a failed season, then no matter which head coach is replaced, the entire team's personnel structure will face a major adjustment. In the end, they are still unlucky, and everyone understands this. A new emperor has a new minister, and he is always suitable for any business. No one likes to use a group of losers. These people are very clear about this. Leaving Benfica? That would definitely be a disaster. There are not many teams in Portugal that can offer them such high salaries like Benfica. Even for themselves, they must get this damn game back to the rhythm of Benfica, they must. Maybe what Mourinho said in the locker room worked, or maybe those players already understood what they should do. After the start of the second half, Benfica seemed to have changed a team and began to press forward frantically. No matter which position they started to fight with their opponents, even the forwards began to force the opponent's defenders in the frontcourt. The fierce offensive momentum of Ferreira's team in the first half was now completely suppressed. Facing the crazy Benfica, they could only desperately defend passively. Whether in terms of overall strength or fame, Benfica is much better than Ferreira. What they lack is not talent, but courage. If they hadn't messed things up so badly, no one would have believed that they would be so embarrassed by a mid-level team. The ruthless Benfica team is still terrifying after all, but their attack has not yet achieved a good effect. The team began to control the offensive rhythm on the field, and the suppression on the field made the voices of cheering for Benfica sound again in the Stadium of Light. All Benfica supporters are just angry at their lack of struggle, but asking them to give up their favorite team is not only a disaster for Benfica, but also for those fans. Such crazy pressing has kept Ferreira's defense in a precarious situation. It's not that they don't want to attack, but the relaxed environment in the first half is gone. Now they have no chance to pass the ball smoothly except for desperate defense. Facing a group of guys who are as fierce as wolves and tigers, the Ferreira team felt afraid, but God has not yet given luck back to the Benfica team. Their forwards' 2 shots both brushed the door frame and flew out of the bottom line, and these were long shots from the outside. The chance to enter the penalty area has never been out of the line, and the problem of lack of core in the midfield is obvious throughout the time. No one can send a fatal pass at the critical moment. Relying only on a brave spirit to fight, it will not last long after all. Mourinho has made 2 consecutive substitutions on the sidelines. He strengthened the offensive power on the wing. Since no one can penetrate the middle, it is better to install 2 wings on the wing to let the team's offense fly first. Even if Benfica's fullbacks have been given the right to press forward and attack by Mourinho throughout the time, as long as they can open up enough space on the wing, Mourinho believes that the opponent's central defender will make mistakes sooner or later. Under heavy pressure, someone will always collapse first. Press forward. Use space. Tear open their defense on the wing. Mourinho stood on the sidelines and reminded his players loudly. Mourinho needs his team to use such continuous attacks to break the opponent's defensive will. 1 time doesn't work. Then twice. 2 times doesn't work. Then continue to break through until the goal of Ferreira's team is blown open by himself. Ferreira's head coach was also not idle. Seeing Benfica's fierce offensive momentum, he had given up the idea of continuing to fight with the opponent. In addition to leaving a fast forward on the field to harass, he replaced all the offensive players. Defend. Ferreira's intention is very clear. He can't bite the bullet and continue to attack the powerful Benfica team at the opponent's home court. If they want to keep their team's 1-goal lead, they have no choice but to defend. He doesn't care whether the game is ugly or not. As long as he can get 3 points, he is willing to use 11 defensive players. The 15-minute violent attack failed to knock on the door of the Ferreira team, which made Mourinho a little restless on the sidelines. Although his wing attack put a lot of pressure on the opponent at the beginning, but when Ferreira's team withdrew all its personnel to defend with all its strength, it became very difficult to pass the ball. Ferreira's head coach seemed to know that Benfica's midfielder lacked sufficient creative ability when Semedo and others were away. He just used the opportunity of substitutions to station troops on the wing and keep an eye on Benfica's wing. Assists, even if his method is simple destruction with big feet. Change. What Benfica needs now is change. They have been attacking for 15 minutes. If they can't open up the situation, maybe when these guys are exhausted, Benfica will face a more brutal fight. Whether it is physical strength or momentum, they will no longer have the advantage. Lini. Mourinho shouted loudly to the warm-up players. He could no longer wait. He had to take advantage of the team's fierce attack to open up the situation. Since the opponent thought he had nothing it can change, so bet on the last move. Lin had been waiting for this voice until he almost got angry. When Mourinho shouted, Lin didn't even wait for the sound to land, and he had already rushed to the coaching bench. He didn't wait for anyone to tell him what to do. He had very consciously thrown his training clothes on the bench. There should be more than 30 minutes left including injury time. I will do what I said. Now I need to see you prove that this choice is right with actual actions on the court. I don't want the game to end at that point. For 1 second, we were still lagging behind. Mourinho stared into Lin Yi's eyes and said that he needed this kid to bring crazy changes to the Benfica team. Watch my performance with your eyes wide open for these 30 minutes. I will use the score to assure you that this choice is very wise. Lin Yi said with a grin. These two people felt really good about themselves, but the rest of the people who saw this scene didn't feel the same way, including the fans who saw the substitutions on the sidelines. They seemed like they couldn't believe what they saw, and some people rubbed them hard. They rubbed their eyes because they were afraid of seeing the wrong thing. But the substitution broadcast and numbers already showed that this was not a misunderstanding. At the critical moment when Benfica was still lagging behind, the guy named Mourinho used the third substitution quota again, and he substituted it turned out to be that black-haired kid. Crazy. Completely crazy. That guy named Mourinho actually sent a little guy who had never played in a formal game at this critical moment. Perhaps at this moment, everyone in the Stadium of Light was watching this scene with their mouths wide open, except for the two parties involved. These are two lunatics. But sometimes football needs to be crazy, right? The results of the new book are not satisfactory, please support. I need votes. I need to click, I need to collect. Chapter 16 Bean curd is also dry food. As a Benfica fan, what do you think when you see your team falling behind? Frustrated? Pain? Or angry? Or these expressions may appear alternately on your face. However, when Lin Yi was wearing the number 20 jersey and standing on the sideline of the Stadium of Light waiting to play, many Benfica fans could be seen in the big shots of the TV broadcast whose expressions had begun to fall into despair, and many people had even begun to use he held his head in his hands, with a depressed look on his face. When the game needed someone to break the deadlock the most, that guy named Mourinho sent a kid who was only 15 years old. Even Benfica's most die-hard supporters may start to curse at this moment. They can accept defeat, but they cannot accept surrender. That madman is going to destroy Benfica, get that guy out of the Stadium of Light, idiot. You executioner of Benfica. Such roars almost covered the entire stadium. Perhaps it was the first time for Ferreira's players to see such a unanimous scene. Moreover, these people were not yelling at themselves, but threatening their team's head coach. It's a really funny scene. At this moment, the TV camera focused on the expressions of the coaches of the two teams. Mourinho was still so serious. Even though his ears were filled with crazy yells and curses, he could still stand so calmly. Bien signaled to his team members to continue pressing. On the other side, the head coach of the Ferreira team could finally relax the corners of his mouth that were almost twitching with nervousness. He could even pull out a smile that didn't look very relaxed. What a little devil could do to him. The thread is really limited. Lin Yi could also hear such a huge noise. The cheers he expected were not there, and now only this noise was accompanying him. But Lin Yi didn't care about the confusion. The only thing he could remember in his mind now was everything Mourinho said to him just now. Follow your custom, stick me a nail in their midfield and use your passes to create opportunities for the forwards. Boy, relax, just treat this as a training session and use your passes to knock them down. After Mourinho said these words, he patted Lin Yi heavily on the shoulder. That wretched uncle still feels nervous. Lin Yi could sense Mourinho's mentality from the pat on the shoulder. Although the guy was still pretending to be serious now, his palms were already wet, and Lin Yi could feel it keenly. This is my game, there won't be any accidents. Lin Yi finally stepped onto the lawn of the Stadium of Light after high-fiving his teammates. It was a great feeling. Although there was a huge noise behind him, Lin Yi said softly to himself, it doesn't matter. This will be my first performance. I will cover up this damn sound with facts. Mourinho shouted loudly to his players on the sidelines. Since he has made the final gamble, there is nothing to say. The wing has been blocked, so now let Lin Yi look for passing opportunities in the middle. He will be an organizer on the field. Everyone must obey orders. Regardless of whether this is his last game, Mourinho must unite the team as a whole at this time. He issued orders to the players on the field, and everything was based on Lin Yi. Center point, allowing this little guy to find passing lanes. Mourinho will not let the two wingers give up their attack and completely stretch the opponent's defense. This is the best way to create opportunities for Lin Yi now. After all, even Mourinho himself has certain concerns about Lin Yi's physical confrontation on the court. The little guy's body is still a bit thin, but now Benfica can't find a guy who is better at passing the ball than this kid. He could only bet once, and he could bet on this little guy. After Lin Yi came on the field, his position was very high. He was no more than 40 meters away from the opponent's goal. He directly faced the ferocious defensive midfielder of the Ferreira team. However, Lin Yi didn't care about how ferocious the guy in front of him was. He just kept scanning the movements of his teammates. This was his game habit. All calculations and moves came from this. Start by observing bit by bit. Mourinho asked Lin Yi to play as a midfielder, but he gave Lin Yi a lot of freedom. As long as this kid thinks he can find opportunities, Mourinho can let him roam, but he can't lose the ball easily. He doesn't want his opponents to find gaps in Lin Yi. However, it seems that Lin Yi has not fully entered the state of the game, or this kid is too excited. He jumped up immediately after stopping the ball with his first kick. Before he could control the football again, the opponent's midfielder was already big. He kicked the ball directly with his feet. Boy! The place you should be in is the kindergarten, not the football field. Go home and feed yourself. The fierce midfielder yelled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no time to respond to his provocation. He just apologized to his teammates. It was the first time he played in such a venue and he had not fully adapted. The one just now was just a mistake, but it was caused by this mistake. It was the dissatisfaction of the whole audience. A small mistake once again ignited the anger of these fans against Mourinho, and even those who still had a glimmer of hope began to join in. There is no other way. Mourinho can only hold on. As for whether Azevedo has started to prepare a speech to fire him, he will not consider it anymore. The last 30 minutes will be the game that determines his life or death. I hope that kid will not make such mistakes again. Such a mistake is really a severe test for a person's heart. At least at that moment just now, Mourinho's heart stopped beating for a moment. But the next person whose heart stops beating will definitely not be Mourinho. When the ball was passed to Lin Yi again, the fierce midfielder rushed up again. He hoped to scare the black-haired boy with such fierceness and tell him that this is the world of adults. But Lin Yi would not give this guy the opportunity to talk nonsense to him again. He did not choose to stop at the moment the ball was passed. Instead, he used the back of his foot to directly follow the route of the pass and passed the ball between the legs of the reckless guy, while he quickly wiped it from the side. A beautiful crotch pass. Before the reckless back midfielder could react to what happened, Lin Yi had already completed all the moves. He didn't even give the guy a chance to grab his clothes, and rushed directly to the front of the opponent's penalty area with the ball. The roar that was about to erupt in the entire Guangming Stadium stopped again. They all watched intently as the boy shook off a defensive player with a beautiful move. They all held their breath, hoping not to miss any shots. Maybe a miracle will happen here. At this moment, the head coach of the Ferreira team might still be expecting the black-haired boy to make a fool of himself again, but the next second, his heart almost stopped beating. It was not until the boy passed the back midfielder of the Ferreira team that their head coach realized that his center had become an empty city. Benfica's continuous fierce side attack dispersed his central defense force. The back midfielder turned out to be the last defensive barrier at the front of the entire penalty area. Such a formation change was something he had never noticed. Perhaps the crazy breakthrough on the side confused his eyes. Mourinho's offensive arrangement finally saw its effect. After shaking off the strong defensive midfielder, Lin Yi rushed out almost without stopping. In front of him was an unmanned area, with one less layer of protection between the defensive midfielder and the central defender. The reckless defensive midfielder rushed too far forward to intercept the pass just now. Perhaps Lin Yi's first mistake gave him too much confidence, but now he can only be regarded as an idiot. The two central defenders were definitely the most uncomfortable people at this time. They did not dare to leave their positions easily. After all, there were two Benfica strikers waiting for opportunities behind them, but Lin Yi's advance was about to approach the top of the penalty area. Let a guy shoot at will in that position. Unless the central defender of that team wanted to be shot in the head by his goalkeeper directly with AWP, otherwise, they would never take this risk. The distance was enough for a guy with excellent shooting skills to penetrate the goal. Blocking, almost at the moment when Lin Yi rushed to the top of the penalty area, a central defender chose to block head-on. He didn't want the black-haired kid to go any further, even if it was a foul, he had to stop him. A strong defender rushed over with a move similar to a rugby running back, and Lin Yi's choice seemed a bit too hasty in the eyes of many people, because he seemed to be ready to end this attack with a shot at the top of the penalty area. Although this was an area where he could shoot, even Mourinho didn't know whether this kid could really score. After all, few people had seen this kid use shooting to solve problems during training games. Everyone was watching everything that happened on the field at this moment. Lin Yi's right foot seemed to be ready to volley outside the penalty area, and the strong central defender of the Ferreira team was fully prepared to be a human shield. Even the goalkeeper began to prepare to save the ball, but at the moment when Lin Yi's right foot touched the football, he did not pull it out directly as the opponent was willing to do, but a light man-ball separation. According to the TV commentator after the game, at that moment, Lin Yi's fake move fooled everyone. He was like a cunning actor. He attracted everyone's attention to this realistic performance, and then they all opened their mouths and exclaimed loudly. 3 against 1, when Lin Yi passed the poor central defender, the Ferreira team's defense line that had persisted for nearly 20 minutes without collapse was left with only the last big gate, but he had to face the siege of 3 people, and the ending was almost doomed. Lin Yi did not continue to break through, because it was no longer necessary. He would not necessarily make it easier to score if he forced another breakthrough. A light push was enough to create a single-blade opportunity for the Benfica striker, and the Benfica striker Cardoso did not waste Lin Yi's kindness. A beautiful volley shot into the goal. In fact, before Cardoso shot, the opponent's goalkeeper had surrendered. He just stretched out his hands symbolically. After all, the goal seemed too big, and few people would waste such a good opportunity. 1-1, 5 minutes after Lin Yi came on the field, the score on the field returned to the starting point, and the black-haired boy ignited the entire Guangming Stadium. Yes, it was Cardoso who scored the goal, but the director of the whole process was the black-haired boy. Without him, perhaps all this would not have happened. He deserves the cheers of the entire stadium. Lin Yi finally got the cheers he wanted most. He enjoyed the noisy sound because too many people couldn't even call out his name and could only shout there. It didn't matter. This was a good start. At this moment, Lin Yi enjoyed it very much. But he didn't forget to retaliate against the midfielder who just yelled at him. After celebrating the goal, when he passed by that guy, Lin Yi spoke to him. "Don't take bean buns as dry food. They are small, but I can still choke you to death." Lin Yi didn't care whether the other party could understand these or not. The most important thing was that he said it happily. This is just the beginning. Wait, the good show is still to come. Equalizing the score is not the result Benfica wants. What they want is victory. Some readers have raised the question of whether Lin Yi is of the right age to play. In fact, the competition in the Portuguese league itself is not that fierce. I chose to play here because of this. Here, more attention is paid to technical things. However, I also want to explain that Lin Yi is not invincible, so Mourinho chose to take the risk of using him at the last moment. This is a gambling bet. The main reason is that Benfica has too many injuries, resulting in their lack of a qualified organizer in the frontcourt, and Lin Yi is just suitable for this position. I hope my explanation can be more reasonable. Choosing this age is also for future preparation. I hope you can understand. I also hope that everyone will give more valuable suggestions for this book. Thank you. Chapter 17: A Gamble with No Losers. 1-1, when Benfica equalized the score, perhaps the head coach of the Ferreira team could only sigh in the coaching booth with his head in his hands. Sighing why his luck was so bad that a 15-year-old child became the protagonist on the field. The unexpected loss of the ball made the situation of the Ferreira team quite bad. Now it might be a luxury to even take a point from the Stadium of Light. A timely goal has removed more than half of the pressure on the Benfica team. The completely relaxed Benfica players began to use their technical advantages to frequently attack the opponent's half-court defense. The Ferreira team has completely lost the opportunity to cross the half-court. The huge pressure on defense forced them to give up the idea of sneak attack. Even their only striker had withdrawn to the center circle to participate in the defense. The Benfica team was basically conducting a half-court attack and defense drill around the Ferreira team. Now Ferreira has no other ideas. They aim to survive the last 20 minutes and then leave this devilish Stadium of Light quickly. This huge pressure makes the players of the Ferreira team feel a little suffocated. At the moment when Lin Yi planned the goal, Mourinho's hands behind his back had clenched into a fist, and his gamble paid off. There is nothing to hesitate now. Since the score has been tied, the current task is to overtake. Benfica does not want to accept a draw, and Mourinho will not let such an opportunity slip away again. Mourinho stood on the sidelines and reminded every player loudly, press on. Attack. Force the opponent to make a mistake. The defenders of the Benfica team have already pressed near the center circle. They want to use such an oppressive attack to open the opponent's door again. Since the gap has been opened, what needs to be done now is to continue to tear the defense of the Ferreira team from this gap. The attack on the side should be more crazy. Only in this way can the opponent's defensive formation be torn more messy. Mourinho roared loudly on the sidelines. Now no one cares about the gentlemanly manners. When life and death depend on a game, Mourinho now thinks about winning. Lin Yi's ghostly breakthrough and selfless distribution gave Mourinho a hope of winning the game. Now he no longer considers what will happen after the game. Now he just wants to win. Just do it. Use your feet to defeat them. Mourinho shouted loudly to Lin Yi. He hoped that this kid could do it again. The fans in the Stadium of Light would no longer sit and watch the game at this time. Tens of thousands of people almost stood in their seats, shouting wildly. They wanted to use their own strength to help the team get out of difficulties. After seeing the hope of winning, they would no longer be stingy with their voices. Benfica has always been their favorite. When it began to wake up in the game, no one would boo it anymore. This crazy shouting has represented everything. Along with the crazy shouting, Benfica continued to set off an offensive frenzy on the field. The pressing in the front field never stopped. Even the forwards began to fight on the spot. Everyone was fighting for the next chance to score. The crazy attack continued, and waves of impacts hit the defense line of Ferreira's team fiercely. The entire Ferreira team was in a state of nervous passivity. Their head coach had changed 3 players in a row, but at this time, the effect of these adjustments was really limited. The wing, the middle, every point was sprinting, and Lin Yi became the most brilliant burst point on the field. Lin Yi's figure kept appearing on the big screen of the stadium, and every appearance would attract cheers from the fans. At this time, no one remembered that this little guy was only 15 years old. They just wanted to see him create miracles on the field. Passing the ball, passing, and continuous kicks, the entire Benfica midfield has completely begun to attack around Lin Yi. Now all the rights to pass the ball in the midfield are handed over to this kid. No one will have any complaints at this time, and no one will care that Lin Yi is just a novice, because the attack planned by Lin Yi has already reflected his selflessness and wisdom. This is the case on the football field. As long as you can show convincing ability, no one will have too much criticism of you. Lin Yi has conquered these teammates who are older than him with an assist. That kid is naturally friendly on the court. He always passes the ball to connect the whole team. Edward watched this scene off the court and couldn't help but mutter, but now he is very proud because he selected that kid into Benfica. Lin Yi's success today also verified Edward's vision of people. Although there have been twists and turns, it is better than missing it. The 20 minutes of the trial training is not only a redemption for this little guy, but also a redemption for Benfica. However, Lin Yi is under a lot of pressure now. The perfect performance just now has made him the focus of the opponent's defense. The opponent's head coach obviously doesn't want to make another mistake. His substitution adjustment has arranged another defensive midfielder in the middle. Such a blockade line also makes it difficult for Lin Yi to break through, and the compression of space can also cause him a lot of trouble. Ferreira's team retreated across the board to defend, making this half very crowded. Benfica's attack lost space in the middle, and Lin Yi's passes began to be frequently kicked out of the sideline. The crazy siege was unable to score a second goal, and Benfica began to get impatient again. And Lin Yi also became an important target for the opponent's defense. In just 5 minutes after the goal, Lin Yi had been violated by the opponent 4 times in a row. The defensive midfielder who was angered by him blocked Lin Yi's forward steps in the most ferocious way. Lin Yi was not stupid enough to fight with such a reckless guy. He knew what his disadvantages were, so he began to run all over the field like a gallop. He did not receive the ball at a fixed point at all, and he would pass the ball out as soon as he received the ball every time. With a series of short passes, Lin Yi used the penetration of short passes in the middle to make the opponent's foul tactics lose their target. He did not dribble the ball at all, so how could you foul? Are you going to chase him and tackle? Lin Yi's clever movements would not give the opponent too many opportunities. When the defensive psychology of the Ferreira team began to become unbalanced, and when the opponent's strong offensive power began to put pressure on you, I am afraid that any team will make unconventional mistakes, and Lin Yi was waiting for such an opportunity. He has been looking for and thinking about it. In fact, there are always unexpected events in football matches. Someone will make mistakes first, and opportunities are contained in these mistakes. The strong midfielder who chased Lin Yi's clever steps and tried to save face always wanted to give Lin Yi a hard blow so that the boy would remember this lesson. However, he was the first to learn the lesson. Lin Yi received the ball again during Benfica's attack. But this time he did not pass the ball directly, but stepped on the football with his soles at the moment when the strong midfielder rushed up. A continuous shaking of the ankle made the football pass through the opponent's crotch again, and he also avoided the opponent's collision and squeezed past the guy directly. Lin Yi seemed to be going to perform another continuous passing performance, and the fans began to get excited about this change. A sudden change in rhythm once again made the midfielder an idiot ridiculed by others. This was the second time he was insulted by Lin Yi in the form of a crotch. Few people can have such good self-cultivation, especially those who have been ridiculed by Lin Yi. The guy's first reaction was to turn around and make a fierce sliding tackle. His action was almost not aimed at the ball. At this time, he no longer cared about what kind of trouble this action would bring to himself. He just wanted the kid to stop. Beep. The referee's whistle interrupted the game. Lin Yi kept rolling on the grass, covering his right leg. The culprit had been surrounded by Benfica's players. If the referee hadn't pulled them apart at this time, the back waist might have been beaten into a pig's head. Red card. The referee expelled the perpetrator without any hesitation. Such a back-to-back tackle also had an obvious sense of hurting people. There was no need to make any considerations at all. If he was unlucky, he might get additional punishment after the game. The coach of the Ferreira team really wanted to take out a gun and kill this idiot at this time. He actually made such a mistake at such a critical moment. Anyone can imagine how passive this situation would be. Now the Ferreira team not only has to deal with Benfica's crazy attack, but they also have one less person than the opponent. Damn it! The coach of the Ferreira team slammed his fist on the coaching bench. He didn't even have the mood to look at the guy who was sent off. Mourinho was already standing on the sidelines nervously when he saw Lin Yi rolling on the grass. He didn't want the boy to have any accidents. However, when he saw the defensive midfielder being sent off, Lin Yi had already climbed up from the grass. Although his expression still looked very painful, when Lin Yi looked at Mourinho, Mourinho actually saw that the boy gave him a thumbs up proudly. Knock. Mourinho realized at this time that the boy's performance this time was completely intentional. From the time he chose to break through to the time he lured the opponent to commit a malicious foul, he did it on purpose. He was looking for an opportunity to break the deadlock in this way. The opponent had no one to replace. At this time, without a defensive midfielder, their central defense would become weaker. Lin Yi planned to do this. He must make the central defense weaker. If you want to stab hard from the middle, it is definitely a good idea to have one less annoying defender. Although such temptation will put yourself in danger of injury, it seems worth it now. Mourinho even doubted whether the kid had been brewing this idea for a long time. His performance on the field was so sophisticated that he didn't look like a novice. This bastard was simply a veteran player, cunning, practical, and unscrupulous. A red card, a free kick only 25 meters away from the goal. Benfica began to take the initiative. Now the trouble of Ferreira's team is not just one less person, they also need to accept the test of this free kick. You know, Benfica has never lacked guys with accurate footwork. But this time, what surprised everyone was that it was not the familiar Cardoso and others standing in front of the ball, but the black-haired kid. He seemed to be going to take the free kick he created himself, and the others had already scattered near the penalty area. The one who is most confused now is probably the goalkeeper of Ferreira's team. How will that kid shoot? An arc? A heavy cannon? Or is he going to pass the ball? Now everyone has discovered this problem. They know nothing about that little guy, and they don't even know which foot he will use to shoot. How the hell should we defend this? Moreover, the distance between the penalty spot and the goal is the most difficult for the goalkeeper to judge. He can only let 6 people form a human wall. In addition to making it a little more difficult for the black-haired kid to shoot, the unlucky goalkeeper can't think of any other way. Lin Yi kept complaining to the referee that the opponent's human wall was too far forward, and he kept swinging his feet around the football, as if looking for the angle of the shot, which made the guys in the human wall always nervous. When the referee indicated that everything was in place and blew the whistle, Lin Yi's run-up had begun. He seemed to have identified the upper corner of the goal, and a precise arc shot was inevitable. All the players of the Ferreira team in the human wall were desperately jumping up. They wanted the little guy's shot to lose the angle, or hit them directly and bounce out. But when their toes left the ground, they despairingly discovered that the kid had deceived everyone again. He didn't use his toes to kick the ball directly under the toes of the jumping people. The fatal space in front of the goal, this was a sudden change. When Cardoso appeared in front of the Ferreira team's goal, few people understood what happened. A light push was enough to make the score on the field 2-1. Benfica changed the score again with 13 minutes left in the second half. With exquisite cooperation, keen sense, and deceptive performance, Lin Yi became the protagonist on the field again. He ran to the sidelines with his hands raised high. He ran to Mourinho and roared loudly at the serious guy. "Beautiful. I told you to watch my performance. I did it." Lin Yi understood that it was the uncle in front of him who gave him the opportunity, and he also repaid the uncle's trust with the most perfect debut. Mourinho didn't say much, just gave the little guy a bear hug. He won, they all won. This was a gamble with no losers. Everything changed because of this kid. Is it beautiful? This is simply nonsense. The cheers in the entire Stadium of Light have already said it all. This is not only beautiful, but even perfect. This is a performance full of spirit. Everyone is cheering for this black-haired kid. This crazy afternoon became wonderful because of the sudden appearance of a black-haired kid. Perhaps, this will be the beginning of Benfica's recovery. McGrady 1.3 million pistons. This. I'm going to wash my face. This is too dreamy. I suspect I'm dreaming. Please collect, click, recommend, and have various opinions and suggestions. Thank you. Chapter 18 Twins in the same city. When Benfica started to lead on the field, they were even less likely to leave any chance for their opponents to turn the tables. Moreover, the guys from the Ferreira team also lost the courage to continue to resist. When the score became 2-1, everything was doomed. Since the game entered the second half, the Ferreira team had already given up the possibility of attacking, and they were always defending with all their strength. They just wanted to take the victory from the Stadium of Light, but God did not give them this opportunity, or more accurately, Mourinho and Lin Yi did not give them a chance. When Lin Yi's free kick penetrated the Ferreira team's defense, all the fans who supported the Ferreira team held their heads in despair. They couldn't believe it all. Their team was actually defeated by a 15-year-old kid. God, this is simply crazy. Want to rely on a striker to equalize the score now? The coach of the Ferreira team has not gone crazy to this extent, although it is often said that losing one is losing two is also losing. But after all, no one wants to see themselves being bloodbathed by others, not to mention that this is still at the home court of the Benfica team. Attacking with this completely defensive formation? Unless the entire Benfica team leaves the field now, it would be a dream. The head coach of the Ferreira team is very clear about this. Their goal in the first half was more due to luck and the sluggish mental state of the Benfica team. But when a lion wakes up, you should not expect to snatch victory from its mouth. With one less player and one goal behind, the coach of the Ferreira team can only choose to continue to defend. He doesn't want to be beaten into a sieve by the Benfica team at the Light Stadium. Although this scene looks really bad, the Ferreira team has no choice. They can't think of any other way except to resist like this. That damn black-haired boy, maybe more than one supporter of the Ferreira team is cursing like this now. Although Mourinho hopes to relieve the pressure on the players with a big win, the opponent's refusal to cooperate also makes him helpless. After all, Ferreira is also a professional team. You have to come out to attack to show that you have resisted before, right? Even if it's a half-time, it's still the same, but the Ferreira team seems to have made up their minds to build a reinforced concrete wall within 40 meters in front of their goal. If the Ferreira team is now a girl being violated, but her choice is to close her eyes and endure the opponent's brutality instead of desperately calling for help. She didn't even push the opponent to resist, just closed her eyes and endured, or enjoyed it. The Ferreira team didn't want the score to change anymore. In the last 10 minutes, they just wanted to keep this score and leave here. The score of 1-2 is much better than being bloodbathed by these crazy people. After all, not everyone will pay attention to how ugly the Ferreira team is. Since they are destined to be supporting roles, they don't want to be a particularly tragic supporting role. Being overtaken by others is already a tragedy, and being bloodbathed again. Then the Ferreira team is not a matter of bad luck, they all have to go back and check their character collectively. The head coach of the Ferreira team did not want to be a footnote in the sports headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. Even if he lost, he did not want to lose so embarrassingly. At least he did not want the score to be so ugly. A 1-goal difference was acceptable no matter where he went, although the scene was really unbearable. The score of 2-1 was maintained until the end of the game. Benfica practiced shooting for nearly 15 minutes. The score was not rewritten thanks to the 9 players of the Ferreira team and a goalkeeper who was almost driven crazy by Benfica's shooting. If they had not erected a solid defense line in front of the goal, perhaps the score would have been rewritten by Benfica long ago. Lin E and the offensive players of Benfica did not try to break through the defense, but facing a group of people defending the penalty area, the methods you can come up with are really very limited. Even if you want to pass a fatal ball, there should be at least a gap. This crowd is too solid. Moreover, Ferreira's team was really lucky. Benfica's 2 long shots from the perimeter hit the goal post directly, just a hair's breadth away from scoring. At the end of the game, the goalkeeper of Ferreira hugged the goal post and kissed it a few times. Maybe he was thanking God at this moment. After the game, the coach of Ferreira even said shamelessly in front of the media that there was nothing wrong with the team's tactical arrangement. It was just that the black-haired kid wearing Benfica's number 20 jersey changed the course of the game. He didn't lose to Benfica, but to that kid. Mourinho ignored this statement. He always chose to ignore the words of a defeated general. Is such a bickering interesting? Moreover, he used such a poor excuse as an excuse for failure, when everyone thought that it was a joke for him to send Lin E. Only Mourinho insisted on this decision. He got the most perfect ending. Now there is no need to entangle this issue with such a loser. According to Portugal, they brought a bus and parked it sideways in front of the goal. My players tried their best, but Benfica is not a demolition worker. Such excellent defense is not something we can break through. Mourinho flattered his opponent. In fact, Mourinho's subtext is easy to understand. You, the shameless old man, have almost blocked the goal tightly. How can I kick it in? The game is lost, so why do you, a defeated general, have so much nonsense? If you hadn't been guarding the goal for 15 minutes in the backcourt, the score would still be unknown. Don't be so arrogant when you are given some sunshine. Do you understand the principle of leaving a line for others? Although Mourinho didn't have to respond too much to the words of the head coach of Ferreira's team, his 1 or 2 words could already hurt the other party's nerves. There was no way, because you were the loser on the field. For a loser, you can never have the right to speak. But now Mourinho has to deal with not that poor guy, because there are too many reporters gathered in front of him. All the questions are directed at him, and he must deal with the bombardment of the entire group of reporters at the same time, which makes Mourinho's scalp a little numb. Of course, the core of all these questions is not only to let him talk about the current situation of Benfica and his plans for future games, but also other things. It's all about Lin E. Everyone knows that it was the boy who turned around Benfica's passive situation after he came on the field. Everyone wants to know more about the boy. Not only do they want to know, but those crazy fans are the ones who want to know everything the most. Maybe now these reporters are regretting why they didn't start collecting the background information of the little guy earlier, so that now they are at a loss. All sources of information must be provided by Mourinho. Everyone knows how difficult this guy is. But Mourinho didn't intend to tell them everything. Except for some information about Lin Yi's training with the Benfica youth team, he wouldn't say anything more. There is no need to let the media publicize the intelligence of his players. Lin E must now be a surprise attack for Mourinho. But after such a game, Lin Yi's name will definitely resound throughout Portugal. At least the whole of Lisbon will be shocked by the performance of such a little guy on the field. It is basically impossible to keep it secret. Mourinho knows this very well. But Mourinho still hopes that this little guy can slow down the time it takes for him to enter the opponent's sight. In the case of Benfica's serious lack of offensive players, Mourinho still needs this kid to continue to create miracles for the team on the field. If Lin Yi is studied by the opponent too early, Mourinho's life will not be too easy. The earlier the fame is, the better. Although those reporters will curse Mourinho's confidentiality behind his back, this will not stop them from continuing to dig up the black-haired boy's affairs. The media with a wide network of contacts have already spread their nets. What they want is first-hand information, no matter what aspect of Lin Yi. Even if you can provide the newspaper with the size of Lin Yi's underwear, they will give you enough compensation as soon as possible. News reports are about time. Few people want to read outdated news. Everyone starts to get busy for this black-haired boy. A mixed-race orphan, who spent 5 years alone in the church, participated in the youth team of Cerveira, performed well in the training match with Sporting Lisbon, and once contributed 4 assists in the match with Lisbon. All these things began to appear on the desks of editors-in-chief of various media. Now the task of the media is actually very simple. They are responsible for stringing together these collected stories. No matter how true the story is, the key is that someone likes to read it. The sales of newspapers is the only criterion for measuring the value of a news. Their task is to print out these piles of news and sell them to readers. Anyway, everyone has the psychology of gossip, but now readers want whose gossip, which is the most important thing. Everything about the black-haired boy will become the secret that others want to know most. Maybe these stories are not very attractive to ordinary readers, but this is another difficult growth history of a young player. But for Benfica supporters, this is undoubtedly a report with obvious emotional tendency, because the boy once severely taught Sporting Lisbon a lesson on the court, even if it was only a youth team game. There is nothing more satisfying than defeating the opponent in a derby. The feud between Benfica and Sporting has long been a part of the city's history. There is no match in Portugal that can replace the clash between the two teams. Even the confrontation between Porto and them cannot be more intense than the clash between the two teams. This is a hatred that has accumulated for decades. If Lin Yi conquered the tens of thousands of Benfica fans in the Stadium of Light with 2 beautiful assists in the match against Ferreira, then now he is fully qualified to be promoted to the new darling of this team. The reason is actually very simple, that is, because Lin Yi once defeated Sporting Lisbon in the game, and he defeated the opponent very beautifully. Those crazy Benfica fans seem to have seen the hope of overthrowing the old opponent. Now there is no discussion about whether this kid should be promoted to the first team of Benfica. If someone still laughs at the black-haired kid in the bar at this time, he will definitely be thrown out of the bar. An unexpected result, but not bad. It saves us a lot of trouble, doesn't it? Mourinho looked at the large-scale bombardment reports on Lin Yi in the newspapers and has now become accustomed to it. This result is actually good. At least no one will point at his nose and say that the boy is his illegitimate child, and no one will call him an idiot. The media is like this, they will never remember what they said in the last second. Mourinho has gradually become calm. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was intentional. When Lin Yi's name began to appear everywhere on the streets of Lisbon, another name that sounded a little unfamiliar also began to make a name for itself in the football circle of Lisbon. The day after Benfica defeated Ferreira 2-1, the old rival Sporting Lisbon also defeated Boavista 3-1, and they also had a novice in this game. That guy was also selected from the youth team of Sporting Lisbon this summer. He was the last batch of students led by Aurelio Pereira. He was called the future of Sporting Lisbon. That guy is Cristiano Ronaldo. Unlike Lin Yi's 2 assists, the guy named Cristiano Ronaldo from Sporting Lisbon scored 2 goals in the game. He also won the crazy cheers of the fans of Sporting Lisbon. Sporting Lisbon seemed to be demonstrating to Benfica in this way. Don't think that only you have the future. We are the same. The young people who belong to their respective teams now seem to have begun to emerge. 2 former opponents in the same city began to come into people's sight. Some people also said that this is the twin stars of the city of Lisbon, but their destiny is not to shine on each other, but to shine brighter than each other. Lin Yi, Cristiano Ronaldo, it seems that football in Lisbon was occupied by young people overnight. Maybe they will be opponents in the future. Who knows, maybe we will know when they meet. The last time was a draw, and no one knows the outcome of the next time. Yesterday was due to contract reasons, so I updated once, and I will try to make up for it today. Please forgive me. Please continue to support and give more valuable suggestions. Chapter 19. Fame does not mean maturity. The future confrontation between Lin Yi and Cristiano Ronaldo has become a new topic of discussion between the two teams in Lisbon. Too many people are comparing these two little guys. They are equally talented and young. They seem to have an infinitely bright future. Especially the 2 assists contributed by Lin Yi on the field were used as a topic of conversation by many people. Those who did not go to the Stadium of Light to watch the game were extremely regretful that they missed the most exciting scene. Now they can only recall that wonderful moment from TV or newspapers. The black-haired boy has proved his value with such a game, and he has also won a place in the team with such a game. Maybe Lin Yi was too selfless in the game against Ferreira. Now there are not many people in the entire Benfica team who don't like this little guy, especially forwards like Cardoso who are already on the edge of the main force and substitutes, and they have taken the initiative to show goodwill to Lin Yi. After all, the attack of these forwards depends entirely on the support of the midfield. The precise pass of Lin Yi is a timely rein for these forwards. In a professional league where the number of goals is used to measure the ability of a striker, a good midfield organizer will be a blessing for their striker. And that game seemed to give Lin Yi more confidence. He could even improvise on the field when he was in group confrontation. And this kind of showing off of skills did not attract opposition from others, and some people even liked to watch his performance. But Mourinho didn't think so. Such casualness was not good for official games, and it might even lead to a bad habit. No one in the official game will give you such an opportunity to show your footwork, and they won't even let you receive the pass comfortably. As far as Lin Yi's current physical confrontation ability is concerned, any strong midfielder will cause him a lot of trouble. Yes, it was a perfect debut against Ferreira. No matter from which aspect, Lin Yi deserves praise from others. But what is the premise for the success of this debut? It was Benfica's fierce attack and the oppressive attack of the entire team. Benfica did not rely on Lin Yi's strength to pass 11 opponents. Lin Yi's success was based on Benfica's crazy pulling of the opponent's defense line. The contempt of the opposing defensive players and the boys' quick response on the spot made such a game happen. If there hadn't been a crazy attack on the wing, the frontal defense of Ferreira's team would not have been out of the line at that moment, and Lin Yi would not have been able to seize this opportunity so smoothly. His personal ability is worthy of recognition, but the most important thing is the overall performance, not that he solved all the problems by himself. Before this game, no one would pay attention to him, but now it is completely different. Too many people are discussing the excellence of this little guy. He will soon become the target of the opponent's key defense in the future, and he will face greater offensive pressure at that time. Fame does not mean maturity. The speed of this boy's popularity is simply too fast, faster than Mourinho's imagination, and also beyond the limit that a 15-year-old boy can bear. Now the little guy has a little feeling of being in a daze, which is not good news. But Lin Yi is still only a 15-year-old kid. Can he digest the negative effects of such fame? Mourinho doesn't know, but he hopes that he can urge this kid to stay away from the influence of those reports. Mourinho had no good way to deal with this situation. He could only correct the little guy's attitude in his own way. No matter what happened in the future, at least in his hands, he didn't want Lin Yi to be dazzled by the outside world's flattery. When Lin Yi made such a playful move in the training confrontation for the second time, Mourinho scolded Lin Yi loudly. He needed to tell this kid what he shouldn't do and what he couldn't do. This was training, not kicking those juggling footballs on the street. In the subsequent confrontation, Mourinho even arranged 2 strong defensive midfielders to clamp Lin Yi's range of activities. The fierce tackles and body collisions made Lin Yi no longer in the mood to perform like this. He could only muster all his energy to deal with the 2 big guys. Pooh! Lin Yi didn't know how many times he had spit out the grass in his mouth. In this round of group confrontation, he didn't have a minute to dribble the ball well. Almost every time he controlled the football, he would be thrown to the ground fiercely. His mouth was already full of bitter taste. Damn it! This is not training. This is murder. Lin Yi finally couldn't hold back his temper. He yelled at Mourinho. He didn't know why the guy who was hugging him the day before yesterday was treating him so harshly now. He couldn't figure it out. Shut up. Now your task is to accept everything. Don't think that every team will be like Ferreira's team. No one will let you pass the ball comfortably. This is professional football. Now your condition is not suitable for training. Go run 5,000 meters immediately, otherwise, leave here immediately. Mourinho didn't give Lin Yi a chance to continue to get angry, because his voice was several times louder than Lin Yi's. Such a sudden roar shocked the whole team. Although Lin Yi was full of anger, he could only obey, because that guy was the coach. Lin Yi's punishment continued until the end of the entire team's training. When everyone dispersed, the black-haired boy was still running forward on the track, and behind him was a stopwatch. Mourinho still looked serious. Okay, your training is over today. You can take a shower and go home. Remember to arrive on time for tomorrow's morning training. Mourinho stopped in time before Lin Yi was about to run out of breath and continued to punish the kid, but his expression there was still no change, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or calm. Uncle, can I ask why this is? I don't know what I did wrong at all. Can you tell me the reason? Lin Yi was very confused about the nearly hour-long lap activity. He didn't know what he was doing. Instead of stepping on this uncle's tail, he actually wants to punish himself like this. If he did something wrong somewhere, he hoped to know where it was instead of being punished for being so confused. Even if you are going to die, you need to understand that you need to die. One game has made you the darling of this city, but you are still a newcomer on the field. So whether you are in the game or in training, you should know what to do. The football field is not a juggling act. Don't show off your skills here, it will harm you. Mourinho told Lin Yi word for word that he has never objected to players' improvisation and performance, but the premise is that you must understand what you are doing. You are playing professional football, not just using this method. Juggling to please others. He hopes Lin Yi can understand this. Mourinho is not killing the player's nature, but everything must be done according to the laws of professional football. The football field is like this. Those who can adapt to it can survive. Those who cannot adapt have been eliminated too many. He didn't want Lin Yi to become the next guy to be eliminated after squandering his talent, so he gave this kid a wake-up call. I have seen too many guys who were called geniuses disappear from the training ground in despair in Spain. I don't want you to be the next one. Mourinho hopes that this kid can understand why he does what he does. This is the law of football. If you don't pay hard, you may be eliminated from this circle very quickly. It will not leave you with anything to correct your mistakes. Chance. Okay, uncle, if you don't like what I do during training, you can just say it. There is no need to treat me so cruelly, okay? Only now did Lin Yi understand why this serious-looking uncle looked so irritable. He himself admitted that after a victory, he believed a little too much in his own skills. The training match just now was also a good lesson. At least it allowed Lin Yi to understand that he was still a little far away from the requirements of a professional player. He is not what those newspapers said. He is already an omnipotent genius. He still needs to learn. Hey, I'm still underage. Aren't you afraid of being sued for abusing child labor like this? Also, I understand what you said. I admit that my attitude is a bit loose. It will never happen again, but next time can we try to communicate first and stop using this method of corporal punishment? Do you know how cruel your facial expression is when you do this? After Lin Yi learned the reason for his punishment, he could only lament his bad luck with his hands on his hips. Also, why does the uncle like to use torture directly first? This guy's aggrieved face couldn't be due to some kind of abuse he suffered at home, so he came here to vent his anger. Okay, I hope there won't be a next time. You should go back and rest quickly. There will be new subjects added to the training tomorrow morning. Mourinho's words basically made Lin Yi lose the strength to move his steps. Still increasing. You'd better just kill me. There are so many things you need to practice in terms of long-distance passing ability and physical confrontation. By the way, there will be a certain amount of physical training added tomorrow. You only ran for an hour today and you are already like this. You should still have a lot of endurance. There is a lot of room for digging. These must be increased immediately. Mourinho didn't care how green his face was now, he just kept talking about a lot of training items. Lin Yi swore that he must have dug up the ancestral graves of Mourinho and his family in his last life, otherwise, he would never let himself meet such a guy in this life. This is not training. It's simply devastating. Let's update the 2 chapters together, so as not to accuse me of being lazy. Chapter 20 Internal Struggle. Every morning, the sun will not stop its rise into the sky because of Lin Yi's melancholy, and Lin Yi's heavy breathing will still be heard on Benfica's training ground on time. Mourinho did not break his promise. He added Lin Yi to the training program on time. In addition to the necessary physical confrontation and physical training, Mourinho began to try to let Lin Yi attack directly within 30 meters from the goal. Mourinho saw the potential of Lin Yi's calf strength from the explosive test a few weeks ago. Instant explosive power is this little guy's advantage, but Mourinho needs to open another door for this kid. Guy is a little too humble in some ways. A qualified commander not only has to revitalize the entire team, but also has to be the key to unlocking the deadlock in the game at critical moments. From the day I started following your training and games, I rarely saw you taking the initiative to shoot on the court. Yes, you can use the pass to tear apart the opponent's defense, but you have to be clear, don't let the pass you. The ball becomes a cage that locks oneself in. If the opponent understands that you are the kind of guy who can only pass the ball, then you will easily fall into passivity. Because they only need to keep an eye on your passing route, and you do not have any ability to threaten the goal. If you want to open a big enough gap from your opponent, you not only have to pass the ball like a knife, but more importantly, you have to become a knife yourself. Deep in, you should be like a knife directly to the opponent's throat in the middle. Remember, there should be many ways to kill the opponent, instead of indulging yourself in passing the ball. Think about the legends of this club. Rui Costa will also seize the opportunity to hit the opponent hard when attacking. This is a qualified midfielder. This is how modern football is, you can pass the ball to sort out the team's context, you should also learn to use proactive offensive methods to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. Lin Yi nodded to indicate that he understood the question, shooting. In fact, Lin Yi can use his beautiful footwork to pass ghostly passes, which is enough to prove that he has a good feel for football. It's just that when he played in the dilapidated pitches behind Sabater and the church, he was used to directing others on the field instead of becoming a finisher. His footwork is actually not bad, but he is not yet good at it. Get used to letting yourself solve problems. Compared with shooting, Lin Yi prefers to see the moment when his pass shreds the opponent's defense. Those surprised eyes and the goalkeeper's desperate eyes are his favorite. However, he understood that Mourinho was right. He was indeed paranoid about passing the ball when attacking. This is a disease and must be cured. 1 hour of shooting training every day, try to shoot from multiple angles, practice with both your left and right feet. Mourinho's voice seemed a bit stiff, but Lin Yi fully understood what the serious-looking guy in front of him was doing. When a person wishes you well, he will use the strictest standards to ask you. If you are a puddle of mud, no one will care about your future. Although Lin Yi muttered all day long that the uncle in front of him was a tyrant, he never stopped training. Mourinho rarely teaches a player one-on-one like this, except when he once served as a youth team coach in the Portuguese low-level league. But now Lin Yi, a kid who has just stepped into the threshold of professional football, has let Mourinho pick up his old business again. He needs to let this kid understand that knowing how to pass the ball is a must-have condition for an organizer, but forward penetration at critical moments will also be a key to winning the game, and sometimes being appropriately selfish is also a necessary choice. Mourinho is very optimistic about this little black-haired guy, although he often mumbles incomprehensible languages when looking at him. But Mourinho has never been stingy in cultivating this kid, not only for the team's performance, but also for the kid's future. Lin Yi does not lack talent or skills, but what he lacks is practical experience and systematic training in professional football. That little guy looks more natural on the football field, and the most primitive things in football seem to flow through his veins. But there are too many things that cannot be cultivated, and the wildness in that kid is one of the reasons why Mourinho pays so much attention to him. Dare to fight, even when competing in groups, Lin Yi also showed a very fierce side on the court. He was not cute at all at this time. He never lets the football be easily broken under his feet. Unless the defender relies on his body advantage to knock him down very fiercely, otherwise it will be really difficult to steal the football from his feet. Even if someone could intercept Lin Yi's dribbling, he would immediately turn around and counterattack. Mourinho found that this kid had a strong South American player's style when intercepting the ball. Lin Yi trusts his first judgment very much, calculating that he may not get the ball back immediately, but he will definitely make it impossible for you to continue dribbling the ball. If Lin Yi is still like a gentleman when organizing offense, then when he intercepts others in the midfield, he is more like a fierce robber. This kid has extremely strong self-confidence. Perhaps Mourinho can often see this characteristic of Lin Yi in himself. They are both the kind of people who are extremely confident in themselves, but one is on the court and the other is off the court. They both firmly believe that the choices they make are correct. This little guy has a spirit of not admitting defeat, which is what Mourinho appreciates the most. A person who likes to bow his head and admit defeat will never become a great man. Just like when Lin Yi was dribbling the ball on the field, no matter whether you win or lose, you must hold your head high and look at all your opponents. Lin Yi never likes to admit defeat, just like when he first practiced football with that man, he liked to see the short smile on the man's face and the gentle eyes of his mother when he won the ball, which is why he kept playing football. On the football field, he had memories of all the happy days in the past, but from the day he chose football for a living, he understood that he had to take on more responsibilities, and careers often represent responsibilities. And now, he understands why he chose football. Seeing the green lawn and hearing the cheers of the audience, his blood is boiling. That is a kind of madness that makes blood vessels hot. Lin Yi can still remember the cheers of tens of thousands of people in the game with Ferreira. From an orphan who was forgotten in a corner to an idol facing tens of thousands of people cheering, those short 30 minutes have made Lin Yi understand what he should do. If he still wants to hear that crazy shout, he has no choice but to sweat more on the training ground. If he wants to succeed, he has to grit his teeth and do everything well from now on. Lin Yi knows that he has no way out and can only grit his teeth and move forward. Such training will start from the early morning every day, last for 2 to 3 hours, and then continue after the team's regular training. Even those old guys who have played football for more than 10 years are a little shocked by the intensity of this training, but the black-haired boy seems to be unaware of it. Mourinho uses such a mature training method to stimulate Lin Yi. He believes that the little guy has the ability to accept this kind of high-intensity indoctrination. Lin Yi's training continues crazily, but his playing time in each official game is still stuck within 30 minutes by Mourinho. Even if Lin Yi has made 1 assist in 3 games, he can't snatch 1 more minute of playing time from Mourinho. 30 minutes is a limit. If he is forced to extend the time in the game, it will only harm him. For a little guy whose body is still in the development stage, Mourinho still needs to protect him as much as possible. He can be a surprise soldier, but not a regular weapon. I really don't know when I can start. Every time Lin Yi sits on the bench and watches his teammates running on the field, he will think so. He is eager to run on the field, but now it seems that the head coach has no such plan for the time being. Wait for the opportunity. I hope I can do better. Every day during training, Lin Yi will say this to himself. This is not to remind himself, but to spur himself. He needs to use practical actions to prove that he can do it. Maybe it was the victory over Ferreira at the Stadium of Light that brought back the confidence of Benfica. Maybe it was Lin Yi's interlaced running and ball distribution on the field that brought more vitality to the team's offense. In the next 4 games, Benfica won all the games. Lin Yi also began to be favored by more and more Benfica supporters, especially some female fans. There was no way. That boy had a face that was too cute and was easily accepted by women. Even his orphan status would attract more love. That boy has a very deceptive face. Those women are too crazy. All the Benfica players were speechless watching Lin Yi being frantically called by female fans, hugged, and kissed. He was really an enviable guy. Help. Life. Ah. Lin Yi swore that he absolutely didn't like being envied like this. Damn, being molested by hundreds of 30-something ants, what's so exciting about that? Put you in a pile of women like this, can you get excited? The continuous victory made Benfica's ranking start to climb from the middle of the league to the 4th place. Now it is only 5 points away from the first-ranked Sporting Lisbon. Many newspapers began to say that Benfica's recovery is unstoppable, and the next derby in Lisbon will be worth looking forward to. Lin Yi has contributed 3 assists so far, and the pride of Sporting Lisbon has scored 3 goals in 4 games. The competition between the twin stars has already begun. The most proud person now is probably Mendes. All his work focus has been placed in the city of Lisbon. The shining stars of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lin Yi have made him see the harvest of his bet. However, a very troublesome thing now is that Chris's contract has been finalized, and Lin Yi, the little guy who was promoted from the youth team, has not yet reached a working relationship with the club. It's not that Mendes himself doesn't want to talk about this issue, but no one from Benfica from top to bottom has received him. Everyone's mind has been used on the presidential election. As for the future of a 15-year-old child, there is no much concern. Who knows if someone else has been replaced on the rostrum tomorrow morning, and who knows if the next chairman will still pay so much attention to the black-haired kid. He is just a star of hope, not a famous star. It is not certain whether he can stay in Benfica as others expect. No one knows whether there will be a new chairman and whether he will start buying those already famous guys. Mendes really has nothing to say about such work efficiency. He is helpless. He even has to explain to Lin Yi why the work contract has not been settled. Fortunately, the boy is now fighting with Mourinho on the training ground and rarely asks about these things. You are professional, I won't ask too much, I am only responsible for playing well, I believe you will handle everything, anyway, you are my agent, everything is up to you. Lin Yi knows that these things are beyond his ability, so he might as well not care. Mourinho has been booed less and less when he stands on the sidelines. When the team's ranking gradually rises, not many people think about whether this guy has coached a professional team before, and whether he is qualified to coach a giant. The fans' requirements are actually very simple: winning the championship, and playing beautifully. As long as you can meet their wishes, then they will have the opportunity to worship you and lift you to the sky. On the other hand, it is the kind of experience that Mourinho enjoyed a few weeks ago, which is simply worse than death. The better the black-haired kid performs on the court, the more it proves Mourinho's unique vision of judging people. Both guys have won the respect of others in their own way. Now the Stadium of Light is filled with more cheers for them than the curses they once had. Although the team's performance has begun to get better and better, Benfica's troubles are far from over. As a wealthy club, it is always full of struggles for interests. Problems on the court can be solved with feet, but the players cannot control some factors outside the court. Benfica's presidential election has reached the final stage. The competition between Villarino and Azevedo for the presidency has reached a white-hot point. They are trying to find the flaws of their opponents, and the language and behavior of attacking each other have begun to flood the entire club. According to the words of those Benfica fans, this is simply a civil war. The struggle between two idiots is destroying Benfica. But they have no choice. It is a game of politicians. These ordinary fans have no way to control anything and can only watch helplessly. Mourinho never wanted to get involved in such club affairs. He just wanted to lead Benfica to play quietly. Winning the championship is what a coach should do, but some people will not let go of this new guy because he has become a stumbling block for others. Now those people want to kick him out of the position of head coach in various ways. Villarino, the main competitor for the chairman's position, has long regarded this guy signed by Azevedo as a person in the opponent's camp. The better the record of Benfica, the more unfavorable it is for him. He has publicly said in the media more than once that a team of Benfica's status should be equipped with an excellent coach, not those without any experience. Mourinho is obviously not among the ranks of excellent coaches. Whether Mourinho admits this fact or not, he has been classified as Azevedo's camp, even if he has not said anything. The strongest fortress is often broken from the inside. When Benfica has just gathered its courage, a disgusting force is dividing them again, and even makes everyone feel disgusted. The players have inevitably been disturbed by this unstable factor in their training and competition mood. No one knows what the final result of the chairman's election battle will be. If a new chairman is elected, where will the future of these players be? Everyone is waiting anxiously. This damn infighting. Mourinho cursed this power struggle in private. Lin Yi heard such curses in person, but he didn't know how to tell the serious uncle about it. Although Lin Yi still doesn't feel anything about such power struggles, he still has to compete with numerous training subjects every day and avoid the crazy entanglement of the anti-fan group, but he can already see too much worry from Mourinho's frown. "What can I do for you?" Lin Yi asked Mourinho suddenly after the training. No matter what he can do, he hopes that this uncle can have less troubles, even if he can accompany him to drink a beer, but the premise must be that someone will sell it to him. The filth in the adult world has nothing to do with you. Your task is to train and play, and pay less attention to the mess outside. Mourinho rejected Lin Yi's kindness, waved and left the training ground, but the back figure looked a little melancholy in Lin Yi's eyes. The troubles of adults, alas. Lin Yi looked at the guy who was going away, and he could only sigh and said that now he just hoped that these annoying things would pass by quickly, instead of disturbing others endlessly. It's all about money. Lin Yi spat fiercely on the ground, as if he wanted to spit out the haze surrounding the Benfica team. The damn weather seemed to be messing with it at this time, and the fine raindrops hit Lin Yi's body, but it couldn't dispel the irritability in Lin Yi's heart. No one can see Benfica's tomorrow clearly. Everyone is cursing this damn election, including Lin Yi. A future with an unknown result. For everyone. Please collect, click, recommend, the second update will be in 20 minutes. Chapter 21 This damn result. All the news about the election of Benfica's president has been automatically filtered by Mourinho. Now he just wants to lead his team to continue to win. Those things that are not related to football are better to go away and not disturb the team's preparations. As for who is the winner between Azevedo and Villarino, Mourinho no longer cares. Everything is arranged by God. There is also a sense of anxiety spreading in the Benfica team. The uncertainty about the future has caused many people's status to fluctuate. Perhaps the only good news is that Samael has returned at this critical time. This may be a very good help for Benfica's offense. After all, that guy is the most famous big-name player in Benfica now. Another good news is that their opponent this time is not strong, and it is an old acquaintance that Mourinho and Lin Yi are very familiar with. Benfica will meet the Ceballos team, which is starting its league relegation journey again. The day before the election announcement, Benfica started their away trip. They hope to take advantage of the good opportunity of Sporting Lisbon being tied by the opponent, and use a victory to narrow the gap between the two teams, and strive to leave a chance to turn the tables on the standings when they meet next time. Mourinho did not participate in the final struggle of the election before leaving. He just called Azevedo and wished him good luck. No matter how others view the relationship between him and Azevedo, at least that person gave him the opportunity to coach Benfica. As for what the result will be one day later, Mourinho no longer cares. That is not the level he should touch. He understands this. This may be the first time in my life that I have heard the fans of the Ceballos team boo me. Mourinho said while standing in the coaching seat and looking at the players running on the field and the assistant coach beside him, but it sounded more like his own talk. When Mourinho said this, the score on the field had been rewritten to 2-0, and those Ceballos fans who lost their hearts could only spray their anger on Mourinho's head. As long as they saw Mourinho coming out of the coaching seat, they would greet him with crazy boos. It was the guy with the title of Ceballos member who snatched a victory from them who were in urgent need of victory. Of course, he also had an accomplice, the black-haired boy who left Ceballos' youth team. Samael lived up to his annual salary as the first in the team. In the stoppage time of the first half, he relied on his lightning speed to cut in from the side. With Cardoso in the middle involving a central defender's defensive energy for him, Samael chose to shoot directly. The ball trickily went directly from the goalkeeper's armpit into the bottom of the net. Samael announced his return in this way, and Benfica also found a new attack route. The side channel specially opened by Mourinho for him became the stage for Samael to perform. Samael's speed and breakthrough ability are rarely suppressed in the Portuguese league. Mourinho saw this and needed Samael to use his personal ability to open the opponent's gap. Regardless of whether Samael was familiar with the young-looking head coach in front of him, he would run to the coach's seat to celebrate with everyone. It was this guy who made him find the feeling of scoring in the shortest time, and he must express his gratitude. Mourinho did not join the celebration team. He just took every opportunity to remind his defensive players to pay attention to the opponent's strong attack. For him, a goal would not guarantee that they would win the game away from home. He needed everyone to stay calm. Originally, when they were behind 0-1, the Ceballos team had launched continuous attacks. Although they had not yet scored, they believed that the goal would come sooner or later, but the appearance of the black-haired boy broke this extravagant hope. Mourinho still kept Lin Yi in the ice until the last 30 minutes. When both sides had consumed a lot of physical strength, he needed the most fatal blow. Samayo, who had just returned from injury, was obviously not suitable for the role of organizing the attack. But Lin Yi, who had been holding back for a long time, was eager to try. Before he came on the court, Mourinho carefully explained his tactical arrangements to Lin Yi. See that large blank area? Try to send the ball to the striker's feet as much as possible. If there is a chance, you can try to break through by yourself. As long as you think you can, I allow you to decide everything within the 30-meter area. What I want is a goal. This is the first time that Lin Yi has returned to a familiar place to play a game. He hopes to let those people see that the boy who walked out of here at the beginning is already a professional player. At this moment, he seemed to be able to hear his heartbeat accelerating. He heard every word of Mourinho, but the only thing he remembered was the last word, goal. Only goals can relieve the defensive pressure of the Benfica team. Lin Yi also knows that only goals and victories can reduce the pressure on Mourinho's shoulders, so Lin Yi nodded fiercely. Just like when we played against Ferreira's team, this will be a great show, believe me. Lin Yi said word by word. I'll wait here, go. Mourinho patted the boy's shoulder hard. Now he just hoped that the boy could have a good time. When his future was uncertain, he hoped that the boy could grow up quickly, at least before he left here. The spatial team pressed too hard, which left Benfica too much space for counterattacks, but Cardoso and others who were in poor condition did not seize these opportunities. But Lin Yi's appearance was like a sharp blade, directly resisting the opponent's momentum from the midfield. Lin Yi's first pass after coming on the court directly penetrated the already fragile spatial defense line. He used a pull-and-turn action in the middle circle to easily get rid of the guy who was guarding him. When performing this action, Lin Yi did not stop the ball to observe the running position of his teammates, but he almost pushed the ball out with the arch of his foot at the moment he turned around. The ball passed through the anti-offside trap constructed by the spatial defensive players and hit spatial's backcourt directly, while Cardoso and Samayo stabbed the opponent's penalty area like two sharp swords. If Cardoso had not hesitated a little after stopping the ball, perhaps Lin Yi would have completed an assist with his first touch after coming on the court. This made Cardoso wave his hand to Lin Yi to apologize, and Samayo also spread his hands to express regret. This was undoubtedly a good shot, even Samayo had to admit it. Although Samayo has not participated in the game, it can be seen from the pass just now that the black-haired kid is definitely a good player. Except that his body is still a little weak, Samayo can't find any fault with the pass. Even if it is replaced by himself, it is not necessarily guaranteed that the vision can be so wide. Lin Yi's pass has made the spatial team sweat. Their head coach roared loudly to let his players pay attention to the black-haired kid. He didn't want to be disrupted by a little kid at this time. However, even if the spatial team has begun to strengthen the defense against Lin Yi, it has not been able to stop the black-haired kid from making trouble in their own half. Everyone may not really notice that this little guy's forward awareness after entering the opponent's half suddenly began to become very active. Only Mourinho knew why. Since he started to let this kid increase shooting training, the little guy often borrowed a bunch of video materials from him. All the materials were about offensive midfielders. He seemed to have realized something. You have to knock on the door of attack yourself. Mourinho muttered in a voice that no one else could hear. Lin Yi did not give the coach of the spatial team a chance to adjust the formation. His breakthrough became more and more sharp. With Benfica's two wingers pressing very hard, Lin Yi's appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bruno, the midfielder of the spatial team, became the person with the most pressure on the field. He had to pay attention to his side defense and face the sharp breakthrough of the loach-like Lin Yi in the middle. This damn guy. Is he really only 15 years old? Bruno didn't know how many times he had to pull the little guy's jersey with a small move to barely prevent him from slipping away from him. He could clearly feel that his lungs were starting to become hot. But cursing would not help Bruno. When Samayo and Cardoso were at the critical point of the spatial team, no one could come to help Bruno. He had to deal with the black-haired kid by himself. Being played like an idiot by a 15-year-old kid, Bruno now wanted to die. This is often the case. The more Bruno was afraid of facing the little guy, the more Lin Yi seemed to like to choose him when breaking through. Spatial was still attacking passively, but their attack was always resolved by Benfica's defenders in the final stage, and the opponent's counterattack could cause trouble for themselves every time. This was the most embarrassing thing for them now. Samayo received the ball cleared near the center circle again. Under the opponent's defense, Samayo had no way to turn around and break through. He could only knock the ball to the middle, and Lin Yi passed the ball directly in the direction of his pass, and he ran forward directly after wiping Bruno who was pulling him. Benfica's defensive midfielder Petit received the ball from Lin Yi. He did not let the ball stop for too long under his feet, and hit the ball in front of Lin Yi in a straight line. Lin Yi's absolute speed of 100 meters is not fast. This is the result of Edward's original test, but Mourinho later gave him a more detailed test. This kid's 100-meter speed is not fast, but his starting speed in the first 25 to 30 meters may even be daunting for Samayo. This is a freak who starts fast but has no acceleration ability in the middle range. Even Mourinho said that this is a fucking thing that has not been produced for decades, and he caught up. Bruno's loss of position not only made him the object of ridicule by others, but also put the Cerebral team in danger. Samayo and Cardoso's forward speed is not slow either. Lin Yi, Samayo, and Cardoso's 3 arrows made the 2 central defenders of Cerebral team behind want to cry without tears. Damn it! Sandro, the captain of the Cerebral team, had no other choice but to rush towards Lin Yi who was dribbling the ball. He hoped to create a miracle. As for Bruno who was thrown away, he was still desperately chasing back, but he could not help at all. His body was shaking. While dribbling the ball, Lin Yi was always observing the situation on the field. He knew very well what the situation was. 3 against 2, this is a good opportunity to change the score. As long as he passes the ball lightly, both Cardoso and Samayo will find a good chance to score, but he seems to have not decided which side to pass the ball to. Lin Yi's eyes drifted to Samayo who was pulling on the wing at this time. He seemed to have decided to find a suitable route from Samayo. Sandro, who was about to pounce in front of him, had also realized this. He didn't want Lin Yi's assist to appear under his nose. So at the moment of pounce, Sandro's body center of gravity moved slightly to Samayo's side. He hoped to reduce the passing area of the black-haired boy, at least so that his pass would not hit directly behind the other central defender. Maybe they still have a chance to stop this attack. However, Lin Yi's shaking body and the arch of his foot that was about to push the ball out did not go as Sandro wished. Almost at the moment when the two met, Lin Yi took a big step and pulled the ball horizontally, pulling out a parallel moving route directly in front of Sandro. At the moment when Lin Yi pretended to pass the ball, he directly flicked the ball horizontally with the back of his foot, quickly dodging Sandro's defensive position, leaving no chance for the opponent. Shaking, Lin Yi's shaking when facing the last defender had already made the defender's confidence collapse. Samayo and Cardoso's support on both sides had made him not know how to move his feet at all. Pass him. Lin Yi no longer considered how to tear open the opponent's defense at this time. Just like what Mourinho told him, he must become a knife in the offense, sharp and deadly. Lin Yi didn't have to spend too much effort when facing a defender who was about to collapse. He only used a light change of direction to smoothly shake off the opponent's defense. Maybe at this moment, even the unlucky defender himself might feel that this was a relief. Facing the goalkeeper, Lin Yi almost held his breath and volleyed fiercely. When the poor goalkeeper looked at the football with despair and rubbed his fingertips into the net, the head coach of the spatial team, Cabal, had already hugged his head and squatted on the sidelines. 2 o'clock, the game was already in suspense. Mourinho knew that the score was enough to overwhelm the opponent, but what he cared about most was the kid who rushed towards him desperately, and that guy almost didn't give him a chance to dodge. Hey! Uncle! Did you see that? Goal! My goal! Lin Yi was still shouting madly to Mourinho before being pressed down by his teammates. That's right, kid, that was your goal. You finally looked like a qualified attacker. At least the 1 hour shooting every day was not in vain. Not to mention, it was a really good shot. Mourinho looked at Lin Yi who was still begging for mercy under the crowd, and smiled a little. After shooting past 2 people, this kid is getting more and more courageous. When Mourinho looks at that kid now, it seems that he is watching a work he carved out by himself gradually taking shape. Benfica did not leave any chance for the opponent to turn the tables after leading 2 o'clock. Samayo gave Cardoso another assist before the end of the game. When the score became 3 o'clock, even the supporters of the Sabatal team chose to protest by leaving the field. What are they protesting? Of course, they are protesting against those idiotic managements. Why did they let the kid who played in their youth team go? Even an idiot should be able to see whether the kid has development potential. The spatial team, which did not have much capital, seemed to be a poor man throwing away a diamond, letting go of the kid who ended their hope of victory today. Maybe now the unlucky coach of the spatial youth team needs to worry about whether he can keep his job. Spatial coach Cavaller did not attend the press conference after the game. He may have submitted his resignation to his club chairman, and Mourinho became the only person everyone asked questions to. After answering all the routine questions, Mourinho was ready to turn around and leave, but a reporter's temporary question stopped him. Mr. Mourinho, what is your impression of Villarinho, the new president of Benfica club, who was elected half an hour ago? New. Villarinho. Azevedo lost the election. Mourinho felt his head swell at this moment. This was the worst news he had heard today, and the situation he least wanted to see actually happened. No comment. Mourinho ignored the other party's expression. He just wanted to confirm whether this was true. However, someone knew all this before him. There were already well-informed people among the Benfica players who got this result from the familiar club staff. Lin Yi was just celebrating his first goal in the locker room. He even shamelessly asked the referee for the football, and then asked all his teammates to sign his name on the football as a souvenir. But when he heard the result, Lin Yi's face, which was full of smiles just now, suddenly sank. He understood what this meant. Villarinho, that guy hated Mourinho. This was a damn result. Lin Yi rushed out of the locker room without even changing his clothes. He thought Mourinho would be very upset at this time, just like himself after that training session. Maybe he needed someone to talk to at this time. As for the football that he had just held in his hand, it had been forgotten in the corner. At this moment, cheering was replaced by depression. Second update. Please collect, click, and recommend. Chapter 22. A disgusting decision. Perhaps before the election of Benfica, not many people thought that Azevedo would fail. After all, in the 2 years when this guy was the chairman, Benfica's performance was relatively stable. Although they did not win the league championship, their economic situation was much better than their rivals in the same city. With a strong economic backing, Benfica, like Porto, has begun to gradually accumulate advantages in the competition among the top 3 teams in Portugal. Looking at the embarrassing transfer transactions of Sporting Lisbon, you can say that Azevedo has laid a solid foundation for Benfica. Even the members of G14 have absorbed Benfica as the next observation object, which indirectly proves Azevedo's achievements. At least from the perspective of the team's management, he has kept Benfica at a benign operating level with steady growth. Perhaps his only shortcoming is his shortcomings in competition. Neither Hinks nor the Germans' predecessors have been able to bring Benfica the league championship, and they have not achieved any decent results in the European arena. This has to be said to be a pity. Although Azevedo can bring a good economic environment to Benfica, his lack of progress in honors has given competitors many opportunities to attack. Otherwise, when Mourinho first came to Benfica, there would not be so many people who opposed this guy's succession, because many people thought that this was another blind choice of Azevedo at the competitive level. But Mourinho did not let Azevedo become a laughingstock again. His performance in leading Benfica has surpassed the club's original expectations. Benfica, which had once become a mid-level team in the Portuguese Super League, has become one of the favourites to win the championship in his hands. This is also why Villarinho dislikes Mourinho. If this guy hadn't been in the way, maybe he wouldn't have considered using other methods to win this presidential election. Just like no one thought Azevedo would fail, maybe no one dreamed of where Azevedo would fall. He had never been at a disadvantage since the beginning of the campaign. Even before the last 24 hours, Azevedo had not considered that he would fail. When he was talking to Mourinho on the phone, he even invited Mourinho to come to his house for a dinner after the game. But reality is so playful. When Azevedo was preparing to celebrate his upcoming re-election with a luxurious dinner, the Portuguese court sent Azevedo a summons. Azevedo will be summoned by the court for suspected theft of club funds. This notice does not need to be explained anymore. The facts are very clear. Azevedo was shocked by the reversal at the last moment. When Azevedo built a solid economic foundation for Benfica, he also tied his future to Benfica's chariot, and tied it quite tightly. Even part of the club's funds became the reserve funds flowing on his personal company's books. Money laundering, false accounting, and misappropriation of club funds have become a default unspoken rule in Portugal. Azevedo was not spared in this position. When he was building the Benfica club, he was also filling his own treasury with Benfica's money. But Azevedo did not expect that he would be found out one day. Maybe he was too familiar with financial operations, or he had too many partners in the Benfica team, so he could walk safely to this day. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. What happened in the club will always be told by someone. And Villarino cut off Azevedo's source of income at the most critical moment. He would rather sacrifice some of the club's interests and drive his opponent off the podium. It's just that he did this very covertly. He did not use anyone to expose Azevedo, but Machado, the chairman of the Guimarães club who had business dealings with Azevedo, became his target. Pulling out the carrot brings out the mud. This truth is not only understood by the Chinese. Azevedo, who was also involved in this interest circle, fell. Even if he had brought countless money to Benfica, he could not cover up the fact that he was using the Benfica team to make money for himself. Villarino still thinks he has won, even though he has destroyed the economic myth of Benfica club and gained control of the club. At least now he has enough time to build his own Benfica club. The political struggle of football is so cruel and ruthless. Maybe Azevedo thought of who did all this behind the scenes when he was prosecuted, but he was powerless to save anything. A person who embezzles and misappropriates club funds cannot be trusted and respected by others. The balance of the presidential election tilted in an instant. Regardless of whether Azevedo will be imprisoned for such things in the future, at least he has lost the most crucial battle. Benfica no longer belongs to him, and his successor will quickly erase all traces of Azevedo in Benfica. Including sports and finances, Portugal's TSF radio has already said in its report that Benfica will open a new page. Villarino took 24 hours to complete the reversal in the election, but he did not feel relieved. He still needs a few months to fully control the future of Benfica, which will be a future with Villarino's mark. Tony is my head coach. Mourinho knows he is not my choice. If he is sincere, he should agree to resign after I am elected. Villarino's first speech after taking office was so straightforward. He did not even communicate with Mourinho. But Villarino's disgust for that guy is self-evident. In his view, he is just a pawn that Azevedo relies on to clean up his company's accounts, and now Mourinho is the only current staff member who has not called back to congratulate him. For a person who is involved with Azevedo, Villarino has only one principle, that is, let him leave here, and leave forever. There is no need for the guy who disobeys him to stay, and Villarino does not think that the novice can lead Benfica to any height at the competitive level. In the operation of the club, Villarino knows that no matter how he operates, he can never surpass the glory created by Azevedo. But in competition, he can make the guy who should go to jail feel ashamed. Now the club has a lot of transfer funds, and all he needs to do is spend money, even if it means buying players, to get the league championship back in the shortest possible time. Mourinho obviously will not be considered by Villarino, even if there is no relationship between them, Villarino will not use him. Because in everyone's opinion, Mourinho is still too young, he has no experience in leading a championship team. A giant needs a famous coach to coach, not a novice. Villarino's second speech in one day was also about the team's future coach. It can be seen that he really wants to fire Mourinho immediately. But the most troublesome thing now is that Benfica's performance has recovered too fast, so fast that Villarino dare not act easily. If the head coach is replaced when the team's performance is rising, if the performance can continue to soar, there will be no problem. But once there is a fluctuation, then Villarino's first shot will become a pretext for others to attack him, so Villarino now hopes that Mourinho can take the initiative to leave. But the guy's silence made Villarino very dissatisfied. He needed a sufficient excuse to get rid of this guy, but now he could only warn like this, instead of directly waving a broom to clear Mourinho out. When the current head coach is still leading the team to the throne of the league championship, someone behind him is blatantly dismantling the stage. You have to say that Benfica is really a weird club. You can only say how much Villarino is eager to make Benfica his own world immediately. He can no longer tolerate anyone or anything left by his predecessor to hinder himself. When others are considering how to keep the team stable, Benfica is thinking about how to mess with its own team, although the name is for honor. Any shameless person will find a high-sounding reason before looking for a reason to discipline others, and Villarino is no exception. It's just that he seems more straightforward or shameless. He is even too lazy to hide his dislike for Mourinho in front of others. When Lin Yi and Mourinho saw the news in the hotel in spatial, they were speechless, then raised the bottles of wine at hand and bumped them hard. Maybe drinking is the best way to relieve troubles at this time. If that guy knew that I was drinking with you, he might sue me in court tomorrow, saying that I am an instigator and have corrupted the future star of Benfica. Mourinho said to Lin Yi, who was drinking for the first time. Mourinho tried to pull a smile at the corner of his mouth while speaking, to prove that the joke he just told still had a certain lethality, but he looked like he could never be happy, which made Lin Yi even more depressed. If that old guy Villarino knew we were drinking together, maybe he would find a way to remove me from the Benfica team list as quickly as possible. Then he would kick me in the ass and kick me back to the youth team, or kick me out of the door directly. In his eyes, I am still a child, not a professional player, not the kind of person he wants. Lin Yi tasted the taste of beer for the first time, but he didn't realize that this thing could make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. In Lin Yi's mind, the only thing that could not be extricated was his teeth, which had nothing to do with the bottle in his hand. The bitter taste made him lose interest, but his irritable mood made him pick up the bottle and drink it for the first time. Not for anything else, just to sit in the hotel room with Mourinho to release depression and bless the unknown future of the two people. Mourinho didn't know why he and Lin Yi drank beer in the hotel room. Maybe it was because this kid was the only one who ran over to hug his shoulders and asked if he needed any help. Although he was only 15 years old, at that moment, this kid was like an adult. As for drinking, Mourinho didn't want to explain too much. As long as it wasn't drugs and cigarettes, Mourinho rarely intervened in the private lives of his players. However, letting a 15-year-old drink alcohol would really cause other people to talk nonsense. So the two of them could only stay in Mourinho's room and drink together. Especially when they watched Villarino talking nonsense on TV, they would look even more melancholy. Neither of them had much confidence in the future. Close my eyes, and I see my future. I thought I would stay here for a long time. Mourinho said. I also thought that at least in the next 3 to 5 years, I would not have the opportunity to sleep until 8 o'clock in the morning and get up again. Lin Yi also responded with a bitter smile. It seems that we are all wrong. God always likes to change other people's lives, that damn old guy. Mourinho drank the rest of the beer, and then watched the fat pig on TV continue to brag about the future of Benfica, but now it seems that all this has nothing to do with him. That old bastard is used to making people live in uncertainty, and I've been used to it for a long time. This is just another time he teases others for fun. Cheers to that damn fat pig and that damn God. Lin Yi also drank up his beer, but his irritable mood never eased. He didn't know if his tomorrow would be as uncertain as Mourinho's. When everything started to get better, the damn God played a joke on him again, and maybe everything would return to the starting point. Without Mourinho's scolding and roaring at the sidelines every day, Lin Yi himself would feel uncomfortable, but at this moment he couldn't change anything. Maybe what he could do now was to get drunk with that guy in this not-so-spacious room, and not think about the damn future for the time being. The two of them had a poor alcohol tolerance. They drank too much at almost the same time. At the moment when they both lay on the floor, they almost muttered a sentence at the same time. Damn, that pig-like guy really made a disgusting decision. Then there was only a slight snoring in the room. As for the turmoil outside, it has nothing to do with these two guys for the time being. Football. Villarino. Championship. Screw it, sleep peacefully, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Please collect, click, recommend, and try to update as much as possible today. Chapter 23 Rivals in the same city. The general election of Benfica club has come to an end. No matter how dirty and unbearable the process was, at least one winner has stood at the top. Villarino has become the new head of this ancient club. Villarino did not immediately call for Mourinho's resignation, and that's because Benfica's recent results have been strong. But Villarino publicly claimed in an exclusive TV interview, Tony will be the team's future head coach, and Mourinho will stay until the end of this season. The contract signed between Azevedo and Mourinho was exposed at this time. It may be because of Mourinho's qualifications. Azevedo gave him a contract that was too long and only signed this season. But some of them are private agreements. If Mourinho leads the team with good results and Azevedo is re-elected, the contract will automatically become a 2-year term, but now all this is in vain. That damn presidential campaign ruined so many things. Villarinho just seized the loophole in the contract and put an end to Mourinho's future. At least now, he will definitely not change his mind. That guy will never be respected by Villarinho. At the critical moment when the team is fighting for the championship, the current head coach has been given an ultimatum that is equivalent to dismissal, and this has not been done after the two people have had a conversation. Perhaps only an idiot like Villarinho can do such a thing. Decide to come. Mourinho seemed relatively calm about this situation. Except that he could feel his depression when he and Lin Yi were drinking that day. Others couldn't even tell what this guy with a serious expression was thinking. Before I received the dismissal notice, I was still the head coach of Benfica, and I had the responsibility to lead the team to victory. This is what Mourinho said in the only interview with reporters after the presidential election. He did the same thing. He would still pick up Lin Yi's ears and kick him to the training ground in the early morning. He would still let the strong defenders keep an eye on Lin Yi during the team's collective training. And the entire team has been needed by him to form a fighting force. Even newly injured players such as Semedo and Manish were impressed by this guy and obediently obeyed the training tasks assigned by him. The only time Manish committed trouble was suppressed by Mourinho with an iron fist. In addition to paying a fine of €1,000, he also privately called the cold-blooded guy the Godfather. It can be said that in the Benfica team now, except for Villari except for Neo, no one would object to Mourinho. However, this will not make his life easier. The dismissal letter that will hit the top of his head at any time always makes people feel a little breathless. Lin Yi can only try his best to keep himself in the training. It's time to perform better to relieve the uncle's pressure. Lin Yi knows that this guy needs to prove his ability with the team's performance. No matter what happens in the future, at least he will do his best before he leaves Benfica. As Villarinho said, he is a newbie, so he needs the team to speak for himself with his results. It's not about asking for a contract that Villarinho rewarded, but Mourinho wants to use the team's results to tell others that although he is a newbie, he can also bring victory to the team. He is not here goofing around. Maybe it was the hangover that night that made Mourinho think about a lot of things. At least he won't be uneasy about the future now, because if that future has already been decided, then he might as well spend the remaining time play by yourself. In the next round of the league, Benfica continued their winning momentum. They relied on the fierce attack of the forward line led by Semedo and poked 4 holes in the poor Braga team. The only regret may be it's just that Lin Yi didn't play. There was no way, this little guy was sick. After being drunk that night, he was very unlucky and caught a cold. This made Lin Yi swear that he never wanted to touch alcohol again in his next life. Now he could only sit on the field boredly and watch his teammates run wantonly. At the post-match press conference, Mourinho gave the victory of this game to Azevedo, who had just resigned. Mourinho was grateful to the person who helped him become the head coach. As for will such an approach cause dissatisfaction with the new chairman? Only ghosts care. Anyway, the final result is that I leave. There is no need to care about the mood of those people. Mourinho himself knows very well what he is doing. This is not an open provocation, just a response. He can leave. But that will be after the contract expires, not being kicked out now. Obviously the restless Villarinho guy was offended by Mourinho's public move. Although he didn't say anything specifically about this matter, he himself had already made it public on TV about the club's plans to buy people in the future. Planned, but none of this has anything to do with Mourinho. This is the result of discussions between the next coach and the club. We will bring Nuno back from Fiorentina in Italy. He and Semedo will form the strongest forward line of our Benfica team. In addition, we will also introduce with a high-level midfield core. Our centre is still too weak. In order to win the league title and enter the European competition, Benfica will not skimp on any spending on transfers. Villarinho talked boastfully on TV. He was counterattacking Mourinho's move in this way. This has made one thing clear. Benfica's future has nothing to do with Mourinho. This pig is telling others that he is stupid and has a lot of money, so come quickly. Lin Yi really couldn't figure out why the guy named Villarinho was so eager to announce everything when nothing was finalized. He needs to let others see that he has done a lot of things, and then start praising his greatness. Anyway, he is not responsible for making money and can spend it as much as he wants. When Mourinho saw this performance, he really felt that it was not worth the trouble he had a few days ago. It is really a waste of life to let yourself get troubled by such a person. Now that things have been completely made clear, even if Mourinho can win the league championship this season, the final outcome will definitely be to pack up and get out of here. Villarinho will never leave him any chance. Mourinho has no future in Benfica. Villarinho has done it very decisively. He has even banned Mourinho from the power to transfer people from the youth team and the second team. He hopes that the annoying newcomer can understand his situation and leave quickly. But the most worried person is not Mourinho, but Lin Yi's agent Mendes. What worries him most now is not where Lin Yi's current head coach will go in the future, but where Lin Yi's future lies. Villarinho has publicly stated that he wants to introduce a high-level midfield core, which is almost indirectly telling others that he has no expectations for a scout who can only play in the second half. At least in the next 1 or 2 years, he will not expect Lin Yi to make any achievements. Even if the black-haired boy has won the love of many Benfica fans, it is impossible to reverse Villarinho's decision. What Villarinho needs is a star who can decide the outcome of the game, not a rising star. He does not consider the future. This fat man just wants to get enough honors in Benfica during his term as his capital in the future. Future. Do you think this kind of person will still care about the future of this club when he leaves Benfica? From the day he made the accounts public and destroyed Benfica's economic foundation, he never considered leaving a name in history here. He was just a springboard for Benfica to plunder honors. The best outcome now may be that when this midfielder comes, Lin Yi returns to the bench to endure the days. Maybe if he is lucky, he will have a few opportunities to play, but such a future is obviously not good for Lin Yi. Another outcome may be that Lin Yi will be loaned out, under the pretext of training, but more likely to be abandoned. Villarinho, who urgently needs results to prove himself, will not have the patience to wait for a novice to grow up, not to mention that he has never been optimistic about the future of the black-haired boy. Mendes's desire to discuss Lin Yi's future contract with the club has also been shelved. No one comes to contact him, and no one cares about this. Now those people are busy standing at the same height as Villarinho to look down on Benfica club. Now Mendes can only complain when Lin Yi is on the phone. When talking about those guys, Mendes has only one sentence, which is, "Fuck those idiots." Lin Yi can hear from it that his future seems to be getting further and further away from this club. Now it seems that not only you will be kicked out of this club, but I will be kicked out too. Lin Yi said to Mourinho during the morning training. My car can carry one more person's luggage, free of charge. Mourinho's cold joke really made Lin Yi shudder in the early morning. However, these two people in Benfica are not thinking about their future, because their next opponent is Sporting Lisbon, who beat them 3 o'clock at the Alvalade Stadium a few months ago. And Lin Yi will also meet the rising star who has the same agent as him, the guy named Cristiano Ronaldo. God is kind to me. At least I can catch a derby before I leave. Mourinho pointed to the schedule and said to Lin Yi. I hope I can give those guys a surprise. When Lin Yi said this, he could still think of the guy who scored 5 goals in a row in the Puma training academy. God knows how this collision will turn out. At least Lin Yi doesn't want to be a loser. Please collect, click, recommend. Check it out in the evening, try to update. Chapter 24. Neither of them is the protagonist. Lisbon is the football center of Portugal. 2 of the 3 major clubs in the Portuguese Super League are in Lisbon, Sporting Lisbon and Benfica. The confrontation between the 2 teams is both the Lisbon City Derby and the Portuguese National Derby. Even if Porto has gradually improved its strength in the competition among the 3 powers, the struggle between Lisbon and Benfica is the only choice when it comes to the National Derby in Portugal. The hatred between the 2 teams is extremely deep. The derby complex that has been entangled for more than 70 years will definitely make people crazy. Every time the 2 sides clash, the local police always feel like they are facing a great enemy. Almost every time, thousands of police officers maintain law and order outside the stadium like protecting national leaders, because the police in Lisbon are too familiar with such crazy derby battles, and every time there will be an out-of-control situation without exception. 1,000 policemen are really not difficult for tens of thousands of crazy fans. Bleeding and injuries have long become the eternal topic of the Portuguese derby. Of course, the confrontation on the football field is the main theme of all this. We don't know what the Argentine derby looks like, but the match between Benfica and Athletic will never be inferior to the River Plate and Boca, and it will be crazier. This lazy city is the craziest only at this moment. Every fan who sings Eagle, Benfica, will tell you so. Even if Villarino wants to change everything about Benfica, he will not choose this moment to act. This is his first tough battle in office and the first national derby he has experienced as chairman. He doesn't want his words and deeds to affect the team's mood in the game. However, whether this game wins or loses, it is good for Villarino. If he wins, he can take the credit and say that this is the good luck brought by the club's new leadership team. If he loses, he can have the best excuse to abolish Mourinho. For those politicians, there is no opportunity in the world that cannot be used. If a person is shameless, you can't do anything about it. Villarino is a typical shameless person. The day before, he could say on TV that he wanted to replace Mourinho. Now, he can say in an interview that the entire Benfica club is supporting the team to win this game, and all their board members will appear in the Stadium of Light to help the team win this national derby. That pig is not so stupid. Villarino's silence made Lin feel that the dead fat pig could still distinguish the priorities. If we lose, not only will we be embarrassed, but he will be embarrassed too, or he will have to bear more responsibilities, so he can't afford to lose more than us. Mourinho's words are always sharp, and he knows people like Villarino very well. Now Mourinho doesn't care what the unfriendly chairman is thinking. He just needs to be quiet. Mourinho has only one request for him, that is, I don't need you to understand at this time, but I just need you to shut up. But even if Mourinho could understand everything here, he would not care. After all, the command of this game still belongs to him, and no one can deprive him of it. Now he just wants to lead Benfica to win back what he once lost. 3 o'clock, that is an indelible shame for Benfica, and Hanks has completely lost the opportunity to coach because of this failure. Mourinho may have to thank Sporting Lisbon for killing his predecessor at that time, but now he does not want to be the next one to be killed. On the territory of Benfica, under his leadership, that kind of tragic defeat will never happen. There is still a week to rest up and kill the old rival in the same city at the Stadium of Light. This is my only request. Mourinho looked at all the players in front of him and said seriously. 5 days of close training, the last day of adjustment and rest, and then it is the decisive battle with the opponent for the first place in the standings. Whether we can surpass the opponent in this game depends on you. Mourinho used his tough statement to tell everyone that he would not accept failure. For this kind of game with old grudges, Mourinho doesn't need to do too much mobilization. Almost every Benfica player knows what to do. Even the laziest ones have already started to work hard on the training ground. No one wants to lose the game. Everyone actually understands that if you want the city to cheer for you, then nothing is easier to make people remember you than this derby. If you want to be a hero of Benfica, the national derby is the best opportunity. And this time the focus of the media is not only the contest between Benfica and Athletic, but also the confrontation between the two little guys. Lini versus Cristiano Ronaldo, two young guys who are in the limelight in the Portuguese league, are also the future of the city of Lisbon. A confrontation between supernovas may create more gimmicks. The little origin they once had has also become a hot news in the media. These reporters seem unwilling to only write about the national derby. They also want to use the confrontation between the two little guys to extend the future of the two teams. However, the two guys seemed a little silent about the upcoming confrontation, and no one stood up to say anything. Mendes, as the common agent of the two, has a deeper understanding of this point. No matter how the outside world hypes these two little guys now, they can never become the protagonists of this confrontation as reported in newspapers and on TV. Lin Yi's playing time is still firmly controlled by Mourinho within 30 minutes. After all, he is only 15 years old, and Mourinho dare not give him too much time, which is destined to make Lin Yi only a surprise player. The situation of Cristiano Ronaldo is similar. Although he has scored 4 goals in Sporting Lisbon, he is still a novice after all, and the head coach trusts the adult players more. Moreover, Cristiano Ronaldo has no advantage in terms of experience or physical strength, so he can only wait for opportunities. No matter how you brag about these two little guys now, they can only be supporting roles in this game. If they are lucky, they may get dozens of minutes of playing time. If they are unlucky, they may have to sit on the damn bench. They are destined not to be the protagonists in this game, but the two people seem to have no emotional problems with this. They are also training hard in their respective teams. Lin Yi, like his former opponent Cristiano Ronaldo, is waiting for his own opportunity. It doesn't matter if they are not the protagonists now, they will seize every opportunity to prove themselves, and one day, the national derby will be their stage. The future is not too far away, isn't it? Please collect, click, recommend, thank you for your support. Speaking of which, the Tottenham team had a really bad character tonight. They pressed Manchester City and missed at least a dozen chances to score. Tragedy. Chapter 25 Decision. The derby between Benfica and Atletico has made the atmosphere in Lisbon completely boiling. The war of words between the fans of both sides has become an appetizer before the official game. No one wants to lose to the opponent in words, and they are madly mocking the opponent. Benfica supporters will laugh at the ridiculous appearance of Atletico chasing the total number of championships behind their own team, while Atletico fans will laugh at how idiotic the infighting in Benfica is now, including Azevedo's corruption scandal. And the most proud thing for these Atletico fans is that Atletico has an absolute advantage in the confrontation in the past 3 years. Benfica has not only lost to them once at the beginning of the season, but if the cup is counted, they have not taken advantage of Atletico for 6 or 7 games. This is not only a regret during Azevedo's presidency, but also the only opportunity for Atletico to laugh at its opponent during the national derby in the past 2 years. No matter how bad their economic situation is now, at least in this level of confrontation, they still maintain their position as a strong team. As for the championship title boasted by Benfica, it is also the most despised by Sporting Lisbon. If it weren't for the damn military government that forced Eusebio to Benfica, Sporting Lisbon might have become the real boss of Portugal. This attack is like the 70-year-long hatred between the two teams. It will only become more and more vicious and will never stop. Not only among the fans, but also the media in this city have been divided into 2 camps, representing Benfica and Sporting Lisbon respectively. The fans are arguing, and these mouthpieces are not idle either. Their attacks seem more professional. The media of Sporting will magnify the contradiction between Villarino and Mourinho without limit. Even a change in the eyes will be exaggerated by them in the newspapers. This is obviously a desire for chaos. And the Benfica people will also ruthlessly disclose to others the current tight monetary situation of Sporting, and they will also use various evidences to show that no matter how the performance of Sporting this season is, they will sell a large number of players to pay off their debts at the end of the season. The quarrel has now become the only sound in the lazy city of Lisbon. The smell of gunpowder in the air is becoming stronger and stronger. A little spark may set the city on fire, and the weekend game is the final ignition ceremony. Such a noisy environment can easily distract people, which also made Mourinho change Benfica's preparation habits for the first time. Even if this game is at their home stadium, Mourinho also chose a fully closed training. He refused all interference from the outside world. It is impossible for those fly-like reporters to get any news from his mouth. The entire Benfica team has basically fallen into news silence. Those reporters have almost no way to start. They have no choice but to curse Mourinho. Villarino may be the only guy who is still on TV with his big mouth and spraying everywhere. The result of the game is good for him whether he wins or loses. So he will not miss any opportunity to show his wisdom. Although others may not hear anything valuable from his speech and boasting, it's enough for him to speak well. Sometimes, it is not about how smart your words are, but about letting those people see you appear on TV, and then, to promote it. As for the result, who cares? Anyone knows that Villarino is not much better than a pig in team management. That is also a disease, it needs to be cured. When Lin Yi watched the fat pig-like guy twisting his body on TV, he felt like he was in a pig slaughterhouse, and what he saw was a pig that was about to be plucked. Compared with Mourinho's silence, Sporting Lisbon's head coach Inácio seemed very high-profile. The 3 o'clock in the first encounter gave him enough confidence, and now they are still the first, he has enough reason to say that he can defeat his opponent. My team will win the final victory. I don't deny that Benfica is a strong team, but Sporting will perform stronger on the field. I will not let myself fail in this confrontation, so Sporting will definitely win, just like a few months ago. Inácio's expression is simple and direct. As a winner, he is qualified to express his confidence in winning in this way. But he seemed to have forgotten that the victory was not taken from Mourinho. Or Ignacio still doesn't think that the newcomer who replaced Hanks has any outstanding qualities. If he can beat the German, then he will definitely beat the young man who has just entered the industry. The psychological advantage of 3 o'clock will be his winning chip. There are also many voices in the outside world supporting Ignacio's views. At least in their opinion, in the national derby, sometimes experience will still have the upper hand, and Ignacio is also full of confidence in himself and the current state of the athletic team. He hopes to use Benfica's failure to increase his capital. If he wins the championship this season and 2 national derbies, maybe he can keep the current main lineup of Sporting Lisbon and go to the European battlefield next season, which is where he wants to plunder the honours the most. Portugal is sometimes too small. There is no famous coach or superstar. Most of the time, Portugal is just a European star processing factory. They can only rely on selling stars in exchange for the chance of survival, but Ignacio hopes that he can leave a European star for Lisbon. Champion. But the premise is that he must win the game, and then win all the way to win the final championship. That is the bargaining chip for him to continue his hope. It was almost dusk at the training ground in Lisbon, and no one was already here. After a day of normal training, few people would take the initiative to stay for additional training, especially for those guys who have become famous. Their world is no longer limited to training. Bars, discos, and the beds of various women, these are the places where they linger. As for the training ground, it was only a place where they sweated before they were 20 years old. Now the place where they sweat has changed. This is the default rule in the player circle. Work hard first and enjoy later. This is the common choice of many players. If you are professional enough, you may be able to compete in the arena for a few more years. If your nightlife is too decadent, perhaps you should say goodbye to the green field. The people who can still be left to continue training at this time are the young people who are looking forward to working out from the bench or the second-line team. They still have hope of moving forward, so they still have to work hard here and hope to have success. A bright future. Chris, do you think the boss will let you play in the weekend game? In the corner of the training ground, 2 people were competing with a bunch of dummy templates, and they were trying to get their shots around these obstacles. After getting into the door, a boy with blonde hair asked another person. I don't know, that was the El Clasico. I have dreamed of playing in such a game since I was a child. But the boss seems to prefer to use experienced people. God knows if I will have a chance. If I can play, I will definitely score goals in the game and let everyone see my presence. Chris, the kid called Chris in the Puma Training Academy, Cristiano Ronaldo, who is called the Lisbon Rising Star together with Lin E, are training themselves fiercely on the athletic team's training ground. He fiercely volleyed the football at his feet and spoke with anticipation, but there was also a hint of regret in his words. In the past 6 games, he has scored 4 goals. But head coach Ignacio still did not let him enter the starting lineup. For Ignacio, perhaps a 17-year-old kid still needs training, and he is still not used to betting on young people. A somewhat mature and prudent person like him still likes to use the most stable lineup, while new generations like Chris can only be used as backup. Hey, don't forget, you may meet that little guy who is only 15 years old, Chris. I have heard about the things he did in the Puma Training Academy. It seems to be related to you. Tell me about that guy. His reputation in Lisbon is no worse than yours. The blonde boy had already stopped shooting, and he continued to ask while sitting limply on the grass. Oh, you're talking about that guy. I played a game with him when I was under 18, and that kid's through ball led to Sabater scoring 4 goals in 30 minutes. That's a scary little guy, but I really don't know that kid is only 15 years old. He is as cunning as a fox on the court. Now that we belong to the same agent, I really hope to have a chance to meet him in the game. The last time was. We were all careless, and we won't be so easy on him this time. Cristiano Ronaldo obviously still remembers the penalty after that game. The connection between him and the black-haired boy seems to have never been broken since that game. They have the same agent, the same participation in the Portuguese Super League, and the same expectations of the city. This kind of connection between the two of them, the way they were compared together, made Chris start paying attention to that kid as well. Forget it, let's not think about the future now. Let's pat our butts and practice the remaining 50 shots. Otherwise, it will be dark already. I don't want to go back to the dormitory with only cold nutrition. The meal is ready to eat. After Cristiano Ronaldo said these words, he started his shooting training again. Since he wants to play in the game, he can only prepare himself first. Whether he can play or not is decided by the head coach, but he must let himself full of fighting feeling. If you can play, let the whole city of Lisbon remember you with a shot like this. Cristiano Ronaldo kicked up his foot and hit the bottom of the football hard. Watching the football draw a fatal arc in the air, fiercely it plunged into the net nest, causing a white stir. On the other side of Lisbon, the sunshine may seem a little dimmer. On the Benfica training ground, only the last two figures are left running there. The stadium administrators have already fled, but these two figures seem to be still there. No intention of stopping. Okay, that's the end of today. Excessive training will have a negative impact on the body. As Mourinho said, he stopped the stopwatch in his hand and signaled Lin Yi, who was already sweating, to stop. Okay, today's task has been completed. You also know that overtraining will have a negative impact on my body. Others run 5,000 meters every day, but I have to run 10,000 meters every day. When I go back to the dormitory every day, even the administrator Leo's almost 13-year-old, all the old dogs are more energetic than me. Lin Yi gasped and complained. Let your body remember the feeling of fatigue, which will be good for your endurance and physical fitness. In addition, I think that dog is really energetic, especially compared with you. Mourinho has already learned this. Ignoring Lin Yi's plea, he still increased the dosage every 3 days and the items every 5 days. His occasional seemingly humorous dialogue could instantly turn Lin Yi from sweaty to cold. Lin Yi had argued with this uncle more than once. You really don't have the talent to tell jokes, so don't pretend to be cool. Humor will kill people. Yes, that kid was already like a dead dog before he went back every day, but every morning the dead dog would appear here with full energy. Mourinho had long discovered that this kid's physical recovery ability was very good. Yes, his endurance can support such a training rhythm. If Lin Yi knew this was the result, I don't know what kind of expression he would have. The endurance he had developed since he was 10 years old by doing groceries and delivering goods has now become the main reason why he is getting more and more tired from training, maybe. Lin Yi would want to die in front of Mourinho. Keep in mind the time and amount of each training, and you can slowly try to increase it when you are alone in the future. The amount and intensity of training depend on consciousness. There will not always be someone behind you yelling and swearing to make you move. Pace, everything depends on you. Mourinho said as he threw his training handwriting in front of Lin Yi, with the training plan he recorded densely written on it. What does this mean? Lin Yi asked Mourinho, shaking the training notes in his hand. This scene made him feel a little bad. It's nothing. This may be my last game at Benfica. From now on, you need to complete the training here by yourself. Remember, don't be lazy. I don't want to teach a lazy person. Mourinho said with a blank expression. He said with an expression, at this moment, he was still so serious. Fart. Who said this will be your last game? Didn't you say that even if there is no next contract, you will persist here until the last minute? You have to prove that those people's eyes are fucking you're blind. What are you doing now? Lin Yi threw the training notes in his hand on the lawn. When he heard Mourinho saying that he was leaving, his head buzzed. Although Mourinho would definitely not be able to stay here after the season, that would be a few months later. Lin Yi did not expect a miracle, but he never dreamed that Mourinho would tell him at this time himself. He wanted to leave. What is this? Deserter? Betrayal of what they had said in the room? Or is this guy tired of running around the training ground every day with a kid who doesn't know what his future will be? Lin Yi could only hear himself roaring loudly now. As for why he was like this, maybe he didn't even know. Maybe he had relied on this kind of life every day, and the guy in front of him was one of the reasons that brought him such a life. 1. Mourinho watched the black-haired boy in front of him roar at him, and he could hear more of a sense of reluctance in the boy's voice. In fact, he himself is the same. Watching this kid become more and more adaptable to the rhythm of the league in his hands, it is as if he is building a perfect handicraft. It is blooming little by little. When the blank is about to be polished. When it was taking shape, I was about to leave. Maybe there will be no chance to train this kid again in the future. The only regret now may be that I didn't see him shine with the most eye-catching light in my hands. I hope that notebook can help that boy, and maybe I can meet him in the football circle in the future. Although he was thinking about this in his heart, Mourinho did not say it out loud. He just watched the little guy loudly venting his anger in front of him, waving his hands in the hope of hearing Mourinho's explanation, but Mourinho did not explain a word from beginning to end. When Lin Yi's voice began to weaken, Mourinho stepped forward and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, but the boy dodged it. He could only turn his back and waved away in embarrassment, leaving only Lin Yi was alone on the training ground, kicking the football at his feet far away. It's better for these hopeful children to know less about the filth and unhappiness in the football world. Mourinho muttered softly as he started the car. He understood why he made such a choice. Because one day ago, when he went to the club's office floor to discuss the ban on pre-game interviews with press director Marrero, he overheard a phone call in the corner from an important member of the club's board of directors. Can you imagine hearing the directors of your club talking on the phone with the editor-in-chief of the opponent's major newspaper in the office building of your club before the start of a El Clasico? And it's not too loud. If it weren't for the fact that the person Mourinho was looking for was close to the staircase, he might never have heard a more disgusting conversation than that in his life. Although he didn't know what the other party was saying, he heard his team's what board members are saying. Mourinho only remembered one sentence. The director of the Benfica team said into the phone, "Let's see if your team can come here and win the game. If you can, then we have enough reasons to let that annoying guy named Mourinho go." In fact, this sentence is enough. It doesn't matter whether the rest of the dialogue can be heard or not. Mourinho didn't even go to Marrero to say anything else, because from that moment on, he already understood what he should do. If this weekend's game isn't a Portuguese derby, then Mourinho swears he's already thrown his resignation letter in these despicable guys' faces. Villarino and his supporters did not give up their actions because this was a national derby. Mourinho now understood that he had no future in Benfica. Whether to stay as if nothing happened, or to leave with the last dignity, Mourinho has made a decision from the moment he leaves the club. Now he just hopes that his last performance at Benfica can end with a victory. El Clasico. A nice stage. The unit is urgently recruiting. It's not that it won't be updated. It's just because work is a bit troublesome. It will return to normal starting tomorrow. I'm sorry for the past 2 days. I'm sorry everyone. Chapter 27 Appearing amid doubts. Mourinho's lineup was not kept secret for long. The football circle is not a secretive front. The speed of gossip spreads can exceed many people's imagination. It took only a few hours from the time Benfica finalized the 11-man lineup to the time the newspapers and Atletico got the news, but everyone looked at the lineup and personnel configuration and began to scratch their heads because they didn't know what that guy wanted to do. Atletico's head coach Ignacio may be the most surprised one. He didn't know what the newbie named Mourinho was thinking. In such a national derby, he put a child soldier. Is he crazy? Or is there something wrong with my eyes? Ignacio has stared at the lineup many times. He is sure that there is nothing wrong with his eyes, but that the guy from Benfica has gone completely crazy. Mourinho used a child instead of an experienced person. This is simply a suicidal act for Ignacio, who believes that experience determines everything. He does not deny the ability that Lin Yi has shown on the field, but such a game will obviously create a lot of psychological pressure on a 15-year-old child. Just like Ignacio is used to using old players to fight against the pressure of the field, he will never let Cristiano Ronaldo play the main role in such a game. This is a kind of protection for the players. But Mourinho will not hold the same view as others. In his mind, only players who have been beaten on the field are qualified to stand up and say that they have learned how to grow. Under the care of others, they can never really make progress. A national derby may be a great battlefield in the eyes of others. It will make some people successful and destroy some people, but Mourinho never thinks that the field will choose players. Only after such a big scene will some people grow up, just like his current choice. Lin Yi has strong nerves, and except for his age and physical confrontation, Mourinho can't feel that there is any gap between this little guy and him. The midfield configuration he built for him is enough for this kid to show his strength. Mourinho believes that this game will be the beginning of this little guy shocking the whole of Portugal, unless the kid himself loses his level. Everyone is questioning Mourinho's choice, and many people are saying that he will pay the most painful price for his choice. In such a crucial duel, on-the-spot experience will determine many things, and a child cannot have such experience. This is a stupid choice. The external disturbance is nothing to Mourinho now. He has already expected such a reaction. Because those people are not him, unlike him, they do not stand in the team's position to see the value of the players on the field. If Maniac had not been injured in the last game, he would not have risked making such a decision. He might be more inclined to let Maniac and Thiago control the midfield together, and let Petit as a backup, so that the defensive thickness of the midfield would be more guaranteed. But now Maniac can only sit in the stands with his ankle wrapped to endure the torment of this national derby. Such a change gave Mourinho an idea of gambling. In the absence of a qualified midfield organizer in Benfica, he could not bet on the fight in the midfield. Instead of using two defensive people to look after their own portals, why not ambush a time bomb behind the two forwards? Only by continuously putting pressure on the opponent during the attack can the defensive pressure on Petit be reduced. Pushing the opponent's offensive line back is the safest defense. Instead of entangled with him, it is better to let Lin organize the attack directly. After all, Petit is not the mad dog of Maniac. His defensive skills are still a little worse. Even if he has Thiago to help him, Mourinho does not want to throw all the pressure on his midfielder. The midfield is the place that Mourinho is least likely to give up, so he replaced Maniac with Petit and pushed Lin to the position of attacking midfielder. Let the little guy get as close to the opponent's penalty area as possible, let this sharp blade that others are not familiar with hit the opponent's chest, so that the opponent's midfield and backcourt dare not rush forward, use Lin's wide vision to pass the ball reasonably, and create enough offensive opportunities for the two forwards Semedo and Cardoso. And Mourinho also gave Lin the greatest free space to move, and set up enough protection depth behind him. Especially if the front midfielder loses the ball in the confrontation, it will not immediately put pressure on Benfica's defense. This is why Mourinho did not let Lin stay in the most accustomed midfield position. He needs Lin to hold off the opponent in the frontcourt. Although his physical condition is average, Mourinho can see that this kid is still a bit fierce when pressing. As long as he can play normally, he will definitely give the backcourt of the competitive team a headache. A person who can deliver a fatal blow at any time is always a time bomb on the defense of others. Moreover, the speed of this kid's improvement in shooting has made Mourinho clearly know what he can do. Despise Lin? There will definitely be a time when you cry. Everyone is trying to use their own reasons to deny Mourinho's choice, including such voices in the Benfica team, but Mourinho will not change his decision because of other people's criticism. He believes that the black-haired little guy has the strongest fighting spirit. These voices of criticism always surround the Benfica team. Even when the team is ready to leave for the Stadium of Light, they can hear such protests, just like the situation when Mourinho just took over the team. Those people's eyes are full of doubts. No one believes Mourinho's decision, and not many people believe that a little guy like Lin can create miracles in such a big scene. From the moment Lin was confirmed as the starting player, he fell into silence. The voices outside never affected him, but now he only thought of one thing in his mind, that is, this game will be Mourinho's farewell game. And he will use a chance to start to witness this moment. He doesn't want to make his performance look so bad on the court. It's not to fight back against those boring criticisms. He just wants to use this last chance to tell Mourinho, I won't embarrass you. This past week may be the most ups and downs in Lin's mood since he was born. From knowing that Mourinho is leaving to starting in the national derby, Lin can feel that his brain is messed up. However, during training, Lin has always kept a clear mind. He will do his best for every request made by Mourinho. He hopes to tell Mourinho in this way that he is fully qualified for this position, and Mourinho's choice is right. Until entering the locker room of the Stadium of Light, Lin has not yet let his brain fully sober up. This is not that he is deliberately thinking about something, but those things have been interfering with his thinking. Perhaps it is the concentrated outbreak of these things that makes his mood unable to stabilize now. Lin rarely worries about what he will do wrong on the court, but today, everything is very different. He is indeed a little nervous, and even sweat is oozing out of his palms. It is not that he has no confidence in playing well, but he is afraid that Mourinho will be disappointed when he sees his mistakes. After all, this is the highest level confrontation in Portugal. He does not want to be a weak rib on the court. Such psychological pressure still gives Lin Yi a lot of troubles, which also makes his spirit a little scattered and unable to concentrate. Hey, kid, don't be nervous, this is our home court. When the team entered the locker room, Manish, who had an injury on his foot, also slipped in. He could see that Lin Yi was a little uneasy now, so he took the initiative to step forward and patted the kid to remind him to concentrate. Nothing, just a little confused, thank you, Nuno. Lin Yi forced himself to concentrate. He didn't want to embarrass himself on the court in this state, so he turned around and smiled at Manish to express his gratitude. Kill them. It's not difficult, just deal with them like you played tricks on us in training. Manish gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Although he didn't spend much time with this little guy, the impression he left on him was really good. Except that he often didn't save face for himself when attacking in training games, he was a very good little guy. Although many people are now questioning whether this kid is qualified to play in such a game, Manish only said one sentence to such criticism. Let these flies go to hell, they have never seen how this kid tortured his teammates with his feet during training, a group of self-righteous guys. Manish never thought that Mourinho would make a mistake in his choice, and that kid has the ability to do it. Maybe Manish's pat made Lin Yi concentrate again, or the team song coming from outside the locker room has made Lin Yi start to relax his nervous nerves. At least at this moment, his brain is clear. Mourinho ignored the communication between the players. He just turned around and wrote the name of Sporting Lisbon on the blackboard in the locker room, and then drew a cross heavily. This is what I want to say to you. Mourinho patted the name of Sporting that was pierced by the cross heavily, and he reminded all Benfica players loudly. Victory is the only requirement. I won't go into the process. I only need the result. After 90 minutes, I will applaud you for rising to the top of the standings. Mourinho didn't say much, it was very simple. He used this way to instill the determination to win in everyone. Get ready to play. Use the score to tell those guys from the athletic team that they came to the wrong place today. Mourinho said loudly. There was no roar in the locker room. Only 11 people stood in a row and opened the door of the locker room and walked out neatly. At this time, no language could be more practical than going on the field to kill the opponent. The Benfica team has made all preparations and is ready to fight at any time. Silence, silence, the entire Benfica team in the players' tunnel is more like an army ready to go to war. They didn't talk to each other jokingly, but just focused all their attention on the exit of the players' tunnel. Such a calm performance also made Sporting Lisbon feel a sense of pressure. When Lin Yi was making final preparations in the player tunnel, he did not pay attention to the expressions of the competitive team members around him. He only saw the green at the exit of the tunnel. Today, that would be his stage. If he was a little nervous just now, then at this moment, Lin Yi has calmed down everything. Even if the cheers from the outside stadium have penetrated into the passage, he can ensure that every step he takes is solid. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi followed the team's pace and ran into the center of the Guangming Stadium to accept the almost worshipful cheers. Although this was not for him alone, Lin Yi swore that this place would be like his first game, with the kind of intoxicating cheers, and the whole stadium cheering for him. The moment he walked onto the court under the questioning eyes of others, Lin Yi had clenched his fists and told himself that he would use his feet to make everyone here exclaim. Whether it was the opponent or the fans of Benfica, they would be conquered by him. He would prove to everyone that they were wrong. He was qualified to stand here and to be a conqueror. This was a farewell gift for the uncle. Lin Yi swore that he would use the most gorgeous performance to send Mourinho off. Whistle, Lin Yi was now only waiting for the moment when the referee's whistle sounded. This will be his game. I will update more often after it is on the recommended list on the weekend. Please forgive me this week. There is really no other way. I can only say that I will try to update more often. Chapter 28 Deadly Blitzkrieg. Goal. Goal. The commentator at the Stadium of Light was destroying everyone's eardrums with such crazy voices, but this noise was a happy noise for Benfica fans, because their Benfica team scored a goal. Perhaps those fans who were just turning over the opening wave of people did not pay attention to what happened, and even the photographers were not ready to capture the camera. The goal appeared like lightning, at the moment when no one reacted. The only picture that those stunned people could see was that the Benfica players in red jerseys were running madly towards the corner flag area, and the one running in the front was Samayo, who was soaring on the grass of the Stadium of Light like a bird spreading its wings. Those fans who were just shouting, Benfica Eagle, could only see Ricardo, the goalkeeper of Sporting Lisbon, picking the football out of the net with a depressed look on his face, and standing next to him were several dejected defenders of Sporting. 19 seconds, everyone's eyes were on the goal, time locked on the big screen. When no one understood what happened, Benfica had already scored. No one knew if this was a new record in the Portuguese national derby, the fastest goal record. In just 19 seconds, Benfica had already knocked on the door of Sporting Lisbon with a goal. Semedo and the others were celebrating wildly, and they were demonstrating to the opponents of Sporting in this way. And the black-haired boy was running quickly towards Mourinho standing on the sidelines. He was roaring loudly while running. He might be the only one who didn't join the celebration, but everyone could see the smile on his face. Mourinho looked at Lin in front of him. He didn't know how to describe what the boy had just done. Everything happened too fast. But now, except for a strong hug, there is no better way to express it, because Lin has already rushed over with open arms. A gift for you. Lin shouted at Mourinho in a voice that only two people could hear. Yes, he did it. Now he could shut up those doubting voices, because the goal was scored from his feet. He did not disappoint Mourinho. It's a gift for us, little guy. The goal just now was wonderful. Mourinho did not hesitate to praise the little guy in front of him, because this kid is so magical. He always brings excitement to others on the court, sometimes beyond anyone's imagination. Unlike Mourinho's smiling expression now, the head coach of Sporting Lisbon, Ignacio, could only stand on the sidelines with a look of astonishment. He couldn't believe what he saw. He might even doubt whether this was a terrible nightmare. The kid, who he regarded as one of the weaknesses of the Benfica team, hit him back in this way. In the past 19 seconds, Ignacio swore that what he saw was definitely not a 15-year-old boy, but an extremely experienced hunter. The big screen at the Stadium of Light was replaying a scene that many people had missed, and it was helping everyone recall what happened in those 19 seconds. When the referee's whistle rang through the Stadium of Light, Semedo and Cardoso, the first team of Benfica, kicked off and pushed the ball to their own half. Lin, who was standing near the center circle, was the first to receive the ball. Lin received the ball sideways. At this time, most people would pass the ball to the backcourt, then stabilize their position and start attacking, and his actions seemed to be prepared in the same way. Sporting Lisbon rushed in very quickly. When Lin just controlled the ball, the opponent's two forwards had already pressed up. Sá Pinto and João Pinto didn't want to have any chance to control the ball with this kid at all. They pinched the left and right to make this kid make a mistake. These two old guys who have been on the field for too long know very well how to make a novice on the football field lose their rhythm, so their fierce expressions and actions are enough to make ordinary people flustered. But Lin is not one of those people. His first reaction exceeded the prediction of the two old guys. At the moment he received the ball, Lin was ready for the next move, but he did not pass it back to his backcourt like most people did, but decided to do it alone. One stop, one knock, Lin did not wait for the ball to stay on his feet for a long time. He directly rushed out from between Sá Pinto and the two men with such a coherent movement. The ball he knocked out avoided the interception of the two old guys, and Lin's light dodge did not leave any chance for the opponent to pull. He chose to bypass the two men's pressing, but let the ball rush out directly from between the two men, and he also squeezed through such a gap. Such a choice surprised the two old guys, and there was no preparation, because the boy's choice was too bold. No one wanted to take a foul action under the eyes of the referee. The restrained hand movements of the two people gave Lin the opportunity to calmly pass them. The two men did not even chase back. At least in their opinion, Lisbon's defense could easily resolve such an offensive threat. Lin didn't care what others thought. He used the force of the knock to avoid the entanglement of the two forwards of the opponent. Before the opponent's midfielder Pito came up, Lin suddenly let the ball out of his control. It seemed that the force of his knock was too strong and the ball was far away from his body. Such a dribbling could easily be intercepted by others. It's a big mistake. This might be the first thought that flashed through Pito's mind. He would not let go of such a mistake easily, but when his toes slid towards the ball, he already knew that he was wrong. All this was a scam designed by that kid. Because the black-haired kid's starting speed was obviously 1 point higher, he took control of the ball one step ahead of Pito, and with his clever feet, he directly threw Pito's body that pounced on him and slid to the side, but he himself had already left in the dust under the other party's gaze. After passing 3 people in a row, when all the players of the Atletico team were still not alert, Lin Yi had already used such a coherent action to get rid of 3 blockades, and his footsteps showed no signs of stopping. The rapid start speed gave Lin Yi the opportunity to move forward calmly. With rapid breathing, Lin Yi could feel the burning sensation in his lungs after passing 3 people in a row. He did the 2 actions just now too fast, so fast that his breathing was a little unsmooth, and he even felt a kind of weakness in his legs. He was not a god, and such continuous and rapid movements also made him feel the burning of his breath, but the football under his feet did not stop for a moment. At the moment when the midfielders of the other 2 Atletico teams surrounded him from the left and right sides, Lin Yi made the most crazy performance. Atletico could not let this little guy have such a chance to move forward calmly. The other 2 midfielders had already pressed forward, and Pito also began to chase back. If Lin Yi continued to dribble, then what awaited him would only be a fierce tackle. Lin Yi did not want to be the one rolling on the ground. His eyes were already on Cardoso, who was frantically advancing. Before the reinforcements of the athletic team came up, Lin Yi's arch had already kicked the ball. At this time, at least 2 defenders of the athletic team focused their defense on Cardoso, because Lin Yi's passing route was obviously to find this guy who was in very good form recently. And Cardoso's running position was really a headache. As long as Lin Yi could pass the ball through the gap between people, this guy would probably have a chance to score a single goal. The entire Sporting Lisbon team's defense line began to tilt to the left because of the running and pulling of these 2 people. But the football pushed out by Lin Yi's arch did not penetrate the left side of Lisbon's defense as they expected, but they saw a more desperate picture. The football was not sent out in a straight line. Lin Yi's ankle shaking was not a straight pass at all. The football took off in front of the 2 Lisbon midfielders, but the destination was the other side. Lin Yi never thought of passing the ball to Cardoso from beginning to end. His goal was always the other side of the athletic team's defense, but no one knew what he was thinking. No Lisbon defender had ever noticed when this kid's eyes glanced over there, but Lin Yi's pass was accurately delivered to the most fatal position. The Lisbon side was almost an empty city, and there was a guy running forward at an accelerated speed. That was Simeo of Benfica, the sharpest striker of Benfica now. The Atletico players, who were completely attracted by Lin Yi's pull, had never thought that this black-haired kid played a trick on them. The pass without looking at people deceived all the defenders, and the entire Atletico defense line was completely torn apart by such a pass. Simeo, who was running wildly, was trying his best to catch up with Lin Yi's pass, while Mario Sergio, the Atletico fullback who followed him, had collapsed. From the moment he started, he was very clear that his absolute speed could not stop Simeo at all. He might be the only one who still kept alert on this side, but if he had to face Simeo's attack alone, especially in a speed contest, he might even doubt how likely he was to win. Even if he wanted to foul, it would be difficult because the guy was too fast. There was no way to make up for the absolute speed gap, and Lin Yi's tricky pass directly hit the ribs of the Atletico defense area, which gave Simeo enough space to cut in and accelerate. Simeo's full-speed overtaking was unstoppable. Mario Sergio's somewhat desperate gambling sliding tackle was also calmly avoided by the experienced Simeo. When Simeo passed the last line of defense of the Atletico, only Ricardo was left in front of him. In a one-on-one match between a striker and a goalkeeper, the goalkeeper is often the most unlucky one, and this time is no exception. With a tricky push, Ricardo could only stretch out his hand in despair, but he had no chance to stop the ball. 19 seconds, from Lin Yi's light flash near the center circle to Simeo's fatal blow, Benfica only took 19 seconds to penetrate the entire Atletico defense. Everything was so fast that it was astonishing. After watching all this, the entire Luz stadium immediately erupted in the craziest cheers since the start of the game. Everyone was cheering for this wonderful performance. Cheer for their Benfica. Cheer for the black-haired kid. Lin. Simeo. Such shouts have replaced the previous doubts. From this moment on, no one doubts Mourinho's choice. The black-haired kid deserves the 40,000 people in the stadium to cheer for him. This is a perfect and deadly blitzkrieg. And the one who directed all this is the little guy who was doubted by everyone. He used this method to clear his name, which took 19 seconds. First update. Please click to recommend and collect it. Or, come and give a few rewards. Chapter 29. It's you who should go. The cheers in the Stadium of Light continued, but the game was about to start again. Although Sporting Lisbon was a little dizzy after being hit by this blow, they didn't want to surrender at the beginning of the game. There was still a lot of time and they still had a chance to score. But now their expressions were a little helpless. After all, no one had considered that they would lose the ball so quickly in the Stadium of Light. Their mood would inevitably be affected, especially in such an important game. The opponent broke through the doors so quickly. Anyone would be a little depressed. However, the sudden lead has allowed Benfica to take the initiative in the game. Sporting is no longer in the mood to organize the attack slowly. This damn loss of points disrupted their game rhythm. They must strive to equalize the score in the shortest time. Lin Yi's pass just now broke through the defense of Sporting and woke up these guys. Now no one ignores the black-haired kid anymore. They have all seen the power of the little guy and they don't want to make a second mistake. After the restart, Sporting Lisbon began to organize an attack. Their three forwards had already entered Benfica's half, and the three midfielders also began to press forward with the ball. If they didn't want to play too passively, they had to fight back with continuous attacks. They didn't forget that this was Benfica's home court. If they didn't want the opponent to always take the initiative, they had no choice but to overwhelm the opponent in the attack. But Lin Yi's advance put a lot of pressure on Sporting. This kid was like a loach burrowing in the defense line of Sporting. The existence of this little guy always made Sporting's offense feel insufficient, because he always started to press frantically when Sporting was about to press forward, interfering with the speed of the ball in the backcourt of Sporting in this way. Although he had no chance to successfully steal the ball, such harassment made the backcourt of Sporting miserable. Lin Yi is like a dagger against the waist of the Atletico team. Although he won't kill you all at once, he keeps stabbing you back and forth. Who knows which one will really kill you? Especially the defenders of the Atletico team, they are always on guard against Lin Yi's sneak attack. Samayo, Cardoso and Lin Yi formed an attack triangle in the backcourt of the Atletico team. Two people were responsible for pulling, one was responsible for passing, and the three people started to run in the backcourt of Lisbon with 1 point as the axis. Mourinho's arrangement showed a fatal threat at this time, because the three people changed positions and ran very frequently, and there was no fixed person as an attacker. It can be said that all three of them have the ability to threaten the goal of the Atletico team, which is the most troublesome thing. Needless to say, the threat that Samayo can create, the goal just now has explained everything, and he and Lin Yi are not tall, and the two-pass small-range cooperation between these two guys also created a lot of trouble for the backcourt of the Atletico team. Lin Yi's footwork has always been the best in Benfica. When he was completely relaxed, he played with the Stadium of Light as if it was a broken stadium behind the church in the small town of Spatial. The football was stuck to his feet like glue. Anyone who wanted to steal the ball from his feet would have to pay a huge price, because no one knew what his next move would be. Unless you wanted to be fooled, the best way was to follow him. The Atletico team now had to guard against this little guy's highly deceptive pass again, and also worry about whether this kid would use his flexible footwork to pass the defender and shoot directly. This dilemma put a lot of pressure on Paito. He didn't want to feel the same way again. His mistake just now caused the goal to be lost later. Now his psychological pressure was the greatest, especially when facing Lin Yi. He always had to guard against whether this kid would play any tricks on him again. Although Paito has an absolute advantage physically, the boy's footwork is too fast, especially Lin Yi does not stay in one place. Even if the ball is not likely to be intercepted on his feet, he will pass it out in the shortest time. Because Mourinho once said to him that all opportunities are generated in sports. Only by letting the football keep rolling on the field will opportunities come to you. Lin Yi knows very well what he should do on the field. Lin Yi is not naive to think that he can replicate the performance just now. If it is just physical confrontation, everyone here can put himself at a disadvantage. The attack just now was a standard raid. For physical confrontation, Lin Yi has his own way to deal with such a situation. He quickly transfers the ball and does not let the ball stop in front of him when the opponent is pressing. Even if he dribbles the ball, he moves at a very fast frequency, which keeps the opponent in a defensive posture and cannot rush up rashly. Even if Lin Yi's breakthrough is not frequent, Paito is still in a passive position in defense. He has a strong sense of psychological oppression when facing Lin Yi. Perhaps that deceptive passing left him a deep lesson. Paito's cautiousness made him very passive, which forced Athletic's two midfielders Rodrigo and Carlos Martins to come to help him from time to time. This undoubtedly weakened Athletic's offensive power. Lin Yi was like a thorn in Athletic's throat. Mourinho needs Lin Yi to do this. He has always required his offensive players to rely on their personal abilities to deal with opponents in the front court during the game, especially when they are leading. They must dare to take the ball and dare to make moves. As long as the defensive players dare to make mistakes at this time, then they must not be polite. He requires Lin Yi and Semedo and others to learn to find these opportunities that can be used and give the opponent another hard blow. Mourinho stood on the sidelines and loudly reminded the three people in the front court to try to echo each other. If they can go forward, they must not go back, and use their personal dribbling ability to stir up the front court as much as possible, corner kicks, free kicks, whatever they can get. Anyway, there is only one requirement, that is, the opponent cannot easily launch a continuous wave of attacks in the backcourt, cut off the connection between the backcourt of the competitive team, and let their offensive tide have no follow-up power. As for those guys in the front court, Benfica's defensive players will naturally take care of them. Let the opponent fall into the quagmire of attack and do not give them the opportunity to organize calmly. Mourinho reminded every defensive player to keep the formation intact and not give the opponent any loopholes to exploit. He needs to make the opponent confused. Petit and Thiago in the midfield provided a double insurance for Benfica's defense. They not only blocked the offensive of the Athletic team in the midfield, but also used their long passes to find the three-man combination in the front court. The 4-3-3 formation of the Athletic team also became their biggest failure. In the competition for the midfield, the Athletic team did not take any advantage at all. Although Lin Yi did not retreat easily, the defensive formation of Benfica's 7 people had firmly locked the offensive route of the Athletic team. The three forwards of Sao Pinto rarely got support from the team's midfield. Although the Athletic team had 3 forwards, all they could do was to grab the footballs that were hung in the crowd, and then either missed or were interrupted by the opponent's clamping. The rhythm of the entire attack has always been very messy and disorderly. The long shot from the perimeter may be the only chance for Athletic now, but the 2 layers of protection of Petit and Thiago did not leave much space for long shots for Athletic. On the surface, Athletic has been pressing Benfica to attack, but only they know the real situation. Ignacio no longer has the heart to continue sitting in the coaching seat. He stood on the sidelines and reminded his players loudly, press forward. We must strive to solve the problem in the opponent's half, and don't let the 3 Benfica guys create threats on our defense line. Compared with the now somewhat manic Ignacio, Mourinho seems very quiet. Although he will remind his players on the sidelines, his expression seems more natural, as if everything is under his control. This sense of ease makes Ignacio feel more anxious. He had already boasted before the game. If he can't win the game, he will be very embarrassed, especially if he can't win this Benfica team with uneven personnel. His good days in Sporting Lisbon are probably coming to an end. However, his roar did not bring any gratifying changes to Sporting Lisbon. The situation on the court was still stalemate, even a little lingering. Mourinho had this idea. He would not play any offensive games with his opponent when his team was not well organized. He just wanted to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and let Sporting Lisbon follow behind him. The rules of the game were set by him. The lead was an accident for Benfica. Lin Yi took advantage of the opponent's carelessness at the beginning of the game to score this goal, but now Mourinho hopes that the team can find opportunities to counterattack in such defense. A gap of 1 goal is never safe. He needs more goals. Mourinho has not forgotten what the opponent said before the game. The opponent's head coach said before the game that he must win again at Benfica's doorstep. Last time 3 o'clock, Sporting Lisbon once said that they would give Benfica such a score this time, but now it seems that the winners and losers will be reversed this time. Benfica, who holds the initiative, will use their feet to wipe out the shameful score. Atletico's frenzied attack had no effect. They attacked desperately for more than 30 minutes after conceding the goal, but they could not break through Benfica's defense. Even though they had shot 11 times, only 2 of them were within the goal frame, and they still failed to create a fatal threat. On the contrary, Benfica's counterattack was more sharp at this time. Every kick of Semedo and Cardoso would threaten the goal guarded by Ricardo. The situation on the field has made Atletico led by Inacio more and more passive. The most proud person now is probably not Mourinho, who is standing on the sidelines and watching everything on the field, but Villarino, who is sitting in the VIP seat. He is satisfied with the performance of the players on the field. There may be nothing better than this result now. Although he hates that guy very much, in a game like the National Derby, he still enjoys the shouts of the fans. For a chairman who has just taken over the club, there is nothing more meaningful than winning such a confrontation. You know, Azevedo has never defeated his opponent, but now Villarino has the chance to do it. Maybe those fans should know clearly after such a game who they should cheer for. This will be the era of Villarino, and those who have left their names here will be buried by his great achievements. Moreover, Villarino is very confident about his future team plans. He believes that under his operation, Benfica will definitely regain its former glory in the European arena. By then, he will become the most prestigious club president in Portugal, G14. That's absolutely not a problem. The proud Villarino showed his smile to many people around him, including Mendes, who was sitting not far away and also enjoyed a pig-like smile. It can be seen that Lin Yi's performance has made the chairman very satisfied, and his mood is also very good at this moment. Mendes is considering whether he should raise the issue of Lin Yi's contract with the other party again after the game. Maybe this is a good solution opportunity. But while Mendes was thinking about this issue, the score on the field changed again, and the fans cheered again. When the first half was coming to an end, Athletic's frenzied attack still had no results, but Inacio's roar still drove them to press forward. However, this pressing style of play did not give them any space to control the ball, but it caused loopholes in their defense. This is the price that must be paid for blind offense. Thiago intercepted Rodrigo's pass at the moment when the opponent was pressing forward. With the opponent's overall formation moving forward, Thiago's pass directly found Semedo, and the rush from the wing has become this guy has done the most in this game, and this time is no exception. Mario Sergio had already stepped aside to prepare for an assist, but now he was embarrassed to find that the ball had passed over his body and hit behind him, and Semedo once again started to advance from his defensive area. That crazy speed was once again on the wings. Now Sporting Lisbon only has two central defenders and a goalkeeper in the back. Mario Sergio, who is desperately chasing back, can't stop Semedo's breakthrough pace. Now Sporting Lisbon has to face a fatal impact. Lower base, cross. This time Simong's dribbling route goes directly to the baseline, instead of solving the problem by cutting inside like the first time, because Cardoso in the middle has already outflanked Simong's pass. Finding him immediately, Cardoso still hit a beautiful header under the attack of two defenders, directly hitting the gate guarded by Ricardo. Quick reaction. Ricardo's first reaction speed may be the fastest in Portugal. He barely made a sideways save and let his fingertips touch the football. The force of this touch was enough to deflect the damn shot from the target. When several people in front of the Athletic team were still entangled, the football had been hit to the edge of the penalty area by a side attack from Ricardo. But Inacio, who was standing on the sidelines, had no time to cheer for Ricardo's wonderful save, because the danger had not been eliminated. There was a guy wearing Benfica number 20 who was rushing towards the landing point of the football, although there were still people behind him. Followed by a Paito in hot pursuit. But Inacio could clearly feel the sweat on his palms. When the two men kicked the football almost at the same time, he even closed his eyes in despair because he saw clearly where the football was going at the last moment. At this time, Ricardo had not yet gotten up from the ground. Lin Yi almost risked being directly kicked by Paito and hit such a shot in the air. When he fell from the air due to the collision, Lin Yi saw the shaking of the net and Ricardo's reluctantly outstretched palm, also heard the cheers erupting from the entire stadium. The ball went in. This was Lin Yi's only thought as he rubbed his head, but he didn't want to lie on the ground now. He wanted to celebrate crazily and celebrate the goal in a stupefying way. The first thing Lin Yi did after getting up from the ground was to take off his team uniform, and then ran wildly toward the stands of the Stadium of Light, without giving his teammates a chance to pounce on him and hold him back. Mourinho waved his fist hard at the moment Lin Yi scored, because the goal was so clean and neat that he didn't give his opponent any chance at all. This kid's sense of catching opportunities has also begun to change. Getting sharper and sharper. At this moment Mourinho no longer cares whether he is leaving here, because the black-haired boy will definitely survive in the football circle, and he will succeed. This is enough for Mourinho. Lin Yi is a diamond polished by him. Now that he sees him shining, he has no regrets. Lin Yi's celebration looked a bit crazy, but Mourinho did not stop a player from venting his emotions after scoring a goal. He just took off his clothes. It was no big deal. It was not like he was not wearing anything underneath, and it was not a full body. They're all naked, it doesn't matter. But when he saw clearly what Lin Yi wrote on the underwear inside the team uniform, Mourinho was stunned. Not only was he stunned, this picture was spread on the big screen, making the entire stadium of light. Everyone inside who saw this scene was stunned. Because 2 lines of words were clearly written on the underwear in thick black pen, Villarinho, it's you who should get out, and Lin Yi was pointing at the fat pig sitting on the rostrum. Raised his middle finger high, his voice couldn't possibly reach that far, but several teammates catching up from behind could clearly hear what he was saying loudly. Villarinho, you're just a bastard. Get your butt off the seat, you fat pig. Mendes could feel the muscles on his face showing signs of stiffness. His hope, which was still burning just now, was now extinguished. From the corner of his eye, he could already see Villarinho slamming his fist on the armrest of the chair, and his livid face was almost distorted. This. What an unexpected celebration. Second update. I'm actually quite diligent, you say, right? Keep asking for clicks, collections, and recommendations. I'm correcting a small mistake myself. Ricardo probably didn't join the competitive team until 2003, but I can't find the goalkeeper in 2002. Is this going to be Yao Ming? Chapter 30 about the future. What just happened? Perhaps everyone in the Stadium of Light had to ask themselves this question, because no one believed that what they had just seen was real, and they were all stunned. If the referee had not shown his ability to adapt to circumstances at this time, Villarinho might have stared out his eyes on the rostrum. The referee with extremely fast reaction speed timely prevented the possibility of this incident from spreading further. He stopped the game immediately after the Atletico team restarted the game. Although there was at least 1 minute of extra time, he didn't want this damn game to have any more accidents. This matter was completely beyond his control. The national derby was already very difficult to enforce, and now there was such a live performance. This was no longer something the referee could control. As for what the black-haired kid would experience after returning to the locker room, it was no longer the referee's problem. Let God pray for the Benfica team, because what just happened was too shocking. In fact, not only did the referee lose the ability to control the spread of this matter, but no one in the entire Stadium of Light knew how to deal with this embarrassing scene. Almost everyone was stunned. They could only watch this scene with their eyes wide open. When playing at home, the celebration after scoring a goal was to raise the middle finger to their club chairman. Well, even the referee was a little at a loss about what happened just now, not to mention the fans who have not recovered yet. No one knew what expression they should use to deal with this moment, including the entire Benfica management. Cheer for the goal. If anyone can cheer in this silent venue, it would be a ghost. Angry? Come on, that kid didn't stick his middle finger under your nose, is it necessary to be angry? Didn't you see that the fat guy is trying his best to control his emotions now? Others don't need to show loyalty at this time. This may be the first time that the Stadium of Light has been silent after their team scored a goal, because no one knows what to do at this moment. Everyone's face is full of surprise, just staring at Lin Yi blankly. Although the 2 lines of characters written on the boy's body did not stay on the big screen of the Stadium of Light for a long time, it was obviously seen by too many people, not only the photographers but also the TV broadcast cameras. Hundreds of thousands of Portuguese people may have seen it clearly at that moment. You should know that not only the tens of thousands of people present were stunned, but also the people in front of the TV were speechless at this moment. Well, this sudden incident has disrupted the normal thinking of too many people. The busiest people now may be the reporters on the scene. They are desperately making calls. Such news is obviously more important than the fact that Benfica is now leading 2-0. They need to let their boss know about this matter as soon as possible. What's so strange about the national derby? It happens 2 or 3 times every year, but this time the news is obviously more sensational than the game itself. It's hard for the black-haired boy not to be famous now. Now the photos Lin Yi took at that moment may be the most sought after. The photographers may not capture simple photos, but euros. The value of this news is more exciting than the political struggle within the Benfica club. Lin Yi's roar plus Villarinho's livid face, plus the different expressions of the people around him, those reporters clearly know that there is no need to spend any more time looking for news in this issue of newspapers and TV programs. Benfica's national derby is already too exciting. It far exceeds the confrontation in the past 70 years. Why did the black-haired kid do this? What is the hidden story? Is the discord between Mourinho and Villarinho the fuse of this matter? Or is it because of Lin Yi's contract problem that he is so excited? Why did he choose such an occasion to do such a thing? There are too many questions in the meantime. If the game is not over yet, those reporters may have already rushed to the players' locker room with their cameras. They have too many questions to ask the black-haired kid. Too many speculations have begun to emerge in the pens of these reporters. As for the rationality of this story, it is no longer within their consideration, because the scene that just happened, you can never use rationality to explain it. Everyone is thinking about the scene just now, but the person who caused this sensation has returned to the Benfica locker room. All teammates dare not say anything to Lin Yi, including Manish, who has always been thick-skinned. They don't know what kind of action to make at this time. Is it to celebrate the goal, celebrate the lead, or celebrate that this kid has expressed the pent-up dissatisfaction in the hearts of many people? No one knows how to communicate with Lin Yi. The entire Benfica locker room seems silent, as if they are the ones who are behind at this moment. Why do you do this? Mourinho didn't say much after the team entered the locker room. He just called Lin Yi out alone and walked to a quiet place. He asked Lin Yi with a serious face. No reason. I've had enough of what that pig has done to you and this team. He has never respected anyone, so I won't respect him either. I play for the Benfica fans, not for this pig. That's why I want to say it. I have written these words a long time ago, and I have been wearing them, waiting for this opportunity. I am not impulsive, these are the words I have been holding in my heart, including the middle finger. I have thought about it a long time ago. Everything, as long as I score, I will let everyone see it. Don't persuade me, don't say anything. I know what the consequences will be. From the moment I came on the stage, I had no intention of continuing to play here. You can't work with an idiot. The same goes for me, Villarini. In my eyes, he is a pig. Lin Yi didn't care at all about Mourinho's face and stern tone. From the moment he decided to do this, he had no regrets. The only feeling he felt at that moment was that he was happy. He finally didn't have to put everything in his hands. It's all accumulated in my heart. Now that he was yelling outside the locker room, he no longer had to think about anything. He had already done it anyway, so what else should he worry about? Now he no longer has to think about the future. For him, everything about Benfica has ended from the moment he raised his middle finger. Even if Villarinho walked up to him now and said that all this can be over, Lin Yi would put his middle finger under the guy's nose again, and then spit hard at the pig. That was all he was thinking right now. As for what consequences such a thing will have, Lin Yi has never considered that the worst thing is that he will leave the football field from now on. He may be unwilling to do so, but he does not have that strong endurance to let himself play the game with a depressed mood. Fuck Villarinho, from the day you decided to leave, there is nothing here that I can miss. I don't care if I lose a future. You chose to avoid all this, but I won't. This is how I will fight back against him, even if I lose. Okay, the score is already 2 o'clock anyway. I don't believe you can lose the game at this time. Just replace me. There is 45 minutes of performance time, which is enough for me. I am already satisfied to see that fat pig's livid face. Lin Yi said all the words that were pressing in his heart in one breath. He finally let the feeling of suppressing himself dissipate. In this way, which seemed very extreme to others, things were irreversible anyway. He no longer considered how serious the consequences were. Mourinho looked at the panting boy in front of him. He didn't know what else he could say. He understood the reason for Lin Yi's anger. Is it necessary to block your own future? Is it worth it? Mourinho sighed and said. He himself was angry because of the filthiness of those at Villarinho, but he chose to stay away from them. Despicable, not Lin Yi's fierce way of facing the opponent directly. If this can make this place feel better, I think it's not worth it. At least I said what I wanted to say. I'm still at that age where I can be impulsive, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with this kind of impulsiveness. At least I said what I wanted to say. The future? This thing is kicked out by my feet, not by the pig that rewarded me. In Portugal, he can't cover the sky with one hand. I'm not afraid that I won't be able to find a place to play football. At worst, I'll wait for you. When I'm a coach again, if I work for you, you can't let me go, right? After Lin Yi vented his anger, he no longer cared about the future. The worst plan was to return to the streets and continue his working life. It was much better than being controlled by a pig here. At least he could live there, feeling at ease instead of being so depressed. If there is a chance, I will never want a player like you, because you always get into trouble. Mourinho no longer intends to persuade this kid, because he knows that it is in vain. Okay, you will go to the locker room to prepare for your second half of the game. I will clean up the mess by myself. To be precise, Mendes will clean up the mess for me. At least for now, I still his contract player. Lin Yi pursed his lips in the direction of the locker room. There may be room for redemption, but you have to bow your head first. Mourinho did not want this little guy to leave Benfica just like that. After all, there are not many places in Portugal that are more suitable for players to become famous than here. Bow down to a pig? Sorry, I don't have that habit. You go back, that room of people is still waiting for you to make up your mind. Originally, I was no longer in Benfica's future plans, but now I just chose to leave early. Don't worry, wretched uncle, I'm fine. Lin Yi pushed Mourinho back, but he chose to continue to stay quietly in this unknown corner. After all, there is still a game. Mourinho cannot let the entire team affect the final result because of this incident. Now that the kid has decided, he must continue the 2 o'clock victory. If it collapses, it may sorry for that kid's 1 assist and 1 goal. Lin Yi was destined not to play again in the second half. Even if Mourinho would not be influenced by anyone, he could clearly know this. In order to maintain this victory, Mourinho used Philip replaced Lin Yi. Petty and Philippe played as a defensive midfielder, and Thiago was pushed forward to occupy Lin Yi's position just now. Samayo and Cardoso's task was to continue to involve the opponent's defense, so that the athletic team did not dare to press heavily. Going up or dragging down can only be beneficial to Benfica. Lin Yi never returned to the locker room, and no one dared to ask why. Until they walked into the player tunnel, the black-haired boy did not appear. Mourinho could only greet everyone to prepare to appear on the field. Maybe the little guy wanted to be quiet at this moment. Compared with Benfica's change of formation, Ignacio finally changed the midfield of the Atletico team. Cristiano Ronaldo finally played as a winger, turning the entire Atletico team into a 3-4-3 offensive formation. Ignacio needed to take advantage of the opponent's unstable mind to quickly equalize the score, but Mourinho did not give him this opportunity, although Cristiano Ronaldo was very active on the wing, and even had a stunning performance of running more than 40 meters and passing 3 people. But Benfica's defense did not provide him with too many scoring opportunities. Even if Benfica lost a kind of aura in the offense after Lin Yi was gone, they could defend the advantages they had accumulated and would not give Atletico too many opportunities. Moreover, Samayo's counterattack was still sharp. In the 80th minute of the second half, it was his pulling on the wing that gave Thiago a chance to get in the middle. A low shot changed the score again, 3 o'clock. Mourinho finally made his opponent pay off the old debt. The whole stadium of light burst into cheers, but there was no smile on Mourinho's face. He was even too lazy to look at the expressions of those people on the rostrum. Everything here had nothing to do with him from this moment. When Mourinho returned to the corner outside the locker room, he saw only a Benfica jersey hanging on the railing, hanging there quietly, and the little guy had disappeared. One more. Please collect, click, and recommend. Chapter 31, Aftermath of the Game. Lin Yi's sudden departure made the reporters lose the interview target they wanted most after the game, but they would not give up the opportunity to dig up news like this. Almost all microphones were aimed at Benfica. Neither Mourinho nor Villarino could escape the reporters' entanglement. As for Ignacio and Atletico, who lost in the game, almost no one cared about them. This might be the most one-sided national derby for them. No matter on the field or off the field, no one's eyes stayed on them. This is the treatment of losers. The double-star battle that was still hyped before the game was completely unnecessary to continue. On the field, Lin Yi contributed a goal and an assist, while Cristiano Ronaldo could only play when the team was completely behind. Although his performance was the best in the entire Atletico team in the second half, it was really difficult to save anything with his personal strength. Cristiano Ronaldo was unwilling to lose this game, but he had no way. He was the protagonist in the last contest, but this time he could only be a spectator watching his opponent perform off the field. This was not a fair duel. Mourinho trusted Lin and gave him the opportunity to start and make him the protagonist of the game, but Cristiano Ronaldo could only wait for his chance on the bench. Inacio paid a heavy price for his conservatism and arrogance. When Lin silenced the entire stadium of light with his madness, Cristiano Ronaldo could only stand on the sidelines and watch his opponent become the focus there. All this was because of Inacio's conservatism. At least in this game, Lin became the protagonist of the entire game. When the athletic team walked away from the locker room in disgrace, no one even cared about how they felt now, including those media that tended to Sporting Lisbon, who were busy interviewing Benfica, which was at the center of the vortex, and forgot their old club. If the media was so crazy because Benfica won the national derby, maybe Villarino would be the most proud person, but now the situation seems to have little to do with the game. Everyone is focusing on the celebration of that goal. The most embarrassed person at this time may be Villarino. His team won, but no one cares about Benfica's 3 o'clock victory. All reporters care about is the middle finger raised high and the 2 lines of words on Lin's underwear that asked Villarino to get out. Who would care about Villarino's mood at this time? They just want to know why. Gossip is popular because there is always a little devil in the darkest corner of people's minds trying to explore the reasons behind the conflict. Now Lin has exposed the conflict between him and Villarino in front of tens of thousands of people. These reporters no longer need to guess anything. They just need to put the microphone in front of Villarino and listen to his explanation. As for whether it is reasonable, let others judge. No one cares what this guy will say now. All they need now is for him to speak. The rest of the things are controlled by them. Don't worry about whether this guy is willing or not. This is the power of the media at certain times. The world of football is not just black and white. Reporters will use their subjective judgment to influence readers' emotions and thinking, not to mention such a big thing. Some people want to see how serious Benfica's internal disputes had become. President Villarino, what was the reason for the scene on the field? Personal grudges or players' dissatisfaction with the club? As far as we know, Lin has not signed any professional contract with Benfica yet. Is it because the team is going to introduce a new midfielder next season, and Lin must leave here, which makes the players do such extreme behavior on the field? Will the club punish Lin within the team because of such things? Will this affect the contract between him and the team? Does this mean that Lin will be included in the transaction list when the transfer period comes, or return to the youth team after this game? Please answer. Faced with this question, Villarino didn't know how to answer, because he didn't know what the black-haired boy was crazy about. Although he has not reached a consensus with his agent Mendes on signing a contract, this should not be the fuse of the matter. Originally, because of the performance of this little guy in the first half, he was ready to have a good talk with Mendes after the game, but now it has become unimportant. The black-haired little guy must disappear from Benfica. Because he insulted the top leader of Benfica, and more importantly, he left the team without saying hello to anyone. All this gave Villarino enough excuses to punish him, but now it seems that the person who has become a laughingstock is still Villarino himself. As for the black-haired kid, now not only has he left a mess for the Benfica team, but more importantly, he has put Villarino in the most embarrassing position. The game was won, but he couldn't face others with a smile. This is really a bad thing. Villarino couldn't push away all the reporters in front of him, because he had to maintain the self-restraint that a chairman should have, but this matter could not be solved by self-restraint. He had to force himself not to lose his composure in front of everyone. Lin's action was undoubtedly to slap Villarino in the face in front of all the people watching the game, and the noise was very loud, as if he really hit Villarino in the face. Now Villarino must hold back all his anger to remain a gentleman in front of the camera and accept all the reporters' mental abuse again. As for whether he is willing, no one cares anymore. People only care about what kind of disputes are hidden behind this. Lin's action is to slap you in the face directly, and you still have to face everything with a smile. Villarino is probably about to bite his teeth off now. He wants to get the black-haired kid out of his team immediately. Never let himself see him again. Compared with Villarino's embarrassing appearance, Mourinho's problem seems much simpler. He doesn't need to worry about anything. Anyway, the game has been won, and he has no responsibility. He has fulfilled all the obligations that the head coach needs to pay. 3 o'clock, although he did not predict the score before the game, the final outcome has made him get back everything he lost in the last derby. Listening to the cheers in the Stadium of Light after the game, anyone with ears knows that Mourinho has been recognized by everyone. As for what happened on the field, it was the player's own choice. This is Mourinho's answer to that unexpected moment. Is there any hidden secret? Please ask your reporters to interview others. As for the chairman's reaction, it has nothing to do with him. Mourinho's answer is limited to the content of the game, and the rest will not be responded to. At this time, Mourinho does not want Lin Yi to become more passive in the media's extensive reports. Although the kid has made everything clear to him, he can't let this kid become the target of others' attacks, but now he is a little worried about what the kid is thinking. This departure without saying goodbye not only made the team management look angry, but also made Mourinho worried about Lin Yi's current state. He didn't know whether this 15-year-old kid could survive this huge event. Even Mourinho feels a little overwhelmed by such a fierce group of reporters, let alone the young boy who is not very experienced in the world. Mourinho is full of worries at this moment. He just hopes that the little guy can survive this period smoothly. If there is no damn pig head, maybe this will be a wonderful afternoon, or Lin Yi will become an idol worshipped by others because of his wonderful performance in this game, but now no one can tell what will happen in the future, even Mourinho can't see clearly what will happen in the future. The reaction of the fans? Those fans don't care whether this little guy is insulting Villarinho. They prefer to see this kid's brilliant performance on the court. That damn Villarinho, who cares about his face? Not many people like him now. Especially after he announced those unattainable team adjustment plans, the fans saw the most turbulent people's hearts, not the glorious future. They even hoped for a moment that Azevedo would return to the team again, instead of this pighead continuing to talk nonsense here. Although Lin Yi's action on the field seemed a bit extreme, no one denied the influence of this little guy on the game. Without his wonderful performance on the field, perhaps Benfica would not have won the game so thoroughly. Fans never rub sand in their eyes, especially those who often watch Benfica training. They know that the black-haired kid will only be fierce in training in games. He usually looks smiling, of course, except when he is trained alone by Mourinho. Villarinho must be responsible for his extreme actions, although the boy's actions seem a bit rebellious. Lin Yi performed perfectly enough in the more than 40 minutes he played, with 1 assist and 1 goal. If it weren't for those 2 lines of words, he would definitely be the best player of the game. This is a great success for a 15-year-old boy. But his choice made this national derby more intense. There are many fans who support him, but there are also voices of opposition. After all, in the eyes of many fans, his actions have undermined the stability of Benfica, and Lin Yi must pay the price for it. Mourinho would not be stingy with his words to praise Lin Yi's performance on the field. Anyway, it was impossible for him and Villarinho to coexist peacefully. He simply did not consider how the pig-like chairman felt at this time. Mourinho just said everything he should say. And Mourinho said the truth. The boy's performance on the field was indeed perfect. If it weren't for those 10 seconds of madness, perhaps everyone, including Villarinho, would stand up and applaud Lin Yi at the end of the game. But all this was ruined in those 10 seconds. Mourinho wanted to say that Lin Yi was a little impulsive, but the boy didn't seem to regret doing so at all. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Maybe the little guy had been holding back a rage in his mind. As for how embarrassing Villarinho's situation is now, it has nothing to do with Mourinho. He had made his decision before the game anyway, and now it was time for him to announce it all. Mourinho did not miss the opportunity to rub salt into Villarinho's mouth at this juncture. He directly announced his decision to leave Benfica at the press conference after the game. At this time, he no longer needed to save face for anyone. Leaving was leaving, and there was no nostalgia. When Mourinho said these words to the reporter's microphone, everyone in the press box was almost crazy, because this continuous news impact made everyone crazy. It seemed that after 90 minutes of the game, everything in Benfica began to collapse. Lin Yi insulted the club chairman in his own way on the court. Now the head coach who had just brought the team to the first place in the league was about to leave again. Such continuous news events dragged the Benfica team into the quagmire of right and wrong. Such a series of blows caught Villarinho off guard. His boasting and public relations skills were useless at this time, because no one would believe that Benfica was still a solid team. At this time, anyone with the ability to judge can see that there is a problem within them, and it is a very serious internal dispute. Such a blow is undoubtedly fatal to the Benfica team that has just recovered. Although Benfica's press officer Marrero repeatedly told reporters that this was just Mourinho's own choice for the future, and the club has not yet given a reply, everyone can see that Benfica's new chairman is now in a quagmire of trouble. Yes, Benfica has just climbed to the top of the league rankings because of winning the game, but who can guarantee that they can still maintain this slight lead after losing Mourinho? I'm afraid even Villarinho himself doesn't dare to say this. It was the guy he thought was a novice who led Benfica to the peak of victory. Now his departure may take away the soul of Benfica. Now count on the guy named Tony in Villarinho's mouth. I'm afraid no one dares to make this gamble. And Villarinho must deal with Lin Yi's problem in the shortest possible time. He probably wants to strangle Lin Yi to death, but the media's attention and the fans' reaction let Villarinho know that any action he takes now is digging a hole for himself. It seems that the shock wave of the middle finger has put Villarinho's dream of Benfica dynasty in danger of collapse. It will be on the recommendation list tomorrow, and it will explode then. Chapter 32 The Brave One. After the post-match controversy, Benfica fell into a large-scale news silence. After being besieged by reporters, Villarinho also chose to slip away. No one in the entire Benfica team will accept interviews from the outside world now. Now, apart from silence, no one can stand up and say anything, especially those players who are in danger. They will not cause unnecessary trouble to themselves at this time. Even if familiar reporters call to ask, they will keep silent about anything in the club. Some things can be dealt with in silence, but some things have already killed in front of us, because Mourinho's resignation statement has been made public. The post-match press conference allowed Mourinho to put the issue of contract termination in front of the public. Whether Benfica is willing to let him go now or not, Mourinho's decision can no longer be changed. He has had enough of the filth here. Especially in the newspapers and TVs the next day, Mourinho's resignation news and Lin Yi's middle finger had become the main sports news, occupying 2 pages. When Villarinho saw all this, his face was livid and frightening. As Villarinho wished, Benfica finally occupied most of the positions on the sports pages, but this way made him not proud. He won the national derby, but Villarinho was a joke throughout the game. The victory or defeat had nothing to do with him, but he was destined to make a fool of himself. But Villarinho is not in the mood to care about these things now. What he has to decide is how to deal with the thorny issue of Mourinho's impending departure. Now he needs to consider not only who will take over Benfica, but also try to keep this guy. After all, Mourinho brought Benfica to the top of the league. If he lets him go like this, Villarinho will have no explanation to anyone. But now Villarinho feels a bit stuck in a dilemma. There is no way. Who made this stupid guy announce everything, including Mourinho's future, without any signs? Now it's too late for him to regret. It was Villarinho who preconceivedly denied Mourinho's ability and blocked his own way out. Now I'm afraid that this guy may not be able to save anything even if he waves the check vigorously. Mourinho's personality is not ordinary tough. As the only person in Benfica who has not publicly opposed Mourinho, Marrero once tried to communicate with the other party after the game, but the response he got was a not very polite rejection. For someone who doesn't know how to respect others, I don't need to continue to endure here. I hope Tony, chosen by the chairman, can lead Benfica well. My mission is over. The league is first, although there are still 10 rounds to end. This is Mourinho's response. Marrero's efforts were in vain. Villarinho's idiotic behavior has completely angered Mourinho. Now he will not take back his decision for anything. Benfica is destined to lose this guy. That guy is such a damn idiot. Marrero muttered this sentence when he left Mourinho's office. Everyone knew who he was talking about, but no one would point it out. Anyway, who behaved like a pig head at this time, everyone knew it. When Mourinho heard the dirty conversation of the board member in the corridor, when he returned to his own office and picked up the photos of his wife and children, he had already decided everything. He was not used to bowing his head to anyone, not before, and not now. If he was the kind of person who could bow his head and endure, maybe he would not choose to come back from Barcelona. Compared with here, the work in Barcelona may seem more comfortable, but the environment against his will made him unacceptable, so he chose to return, and now it is the same, he can't bow his head. But this time he was not alone. At least there was a little guy who dared to stand up. Although several people knew the reason why the boy was venting wildly, Mourinho could clearly feel that the boy was venting his anger for the injustice he had suffered. In fact, this was enough. A few months of getting along allowed a little guy to stand up at the risk of giving up his future. Mourinho felt that he was not in vain at Benfica. At least he taught a qualified apprentice, a little guy with a personality as strong as his. It's just that the little guy's current situation is what Mourinho is most worried about. Lin Yi has not returned to the player dormitory, and Mendes has not received a call from Lin Yi. What happened to the little guy is what Mourinho is most concerned about. After all, Mourinho still has places to go after leaving Benfica. He has already won achievements here, and no one will see it. He has no shortage of opportunities for the next coaching, especially when many clubs in Portugal have begun to understand his value. But Lin Yi is different. He is a player promoted by Mourinho from the youth team. Not many people can trust him like Mourinho. Even if this kid has been able to prove himself in the game, it must be admitted that this kid is not fully mature. Mourinho has heard some rumors from Benfica. Villarino has decided to put Lin Yi on ice indefinitely in the team. Regardless of whether the next coach likes him or not, at least in the short term, Lin Yi may have been isolated from Benfica's first team. No matter how much Benfica fans like this little guy, Villarino will never give a chance to someone who insulted him, and that guy has already started to speed up the search for the core of the midfield from Spain after the press conference yesterday. Villarino's target is the famous stars of the Spanish first team, players of the level of Mendieta or De La Pena. The fat man wants to use this replacement method to make all the fans forget the black-haired boy. Mourinho knows that this is not necessarily just a rumor. With Villarino's way of doing things, he is likely to do so. Lin Yi's ending is either to return to the youth team to survive, or to be kicked out after the end of this season. It is unlikely to get a professional contract. At least during the period when Villarino is in power, Lin Yi will not appear in the Stadium of Light. Mourinho has already felt that this little guy will pay a great price for this matter, so much that he cannot bear it. A coach can use rest to adjust his condition, but when a player loses the training of the game, even a genius will forget the feeling of the game. Villarinho's move is not only insidious, but he is determined to destroy this kid. This is the revenge of this fat pig for a player who insulted him. It is dirty, mean, and even shameless, but no one can do anything about it. While Mourinho was still discussing the details of the contract termination with Villarinho, Mendes's head was almost hurting to death. From the moment Lin Yi raised his middle finger, Mendes, a businessman with a keen sense of smell, could clearly know the ending of Lin Yi in Benfica. He no longer expected to discuss the damn contract with Villarinho. Mendes now only hopes that Lin Yi can get out of the quagmire. He doesn't want to see Lin Yi being destroyed by that despicable fat man in Benfica. For this little guy, Mendes has given the greatest expectations, even stronger than the expectations for Chris. But now Mendes has encountered a problem. Although there is no professional contract between Lin Yi and Benfica, the youth team contract also needs someone to buy out. This is the price a team pays to train a player. Although these can be solved through legal means, if Villarino wants to drag Lin Yi to death, it may take a lot of twists and turns. Mendes understands the operating procedures here. If the legal provisions are used to terminate Lin Yi's contract, it may take several months. Lin Yi does not have so much time to waste. Every minute is precious for that kid now. A player must rely on games to maintain his sense of smell on the field, especially for Lin Yi who is in the growth stage. The number of games will determine what kind of development path he will take in the future. Mendes does not want this future to be unexpected. In fact, the cost of buying out the youth team contract is not high, but Villarino's tough attitude is the biggest obstacle. After all, few Portuguese Super League teams are willing to have a grudge with Benfica. They must avoid angering Benfica, in fact, mainly to avoid angering Villarino. Although many teams immediately asked Mendes for information after Lin Yi and Benfica fell out, the giant behind Benfica cannot be easily touched by small and medium-sized teams like Spatial, Leiria or Nacional. Even if these teams have a strong desire for Lin Yi, no one dares to ask Benfica for a buyout, especially when Villarino is determined to abolish Lin E, and few people are willing to bear the consequences of this anger. More people expect Mendes to solve this problem through legal means. They promised Mendes that after Lin Yi's contract problem is resolved, they will sign Lin E as soon as possible and guarantee the playing time of this little guy. Although these people said it beautifully, Mendes did not dare to bet on this illusory promise. Who knows what will happen in a few months? I am afraid no one can tell. Moreover, if Lin E does not participate in the game for a few months, can he still play as well as he does now? This is all unknown. Mendes has now discovered that this trouble is really a headache. However, Lin E, the person involved, did not seem to be in a hurry about this matter. Especially when he saw Mendes's sad face, he was in a mood to smile, which made Mendes speechless. He didn't know how big this kid's heart was. He could still laugh at this time. Hey, you little guy, don't you know how big the trouble you have caused this time? There may be no team in Portugal that dares to buy you now. Mendes spread his hands helplessly. If it really doesn't work, there are still foreign countries. Why do you have to focus on Portugal? I appreciate this photo. Oh, I'm not talking about the shot of me giving the middle finger, but the iron green face of the pig captured by someone, just like a frozen pig head locked in a freezer. After seeing this, I feel very good today. Lin E pointed at the picture in the newspaper and smiled at Mendes with great joy. Just like what he and Mourinho said outside the locker room, he never regretted doing it. As for the bad consequences, he can bear it himself. Will it be difficult? At least Lin E doesn't think it will be harder than living alone in the church welfare house for 5 years. Just when Mendes was still worried about Lin Yi's future, a strange call came to his mobile phone. When Mendes answered the call, there was no melancholy feeling on his face, and Lin E felt that this guy seemed to be snickering. My genius boy, there will always be those who are very brave in this world and dare to touch other people's pain. This call today is estimated to make Villarino depressed for a long time, because he will not only lose his head coach, but also lose someone he wants to deal with soon. Mendes' smile at this moment seemed really cunning to Lin E. Da Costa's call, Porto is calling you again. Now let Villarino go to hell. Mendes shouted at Lin E. There are really people who are not afraid of trouble. Lin E pursed his lips and muttered beside him. In this world, there are always people who like adventure, and there are always such adventurers in the world of football, and this time is no exception. When Lisbon and Benfica did not give Lin E a professional contract, another team reached out. Porto, another Portuguese giant, is sending out its own invitation, but they are not just inviting Lin E alone, and they are casting a wide net this time. Now Mourinho is also looking at an invitation letter from Porto next to his fax machine at home. 1 update, 3 updates today. Please bookmark, click, and recommend. I have read some of the comments in the book review section. I just want to say something to my friends who read the book. If you feel uncomfortable reading it or think there are problems with the writing, you can remove it from the shelf or not read it. I welcome others to give suggestions, but I don't like random talk. This is my habit of writing. If you don't like it, you can ignore it, but don't let your opinion override my book. Chapter 33 Welcome to Porto. Porto started to snatch players. When Villarino realized the seriousness of the problem, his secretary had already put a fax from Porto on his desk, which explained Porto's intentions very simply and directly. They did not just poach Lin E from Benfica. Their acquisition targets also included midfielders like Maniac, and they had prepared enough liquidated damages. This acquisition action seemed to have been prepared for more than a day or two. They grasped the timing of their move too well, and their opponents were too stupid. If Azevedo was in power now, he might not make such a low-level mistake, but Villarino was obviously not good at running the club. He was more like a politician. Villarino may have regretted why he did not sign a professional contract with Lin E. Now, in addition to dealing with the bad situation of Mourinho's departure, he also needs to face Porto's blatant poaching. Although Maniac is not popular, Villarino does not want to give him to his competitors. However, the figures on the fax have shown Porto's determination. They don't care how much money they spend. The acquisition is obviously imperative. Originally, those small clubs that were interested in Lin E did not dare to come to Benfica to poach people because Villarino was the chairman of Benfica. Sporting Lisbon was embarrassed by their face and the disputes in the past. Originally, everything was as Villarino expected. He drove away the hedgehog like Mourinho in the club, and he could also use Lin Yi as a benchmark to warn those who did not obey his management. This is the end of going against him. Villarino may have already started his wishful thinking. He even issued an order within the Benfica team to send Lin Yi back to the youth team. This is his revenge, which is not only disgusting, but also disgusting to many Benfica players. Lin Yi's actions on the field were a bit extreme, but why did no player express dissatisfaction with him? Because the entire Benfica team is fed up with Villarino, this idiot who doesn't understand football always commands the team arbitrarily. Mourinho used several months to knead the team into a whole, but that idiot broke it all in a week. Now not many people care who he can bring to the team, because all this is Villarino's behavior to gain political achievements, which is disgusting. Such a ban is now waving a sickle at Lin Yi, but no one knows whether the next person to suffer will be themselves, so no one wants to see this happen, but as players they are powerless to stop anything. But now it's good, Lin Yi and Mendes no longer have to consider whether to transfer to foreign clubs. Villarino has encountered an equally tough opponent, Porto's chairman da Costa. As the saying goes, as long as the hoe dances well, there is no corner that cannot be dug. Besides, the wall itself was already shaky, and the effort that Porto needed to spend was really not much. They actually just notified Benfica as a routine, we are here to snatch players. As for Benfica's reaction, does it matter? Their reaction has nothing to do with Porto. It is unlikely that Villarino wants to stop all this from happening. At least Mendes will not give him such an opportunity. Lin Yi is not bound by a professional contract at Benfica now. He only has a trainee contract with the Benfica youth team. Such a contract is basically equivalent to a piece of waste paper in the professional football circle. For the wealthy Porto people, they will not even frown or think about the €100,000 breach of contract fee. Buying a promising star with this price is a sure-win business. Even Manish's €3 million breach of contract fee will be paid as usual. Lin Yi's contract is almost equivalent to giving it away for free. Benfica is now completely selling one and getting one free, and they are very proud of the compensation. Perhaps only an idiot like Villarino would think that Benfica is still the boss of Portugal and they can still manipulate the life and death of players at will, but Villarino forgot that Portugal has always been a three-strong team, and the days when Benfica was the only one existed only during the military government period. Da Costa did not give Villarino any chance to retain Lin Yi. When the middle finger was raised, they had already started to prepare for all this. When the civil strife in Benfica began, their hands had already reached out to Villarino, who was still dreaming of a dynasty. Porto's acquisition plan is not only fierce, but also fatal. They will not give their opponents any chance to refute. Especially for an idiot, Porto's acquisition seems so overbearing that Benfica cannot resist. This is the situation in the current Portuguese Super League. Benfica and Sporting Lisbon are both based on training their own players, and their youth training system is indeed first class in the whole of Europe. The players they train can also support the club's performance. This is also due to the economic reasons of the two clubs. It is impossible for them to buy players in Portugal on a large scale. Even if they invest, they seem a bit stingy. It is rare to see idiots like Villarino waving checks around to recruit players after taking office. But as one of the top 3 teams in Portugal, Porto has not achieved any particularly good results in youth training. This may be related to the fact that their youth training started relatively late. More young people are still used to focusing on the Puma Sports Academy in Lisbon or the training camp of Benfica. Porto's achievements are largely due to their money. Their team is often played by high-level foreign players, and those supporting roles are also collected from other teams in the Portuguese Super League by them. Spending money to buy championships has become a habit of Porto people. The most important thing is that the Porto club is very rich. Although this kind of affluence is despised by Benfica and Sporting Lisbon, they are more often envious. Except for the period when Azevedo was in power, Benfica was considered wealthy. The rest of the time, only Porto was qualified to wave checks and rob people in Portugal. This time was no exception. Villarino angered Lin Yi with his stupid behavior, which gave Porto the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. A youth team contract is difficult to stop Porto's acquisition plan. Whether Benfica is willing or not, this is a fact that cannot be changed. When Mendes, as Lin Yi's representative, went to Benfica with the manager of Porto to prepare for the signing process, Villarino didn't even show up, because he really didn't know how to face such a reality. Maybe this pig-like guy can only curse the little guy who escaped from his clutches in his office, but what's the use? It seems to have no effect except making him look more idiotic. This is equivalent to the Benfica team spending a lot of time to push Lin E, who is likely to become a star player, to all Portuguese fans. When this little guy began to win everyone's recognition, they had to watch this kid run from their eyes to the arms of the opponent. The manager of the Porto team was smiling so hard at this time, and Benfica's press officer Maruro didn't know how many times he cursed Villarino in his heart. Just because of that idiot, Benfica's future star was taken away, damn it. There is one thing that Benfica cannot tolerate the most, that is, Porto not only snatched Lin E and Maniac under their noses, but also publicly announced in the newspaper that they had recruited Mourinho to sign with Porto. Just 1 hour after Mourinho and Benfica terminated their contract, they had signed a new contract. They had already got this new coach with great potential one step ahead of time. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face of Benfica, and it was slapped hard in front of them. And Maniac and Lin E were also the players Mourinho wanted most. Although Porto had already taken action before he took action, this acquisition plan was like a gift for Mourinho to take office. It was very timely and very much in line with his wishes. Porto is not afraid of spending money now. They have long been unable to tolerate the team's poor performance this season. The morale of the entire team is also extremely low. They can only rank 5th in the league, and even teams like Leiria are one place higher than them. While Benfica was advancing triumphantly, Porto could only bow their heads and accept the painful lesson of 3 consecutive defeats, which also made them slip from the second place to such a point. Although Porto is now only 5 points away from the first Benfica, the patience of Porto fans and the entire club management has run out, and they can no longer wait for the team's performance to pick up. Da Costa could not tolerate such a result, and he decisively fired the team's head coach. Porto has not touched any championship trophy for 4 years. As one of the top 3 teams in Portugal, this is an absolutely unbearable poor performance. In fact, Da Costa was the first person to contact Mourinho before Azevedo, but the team situation was still okay at the time, and Mourinho's lack of qualifications also became Da Costa's concern, so Azevedo was able to sign Mourinho before Porto. But now Da Costa no longer has to doubt Mourinho's ability. The gap between Villarino and Mourinho gave Da Costa the best opportunity. From the moment Mourinho announced the termination of his contract, the whole Porto was preparing to welcome his arrival. Da Costa offered Mourinho an attractive condition with an annual salary more than double that of Benfica and a championship bonus of €500,000, and Porto could provide Mourinho with the players he wanted. However, there is not much time left before the winter transfer deadline, and they are not sure to buy too many people. After all, there are still 10 rounds of the league to end, and everything is still unknown. But Da Costa will not limit his eyes to this season's league. He hopes that Mourinho can stay here longer. Although Porto's performance in the league is not very good, they have been smooth in the UEFA Cup. They have successfully reached the top 16 of the UEFA Cup. Mourinho has experienced these European wars in Barcelona, so Da Costa hopes that Mourinho can bring good changes to Porto in some aspects. Mourinho did not make too many demands. He just hopes that no one in the club will interfere with his coaching. Mourinho doesn't want to see the scene at Benfica happen again. He needs to maintain the absolute authority of the coach. The command of an army can only be controlled by one person. If Porto wants to turn over, this is the basic condition that must be met. Da Costa assured Mourinho that the club is only responsible for the operation of the team. As for economic matters, all decisions are made by Mourinho. Including him, no one will ask about anything and will give full power to Mourinho, of course, except for transfers. In January 2003, Mourinho took over Porto, and Lin E will also start a new life here. When the two guys met on the training ground in Porto, they smiled at each other. "Welcome to Porto," the two said to each other with a smile. When Mendes saw this scene next to him, he also smiled. This pair of partners will embark on a journey here again. Today, I am recommending this. Please save, click, recommend and reward me. Mourinho took office at Porto on January 23, 2002. I pushed the date back because I made such adjustments when I was conceiving the story. Please don't pick on this. I didn't remember it wrong. Chapter 34, Score-Grabbing Battle. Signing with Porto does not mean that you have established a firm foothold in Porto. Both Mourinho and Lin need to rely on their results to speak for themselves. Especially now Lin needs to win the trust of Porto fans with his feet, and he must integrate himself into the team as soon as possible. This is a brand new environment, and Porto's situation in the league is not easy now. The fans will not give Mourinho too much time, nor will they let new players like Lin have any relaxed environment. After increasing investment, the Porto team needs to see results. Especially these newcomers who joined the team midway must be in high spirits to accept the test. They need to use their own performance to tell those fans that the club's money is not wasted, nor is it wrong, and they deserve every penny. There are still 10 rounds left in the league, and Porto has entered the top 16 in the League Cup. This undoubtedly increases the pressure on Mourinho now, and also poses a problem for the depressed Porto team. What kind of results do they want to achieve? This requires a choice. Now Porto may be the worst team in the club's history in the past 30 years. They are not short of money, but everyone lacks the courage and determination to win the game. They were reversed by their opponents at the last minute in the 3 games they fell in the last few years. The continuous failure of not winning any championship title in a few years has made everyone begin to doubt their ability, including the head coach who has resigned voluntarily. The team is denying itself from top to bottom. The continuous failure has hit the morale of the team. It is Mourinho's most difficult task to cheer them up again. Porto is not short of excellent players. Da Cost's large investment has brought many famous players, including excellent talents like Costinha and Deco, but they lack a strong heart and the courage to win the game. The feeling of losing is like a poison, it will always spread in people's hearts, and Mourinho must be an antidote now. Mourinho needs to make the team stronger, and he must instill confidence in these guys to win the game, so his opening remarks in the first training session in Porto were very simple and direct. I can take Benfica to the top of the league in a few months, and I can repeat that process here. I can do it when I am short of players, and I can still do it when you are well organized, because you are good enough. 5 points, this is the gap between us and the first place now, but there are still 10 rounds of games. Believe in yourself, and please believe me, the champion will be born under your feet. I promise to win in the end. Now, I hope you can also tell yourself with the strongest voice that you can do your best. Mourinho needs to instill these psychological hints into everyone's mind. What the previous coach did not do, he must do here, and he even left himself no room. The league championship, he doesn't want anything else. And Mourinho's most direct move after taking office was to throw aside those players who did not work hard on the field, no matter how much they were worth. Mourinho only used one sentence to explain all this to Da Costa. That's not the player I need to win the championship. They can leave immediately after this season. I need ambitious people to take the main position, not these guys who are just idling around. Da Costa fulfilled his promise. He would not interfere in any team management matters, which also saved Mourinho a lot of trouble. Compared to the problems Mourinho needs to deal with now, the situation that Lin may face seems more severe. He is the youngest in the entire Porto team and has the least game experience, which has become his weakness when competing for a position. There are not many people who understand his ability here. All the opportunities to play must be won back by himself. There is no Edward here, nor teammates from the youth team. Only Mourinho and Maniac are familiar to him. But Mourinho can't promise Lin any guarantee of playing. If he wants to win the opportunity, Lin must rely on himself. He must make himself the most important part of Porto in the shortest time. Although the fans of Porto have also seen the wonderful performance of this black-haired boy on the field on TV, the ups and downs of young people also determine Lin's future in Porto. Although it is not as bad as Benfica, it is not optimistic. There is no ban here, but there is competition here. In the last 10 rounds of games, Lin has little time to prove himself. He must seize every opportunity and must have a performance that will make everyone shine. Porto is not like Benfica, which lacks manpower in the front midfielder and midfielder organization. Lin must now see which competitors are standing in front of him. If he wants to play, he must win these people first, otherwise he can only be on the bench. Pedro Mendes and Thiago Moreira, these two mature guys hold the position of Porto's midfielder, while Porto's front midfielder position belongs to Brazilian Anderson Deco. These three people will become Lin's main competitors. Brazilian Deco has firmly grasped the position of Porto's attacking midfielder. Whether Mourinho is the coach now or not, it is impossible to easily replace this midfield soul of Porto. Lin almost does not need to consider anything in the competition for the attacking midfielder. Deco may be the only guy in Porto who can keep moving forward on the field. He is also the kind of person who never admits defeat. He doesn't care whether others give up the game, he won't, which is why Mourinho will not easily replace him. And Lin has only played one game in the position of attacking midfielder so far, and his unfamiliarity with the position also puts him at a competitive disadvantage. Even in the game between Benfica and Athletic, Lin has perfectly demonstrated his ability in the attacking midfielder position, but that was just an attempt. Now even Mourinho must clearly tell Lin that he is temporarily behind in the competition with Deco. This has nothing to do with ability, but in terms of the pressure resistance on the field, people like Deco who have played in the league for several years can better play their abilities at critical moments. Even if there are no wonderful shots, he will stably complete the tasks assigned by the coach in the game. What Lin lacks now is this kind of stability and rich game experience. Even if Mourinho wants to use him, he can only treat him as a surprise weapon again. Moreira and Pedro, two experienced guys, will not easily lose to a young man like Lin especially Lin's physical disadvantage, which also makes him fall behind in the competition for central midfielder. But Lin has never been the kind of person who easily admits defeat. He speeds up the training plan given to him by Mourinho almost every day. Every day, he spends more time on the training ground than in bed. Almost every Porto player can see Lin who is already sweating profusely, doing basic training there when he arrives at the training ground. And the ruthlessness of this kid when playing football has already given these new teammates a vivid lesson since the first training session. Porto's team training is just like when Mourinho first arrived at Benfica. It always seems a bit loose. This may be a common problem of Portuguese people. They prefer to play some small games in such training instead of fighting desperately. But Mourinho would not leave them such a comfortable training life. He asked Maniac and Lin to bring the most realistic feeling of competition into the game. From the first attack, the guys from the Porto team had already felt a sense of oppression. Costinha, the main defensive midfielder of the Porto team, and Jorge Costa, the captain of the central defender, both suffered a great loss from the little guy Lin. They paid the price for their lax defense. Under the watchful eyes of Mourinho, they were directly shaken off by Lin's two consecutive changes of direction in the middle. The agile feeling and instantaneous explosive power when dribbling were fully displayed in Lin. He did not give the two defensive backbones too many reaction opportunities at all, and rushed over with the ball directly. The two changes of direction in the fast movement directly shook off the defenders. When they all lost the opportunity to defend, Lin kicked the ball directly. If it were not for the goalkeeper Baya's very focused attention, it would be a wonderful shot and score. From that moment on, no one would ignore the ability of this kid. Because of Lin's fierce performance, the entire training match has completely entered the stage of actual combat confrontation. Everyone began to fight desperately on the field. Mourinho has said that he does not need a waste, and no one wants to be a waste, so they can only fight hard. Now, whether from the perspective of experience or seniority in the team, Lin's chance of winning is not great. He is more of an investment in the future bought into the team by Da Costa, but Lin does not want to be just a hope for the future. Now in the minds of Porto fans, he is more of a novice, with an uncertain future. Only those defenders who were tortured by him on the training ground can deeply know that this kid is not so easy to mess with. Lin has sounded the alarm for every competitor with his performance in actual combat training. He told these guys in the most direct way, "Don't underestimate me. I will use the game to prove my ability." What Porto needs to do now is to try their best to grab points in the league. Mourinho doesn't care about any situation of his opponents now. The remaining 10 games are a contest between Porto and themselves. They must ensure that they cherish every point, and how others play the game has nothing to do with them. The 5-point gap was completely erased from the minds of every player by Mourinho. Now he just needs to make every game a final. Don't think about how much is left. What we need to consider now is that we can win 3 points in every game. Only by making the team fierce can Porto achieve the final success. Now is the time for Porto to grab points. There is not much time left for Porto, and there is not much time left for Lin to prove himself. Now they can do is to fight for every game, and Lin Yi needs to fight every minute. 3 consecutive victories, this is the gift that Mourinho brought to Porto with a desperate and fierce attack after he took over the team. He won 9 points in a row to narrow the gap between Porto and Benfica to 2 points. Now Benfica and Athletic are in trouble. In the last 7 rounds, the battle for points has just begun. Lin Yi is also gearing up to go on the court. The 3rd update is here. I will decide whether to update the 4th update in the evening depending on the situation. It has been put on the category recommendation list. I hope the results can be better. Please collect it. Please click to recommend. It would be best if there is some reward or something. Otherwise, there is no motivation. Chapter 35 Unlucky Opponent. Using the shortest time to achieve the fastest points grabbing plan, Mourinho used real scores to verify his promise. He did not disappoint the Porto players who were used to failure. The idea of victory has begun to take root in everyone's mind. 4 wins and 1 draw in 5 games scored 13 points. This is all Mourinho's results in the first 5 games of Porto. Perhaps no one could have imagined that this new guy could achieve such excellent results. Is this guy too lucky? But Mourinho does not think it is luck, because the strength of the Porto team itself is not bad. It can even be said that in the current top 3 competition in Portugal, Porto's player team is the strongest, and it is not affected by serious injuries like other teams. Whether it is midfield General Deco, Castilla, or the fierce bandits Carvalho and Jorge Costa in the back, they can guarantee that they will play in a healthy state. Even the bench of Porto is full of players who can play at any time. In terms of lineup alone, Porto has an absolute advantage, but they have not yet brought this advantage into play because they lack a strong leader and the momentum to fight with their opponents. Just as Da Costa said, you can never expect a sheep to lead a group of wolves. He needs a lion-like commander, and Mourinho is this lion. Under his command, every Porto player can be as fierce as a wolf. Simulated actual combat confrontation in training matches has become the main theme of Porto's training now. Guys like Maniac and Lin Yi, who often go crazy on the court, have become the symbol of Porto. They brought this fierce temperament into the team. Moreover, a little guy like Lin Yi who is good at passing is more likely to gain a foothold in the team. Although he does not have an advantage in the competition, Lin Yi's light passes can always create good scoring opportunities for the forwards, and his seemingly harmless face is more lethal. No one wants to embarrass such a little guy, including those female fans with strong maternal instincts. Now the most popular person in Porto is no longer those standard Portuguese handsome guys, but this kid who has just joined the team for a month. Outside the gate of Porto's training base, a group of ants besiege the little boy every day. Lin Yi is often dragged into the turbulent female wolf pile and ravaged by the envious eyes of his teammates. More than a month of running in has made the entire Porto look like a strong army. There are not many people who can hold back their charge. The continuous victory is not accidental, but inevitable. Mourinho has been very clear since the day he came that he doesn't have to worry about the team's lineup. He only needs to instill the confidence of winning in these people. When these guys no longer inertially accept the result of failure, then Porto will turn around faster than anyone else. Especially Lin Yi's enthusiasm on the training ground has deeply infected everyone. Even a 15-year-old kid is so desperate, what reason do you have to stand aside and be a bystander? Anyone with a little ambition does not want to be surpassed by a child. When everyone started to work hard, Porto had been twisted into a powerful force, and the energy it burst out would surprise people. It is not surprising that Porto can achieve such results in recent games. Even facing the record of 4 wins and 1 draw, Mourinho just curled his lips. He did not think this was a miracle as the media thought. This should be the level that Porto should play. Mourinho even regretted the draw. Originally, in his plan, 5 consecutive wins would be the most perfect result, but look at the opponent of the draw, that is Sporting Lisbon, and it is still at the opponent's home court. Mourinho not only helped Porto to get a draw away from home, but also caught up with 2-2 after falling behind 0-2. Perhaps the people who are more regretful now should be Sporting Lisbon. They lost the 3 points they had in a very good situation. Losing points is already depressing enough. After being tied by Porto, they have to accept the reality of being surpassed by their opponents in the standings. Tie the opponent, get 1 point, and Porto has already caught up to second place in the standings, now only 1 point less than the first-ranked Benfica. This is the answer given by Mourinho and his Porto team. Sporting is not only tied by the opponent and the score, but the process is the most depressing thing for their fans. They were already leading 2-0, and they could have relied on defensive counterattacks to maintain this score. Cristiano Ronaldo, who made an exception to start the game, showed a good state. Maybe he saw his old opponent on the opponent's bench again, so in the first 45 minutes of this game, Cristiano Ronaldo was very active. But after 45 minutes, everything returned to silence again. In order to maintain the leading situation, Inacio once again chose to be conservative. After half-time, Inacio conservatively chose to replace Cristiano Ronaldo, the young man who had provided 2 consecutive assists in the game, with a defensive midfielder. Inacio hoped to maintain this hard-earned lead in the second half. But Mourinho didn't give him this opportunity. When Inacio replaced his striker, Mourinho chose to change Porto's formation to 3 forwards, and he moved Deco's position forward significantly, almost to the penalty area of Sporting. The 2 fullbacks pressed forward fiercely, and the 3 forwards stretched out on both sides. Behind the striker Daule was Deco. Such a multi-layered offensive formation suppressed Sporting's counterattack at the beginning of the second half, and they couldn't even organize an effective pass. Lin Yi stood on the sidelines at this time. When Cristiano Ronaldo reluctantly put on his clothes and sat on the bench, his opponent was preparing to appear. Although this was Lin Yi's first appearance at the Alvalade Stadium, many people were no longer unfamiliar with him. 30 minutes after this kid was thrown on the court by Mourinho, everything changed. From this day on, the Alvalade Stadium was destined to nail Lin Yi's name on the list of the most unpopular players, because this kid once again became Sporting Lisbon's bitter opponent. He had destroyed Sporting's defense with 1 goal and 1 assist at the Luz Stadium in Porto, and this time was no exception. Lin Yi, who transferred to Porto, once again regarded Sporting Lisbon as a stepping stone to win the trust of others. It seemed that Lin Yi was born to be the nemesis of Sporting Lisbon. When he played against this team, he always became the focus of the field, but the focus was always the focus of Lisbon, no matter whether they were willing or not. Lin Yi became the target of the entire Lisbon curse in 2 games. It can be said that he has created a record, and his opponent Cristiano Ronaldo missed the opportunity to play with Lin Yi on the same field for the second time. The collision of the 2 stars once again became empty talk. The conservative Inacio thought he had grasped the key to victory, but when he turned around, he found that the key to victory was taken off by himself and thrown on the bench, and the 2 locks he placed on the field failed to prevent the black-haired boy. The strong double defensive midfielders were originally the 2 lines of defense set up by Inacio to ensure the victory of the athletic team, but he forgot one thing. Lin Yi had an absolute psychological advantage when facing the main defensive midfielder of the athletic team, Paito. The last lesson had already put a lot of psychological pressure on Paito. In that 3 o'clock game, Paito became the most abused person on the field of the athletic team, and now he had to face the little guy who abused him again. At this time, Paito was definitely not thinking about revenge, but cowardice. He didn't want to make a fool of himself again at the Alvalade Stadium. Yes, the athletic team has 2 defensive midfielders, and Paito is not alone now, but the number of people cannot determine everything. This sentence is also used in the defense of football games. 2 defensive midfielders may not be able to tie up a slippery loach. Moreover, they need to separate one person to take care of Deco, who is waiting for an opportunity near the penalty area. Porto's strong attack has compressed the defensive formation of the athletic team to the limit. Every player of the athletic team is a little nervous to deal with the game. When Lin Yi touched the ball for the first time on the court, Pai could clearly feel his throat tighten. He even felt difficulty breathing without confrontation. There was no way, because the black-haired kid had taught him too many lessons the last time they met. Jump. Or follow. This was a real problem for Pai. The moment he faced Lin Yi, he clearly felt that his legs were no longer his own. His technical movements were seriously out of shape, and he couldn't even complete the basic defensive positioning movements. Lin Yi would not miss such an opportunity. Lin Yi, who was originally planning to pass the ball to Deco, reacted sharply at the moment when Pai was in a hurry. With a quick double-footed ball change of direction, Lin Yi rushed out directly in front of Pai. Pai's staggering steps not only failed to intercept Lin Yi's ghostly breakthrough, but also blocked another midfielder partner who came to help him. At that moment, Inacio even had the idea of shooting Pai directly on the sidelines. Damn it! Damn it! Has Pito become unable to play football? Ignacio was speechless about Pito, who could still serve as the defensive gate of the Atletico team in the first half, because Pito was obviously scared by the boy opposite him. After lightly shaking off the first defender, Lin Yi had no intention of continuing to dribble. After all, the thickness of the Atletico team's defense would not leave him too many opportunities to perform, but his choice surprised many people. This little guy who often likes to pass the ball on the training ground directly shot a fierce shot 5 meters outside the penalty area. This sudden shot directly penetrated the Atletico team's defense line, and even at the moment he kicked, no one came up to block it. The shot directly threatened the Atletico team's goal. If Ricardo hadn't reacted faster, perhaps the ball would have entered the Atletico team's goal. Although this sudden cold shot did not score directly, Ricardo could not catch the ball no matter how fast he reacted. His subconscious save was rare. At this time, he had no way to control the ball that bounced out. An absolute gap, which was enough to leave the Porto striker with a chance to make up the shot. The clever Del Rey did not waste such a shooting space. He made up a shot that made Ricardo very helpless. With 25 minutes left in the game, Porto relied on a make-up shot to turn the score on the field into 1-2, and Del Rey excitedly hugged Lin Yi and shouted at the kid loudly. It was a stroke of genius by this kid that reversed the situation on the field. Without enough offensive power, the athletic team, which was defending all the players, repeated the experience at the Luminous Stadium. At this time, Ignacio could only helplessly lean on the bench, staring at the black-haired kid running on the field. When the game reached the 85th minute, Lin Yi's breakthrough caused Pito and another midfielder Cedrat to foul, winning a direct free kick at the top of the penalty area. Deco did not miss such an opportunity. His arc ball directly passed Ricardo's fingertips and hit the net heavily. 2-2. When the score appeared on the big screen, the Alvalade Stadium was silent. It took Porto only more than 20 minutes to go from 2 o'clock to 2-2, while Sporting Lisbon could only passively take the beating on its own territory. Ignacio, get out! Crazy shouts burst out in an instant, and the fans of Sporting Lisbon shouted angrily. Now no one can tolerate such a result. They need to vent and roar. Twice. In more than a month, the idiot Ignacio fell into Mourinho's hands twice in a row. And he lost to the same player. All the fans were roaring. Didn't the idiot Ignacio know what the little guy named Lin Yi could do? Why didn't he put Chris on the court to continue the attack? It was that despicable coward who killed Sporting Lisbon's hope. The noisy stadium sound has drowned out Porto's goal celebration, but it can't drown out the trust of those teammates in Lin Yi. This kid has proved his worth in training, and now he has proved that he can do better in the game. Mourinho watched all this with satisfaction. The boy's adaptability was as strong as his own. He had integrated into the team in just 1 month. He won the trust of his teammates with the game and told everyone with such a crazy performance that he was gradually getting stronger. 30 minutes, 1 assist created a free kick. Lin Yi let Brazilian striker Del Rey and front midfielder Deco score a goal each. If it weren't for the short time left in the game, no one knew how many holes this boy would poke in the defense of the athletic team. But it doesn't matter. Now it's enough. With the curse of the entire Alvalade Stadium, Porto climbed to the second place in the league standings, and one of its 2 main opponents had been left behind, and the situation of the other one became difficult. Especially when being interviewed after the game, this may be the first time that Lin Yi accepted an interview with the local media in Lisbon after the transfer. He used a very simple way to deal with all the reporters' questions about all the doubts between him and Benfica. Because an idiot doesn't like me in Benfica, I can only pack up and leave, but fortunately, at least I'm not unemployed. Thanks to Villarino's generosity, he only received €100,000 from Porto to sell me. I think he must think it's a good deal. I miss Benfica fans because they used to cheer for me, but I won't miss some idiots. Wish him good luck. Lin Yi's answer to reporters was very simple, because he didn't want to mention that idiot guy again. He lived happily in Porto, but such an answer was no different from slapping Villarino in the face again. God said that when someone hits you on one side of the face, let him hit the other side. When Lin Yi heard this for the first time, his first reaction was that the person was really mean. Now he found that this phenomenon really exists in reality, such as the idiot Villarino. If you don't beat him to death, he will always be frustrated, so open your heart and beat him. It is still unknown how much Benfica will react to Lin Yi's words to the media, but Benfica's situation is obviously worse than that of Sporting Lisbon, because their results have shrunk significantly. From 5 points to 1 point, Benfica is squandering the slight advantage they have accumulated. 3 wins and 2 losses are all the results that the guy named Tony has achieved with Benfica since he took office. No Benfica fan is not complaining about his incompetence. Villarino may be the most embarrassed person at this time. Not only does he have to deal with those difficult media, but he also has to find a way to explain to the board of directors. It was already depressing enough to be poached by competitors, and now he has to incur criticism from countless fans. Because the 2 players who were poached have firmly established their foothold in Porto, Mourinho is leading Porto to a strong top, which has once again proved how annoying Villarino's idiotic behavior was. Although those Lisbon newspapers still needed to attack Porto's bandit-like behavior, each of them was cursing Villarino in their hearts, because it was this guy who ruined Benfica's best chance of winning the championship. When the pants lose their belts, you will understand what dependence means. Now Benfica has lost its belt. The unlucky Atletico, and the even more unlucky Benfica, can only watch Porto start the engine and attack frantically. Please collect, click, recommend. Chapter 36 Lin Yi's Confusion and Opportunity. Porto's strong impact in the league has made all the championship rivals alert, especially Benfica, which is temporarily in the first place. Their 1-point lead seems too weak. Especially now that Benfica is led by that damn Tony, it has lost the impact of Mourinho's team. The lack of midfielders has become the thing that this guy complains about the most. This is a problem of personal ability. When Mourinho faces this situation, he will find a way to solve it, but now this guy will only use nonsense to cover up the embarrassment of losing the game. Maybe only at this time will Villarino think about whether what he did was stupid, and he let everything go with his own hands. Now not only is Porto chasing closely behind, the worst thing is that in the penultimate round of the league, there will be a direct collision between Benfica and Porto, and that game will determine many things. No one knows who will win the battle between the 2 strong teams. Maybe whoever wins the game will determine the title of the Portuguese Super League this year. However, the fans of Benfica are becoming more and more unsure. In addition to venting their anger on the club management, they also cursed Porto for snatching players, because these people took all the players away under their noses with checks. Lin Yi, the little guy they regarded as their favorite, left them just like that. In addition to cursing with resentment, the fans could only watch the little guy's performance in Porto. It was originally their wealth, but now it has become someone else's future. Such a media war of words of mutual condemnation has been launched between Lisbon and Porto, and this time it is very surprising that the mouthpieces of the Atletico team also stood on the side of Benfica, not for anything else, but because Lin Yi has become the most hated nemesis of the Atletico team. The match between Porto and Sporting Lisbon has put Lin Yi back in the spotlight, not only because of his sarcastic greetings to Villarino after the match, but also because of his performance on the field. The biggest regret for Porto fans now is that this kid's wonderful performance was not at the Dragon Stadium, and they were unable to witness this moment with their own eyes, especially since this match was against a championship contender like Sporting Lisbon. Now few people are talking about how badly Da Costa failed in this acquisition business. In addition to Maniac and Mourinho standing firm in their respective positions, the black-haired kid also proved his value with his own feet. Lin Yi's excellent skills and flexible on-field mind are the best choice to enrich Porto's offensive level. His agility on the field is now the most beautiful scenery in the Porto team. Brazilians such as Deco and Doulé are impressed by this kid's skills. However, in the next game, Lin Yi could only sit on the bench and watch others running on the field. Mourinho did not let Lin Yi start or increase his playing time because of his outstanding performance in the previous game. Although Lin Yi had done well enough in the previous game, this did not make the stubborn Mourinho put him in the starting lineup. Lin Yi could only come on as a substitute in the second half of the game. This was not for other reasons, but Mourinho had to consider the team's tactical coordination. The best way for a team that was already stable enough was not to make any adjustments easily, otherwise, no one knew whether the result would be good or bad. Moreover, Lin Yi could only be used as an unconventional weapon more often. His agility was a key, but he could not open every lock, so Mourinho was deliberately controlling the desire of this little guy to play. Porto also won the 6th league game, but Lin Yi only got 20 minutes of playing time before the end of the game. The opponent's stubborn defense did not leave him too many offensive opportunities, and several flashes of inspiration also failed at the last moment. But the game was won after all. Deco scored again, and now Lin Yi is still at a disadvantage in the midfield competition. Although he is still young and has a future, for Lin Yi himself, he does not want to wait for opportunities on the bench, but he can't do much. This may be Lin Yi's biggest distress now. He desperately wants to show his importance on the field and prove that he can have a place on the field, but sometimes things are like this. The more you desire something, the more obstacles you will encounter. Lin Yi seemed a little impatient in the 20-minute game. His dribbling is a sharp weapon to tear open the defense, but being too obsessed will appear very unwise. More often, Lin Yi still wants to solve the problem by himself, but this bad result is counterproductive. After the game, Mourinho only criticized Lin Yi by name, because Lin Yi's selfishness in choosing the fighter made Porto miss 2 scoring opportunities. After all, at this moment of the championship, every extra goal is equivalent to an extra guarantee. Lin Yi didn't know what was going on. His performance was indeed a bit bad. He didn't find the feeling of ease that he had during training. Most of the time, he was extremely impatient. When facing the opponent's intensive defense, he thought most about breaking through, not passing the ball. He hoped to use goals to prove that he should get a main position or more playing time. This mentality made it impossible for him to see through the loopholes in the opponent's defense. His impatience even almost caused Porto to lose a goal. Mourinho's criticism was very direct, and Lin Yi did not have much communication with Mourinho after the game. At this time, he may have wanted to be alone to calm down. Lin Yi didn't want others to misunderstand that he was able to enter Porto because of the relationship with the head coach. He needed to rely on his own feet to win playing time and the main position, but his current mentality meant that he could not handle these things quietly. Now Lin Yi can only sweat all his sweat on the training ground. Maybe this is the only way to calm down, but a little irritability is still brewing in his heart. It only took Mourinho 6 games to complete the integration of his team. He is completely convinced that Porto is now comparable to an army, and the entire team is already focused on competing for the league championship. However, Mourinho does not want to just hang himself on a tree. He is also unlikely to give up his pursuit of the UEFA Cup. Since he has already reached the top 16, why not go one step closer? The fine tradition of giving away honors has nothing to do with Mourinho. What he is more concerned about now is the changes in the players' bodies. At such a critical moment, he does not want any attrition in the team. Routine physical examinations and recovery training every day have become a must for the Porto team. Lin Yi's little monster's physical recovery ability may be the strongest among these guys. Because everyone has seen this kid need to practice on the training field for at least 2 hours after the daily regular training, and he seems to be used to it. There is a beast that looks like a human. This is what most of the Porto players said about Lin Yi. They could not understand such madness. Only Mourinho knew what this kid was thinking, but he never pointed it out in front of others. He just silently paid attention to Lin Yi's training. Don't overload yourself. After all, you are still in the developmental stage of your body. I don't want your body to suffer any sports injuries in the future. After observing for a period of time, Mourinho decided to have a talk with this stubborn boy. At least he didn't want this little guy to make fun of his physical condition. It's okay. You trained me like this before. As long as the remaining strength can support me to crawl back to the dormitory, that's fine. Lin Yi replied while wiping the sweat from his head, but his tone was a bit uncomfortable. Autonomous bluntness. If you want to win the main position, you must first understand what you are doing, not what savior you can be on the court. Mourinho didn't care about this kid's attitude problem, but he needed to make this kid understand that some things cannot be solved by training, especially mentality problems. What he needs now is to look at things calmly, rather than trying to show off. Ability can decide everything. I just want to prove that I can do better. Lin Yi understood what the uncle was talking about, but the competition was too attractive to him. There will never be less opportunities to play, so what's the rush? Now we still have the league and the UEFA Cup. If possible, I hope that both lines can continue. Are you still afraid of not having the chance to play? Remember, not everyone's physical recovery ability is as beastly as yours. Mourinho's words didn't reveal anything, but the information he revealed was enough. Yes, Deco is currently Porto's most stable performer, but this does not mean that he can guarantee full attendance in every game at the end of the league. He also needs to be rotated. Lin Yi has already shown his talents in offense, so when Deco needs a rest, who will take his place? Mourinho didn't promise anything, but this sentence was more effective than those promises. At least for Lin Yi, what he saw was hope. Lin Yi didn't say anything more this time, but his face, which had been tense for several days, showed a smile for the first time. Mourinho looked at Lin Yi, who was smiling, and shook his head helplessly. Alas, after all, this little guy is still a child, and his psychology is not mature yet. Mourinho waited for the kid to stop laughing enough, pointed to his watch and said, "Let's go, I'll send you, this beast, back to the dormitory early today." The game is still going on, but there are more and more fierce confrontations, leaving Lin Yi with more and more hope. Not playing today? It doesn't matter, there's still another one. And a change is brewing in Mourinho's mind. A revolution in the midfield. Please click, recommend, collect. Chapter 37. Is this considered refraction? Stability. This is the word that many people use most often when describing the Porto team's performance on the court. The Porto team led by Mourinho is as stable as a rock, and will even make opponents despair before taking the field. A total of 4 goals were conceded in the 6 rounds. Except for the match against Atletico where the opponent scored 2 goals, Porto's defense never had a record of conceding consecutive goals. Carvalho, Paulo Ferreira, Jorge Costa, Valente, look at this iron defense line. There may never be a stronger steel defense than this in the whole of Portugal. Adding one more Castilla in front of these 4 people and one more Bea as protection behind them is Mourinho's most assured iron gate now, which can even block any team's offensive attempts. This kind of stability continues in the Portuguese Super League. The Porto team coached by Mourinho is like a steel chariot, rumbling and crushing opponents one after another. In Mourinho's 7th game in charge of Porto, he met the Sabater team that he had defeated in Benfica. Such an opponent represents 3 points in the eyes of everyone, and Porto is no exception. At the bottom of the points and struggling desperately, these 2 words are most suitable to describe the Sabater team. Since the last time they were beaten by Benfica at their home court, they seem to have fallen into a trap of defeat. The entire second half they have not been able to win any game so far this season. However, Mourinho will not let himself become a savior who sympathizes with others. He still puts his strongest lineup on the field. At this important moment of grabbing points, he has no time to care about the situation of the weak team. Those Porto beasts did not give the Sabater team a chance to struggle. Before they came on the field, they looked at their opponents like hunters looking at their prey. After they came on the field, they could not wait to open their mouths. Bite it hard. Only 5 minutes into the game, the weak little sheep of the Sabater team was already ravaged by the Porto team and was unable to survive or die. With the support of Deco's passing, the forward partnership of Dali and Capuscio directly scored 2 games in a row without giving their opponents any chance. If they hadn't wasted too many opportunities in the first half, perhaps the entire game would have become Porto's offensive performance, but the 2 o'clock score was enough to make the coach of Sabater hold his head and take the coaching bench. Zhu Zhu is practicing Taitu Kung Fu. Don't do this. If you do this again, I can only let you go to the stands. This is what the referee has said most to the coach of the Sabater team, because the guy looks like he is holding the pillar. He looked like he was committing suicide, with a big bruise on his head, just like the Tathagata Buddha. Are we too cruel? Mourinho looked at the tragic scene not far away and said to the assistant coach next to him unbearably. Then you are going to join a bunch of main players to ravage the last place in the league, the assistant coach said, chewing his teeth. He also felt pain for his colleague. After all, the bang on his head could even be heard by the audience. Because I don't want to be the one with a messy head. It's too miserable. I mean that pillar. Mourinho said this and slipped directly into the locker room, leaving only a man with twitching facial muscles. The assistant coach is there. The lead in the first half can allow the Porto team to start the rotation time. This is why Mourinho sent out all the main players in one go. Instead of using the main players and substitute partners to deal with the opponents, it is better to use the main players to defeat them directly, and then let the game settles into its own rhythm. Lin Yi finally got 45 minutes of game time this time. He did not waste such a performance opportunity. Porto fans finally saw the performance of the black-haired boy at their home court. Removing Deco and replacing him with Lin E is Mourinho's move to protect the core of his team. After all, they will face the knockout round of the UEFA Cup round of 16 2 days later. He doesn't want Deco to lead the team. In case of any accident. Who can guarantee whether the coach whose head is about to collapse will use lethal tactics in the second half? Mourinho does not want to take risks. You really can't predict what a guy who is about to collapse can do. However, Porto's offensive efficiency did not slow down with Deco's dismissal. After Lin E started the second half, his first touch of the ball made the coach of the Sabater team break into a cold sweat while hugging the pillar. He even forgot at that moment to continue wrestling with his head against the pillar. This guy who had been in the youth team of Sabater has long been the focus of the entire Sabater team's defense. So when Lin E came on the field, their head coach didn't need to say anything. The defensive players' nerves were already tense. But Lin Yi's first catch still made everyone realize how dangerous this kid is. That guy's imagination will never be understood, including Mourinho, who is most familiar with him. Lin Yi received the pass about 35 meters away. When the Sabater team's defender caught up, Lin Yi had already let the football fly out of his control. He had no chance at all. Planned to stop the ball. He just followed the direction of the football and kicked it. When no one noticed his movement, his foot had already hit the football. The black and white ball drew an arc directly in the air. Past the ball. When the guy who was preparing to face Lin E head-on was still confused, a crisp sound corrected his wrong idea. He turned his head and saw the football hitting the crossbar. When the goalkeeper of the spatial team looked up at the football heading towards the goal, he was already desperate. Such a hidden shot almost fooled everyone, including the camera on the sidelines. It also included Dowley and Capshu who were preparing to meet the ball. However, when all of them were stunned, the football hit the crossbar and bounced out directly, and then a strange scene happened. Dowley did not notice how Lin E kicked, but now he has seen everything that happened afterwards, because the football that bounced out was extremely accurate and smothered in his face, leaving him no chance to dodge. At the moment when Dowley fell backwards, the football bounced and rolled into the goal, and even hit the goal post. The angle was so tricky that Baya grinned when he saw this scene in the backcourt. The unlucky goalkeeper of the spatial team had not been able to get up from the ground at this time. Even the commentator on the scene was numb. Is this considered refraction? This is too accurate. Lin E himself was also numb, because he clearly saw the shape of Dowley getting up from the ground, with a bright red nosebleed flowing on his face. It was really symmetrical. Then, the whole Dragon Stadium saw the craziest goal celebration. Dowley, with a nosebleed, chased Lin E at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and the black-haired boy ran and looked back and said something. It was not until he was pulled to the lawn by Dowley and pressed hard on him that it was over. But at this moment, all the women in the Dragon Stadium were pulling their handkerchiefs hard. They wished that they were the ones pressing on the cute little boy. But Lin E didn't have time to think about these things at this moment. He could only helplessly stretch his hands to the sky, wailing and praying to God to help him quickly, because the group of beasts had already pressed on him, and he could feel that his ribs were about to break. Mourinho looked at the replay on the big screen and couldn't help twitching his mouth. He held it in for a long time and finally said something. Is this also a way to break the dense defense? What did that kid think? But, it's damn accurate. Lin Yi's debut at the Dragon Stadium, was quite successful. The only regret might be that when he walked off the field with his poor waist, he looked like he had just been beaten by a dozen big men. 3 o'clock, Porto's 7th game still earned 3 points, and their pressure on Benfica became more and more fierce. Please add to favorites, click, recommend.